Race fans to Competition Karting's third annual 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed. My name is Derek Everett, and I am joined up here with James
Burley, yeah. So we're happy to have everybody here. I can't believe we're talking about the third annual already. It seems like just yesterday we were standing here introducing the second. We didn't think we were going to make it this far, but we are really excited for the third annual.
And I honestly feel much better this year than I did last year. I was a little bit under the weather last year, but I was able to work my way through it, and here we are for the third annual event in K1 Speed Canton. This is a pretty unique location. How many K1 Speed locations are there in the nation?
K1 Speed is now over 100 locations worldwide, and we are one of the 2 locations now in Ohio.
Spectacular, spectacular. So that gives drivers from all across the state an opportunity to drive these electric indoor go-karts and get some experience to potentially sign up for this race next year.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, but you have times throughout the year where you can participate. So that's why we like to live stream this, because we like to show people that not only is it a decent spectator sport, but it's also something you can participate in, and especially a big race like this.
Excellent, excellent. This is, like I mentioned, Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton, and there are many other races that you have here at this facility as well, endurance races and more.
Yeah, we run the Endurance League throughout the entire year. In fact, that is what a lot of the drivers do in preparation for this race, but it also gives us as an organization a chance to practice that, test the karts, test batteries, and all that cool fun stuff that goes along with endurance racing.
Yeah, that is definitely the testing zone, is those endurance races leading up to these 12-hour endurance races that we have here today. But this is also a facility that you yourself watching at home can come to, park in the parking lot, walk in, and pay your dues and drive these exact same cars that the races are racing in today.
Yeah, starting tomorrow, actually, we'll open up for Arrive and Drive Racing, so you're going to be able to drive the same cars these guys do. It's the most affordable way to get into some sort of racing. I know some people may think, well, it's just electric go-karts. One, the competition is still at the same height and same level. The strategy is still just as important as how you run the race. But more importantly, it allows entry into the sport, and that's what we want to encourage today.
And this is an excellent opportunity for drivers of all skill levels that may want to try racing but don't have all of the equipment.
Absolutely. Yeah, you don't have to own any equipment, because you just pay for the car and you get a car rented to you, basically, and you just go from there.
That is awesome for the drivers just looking to dip their toes into motorsports for the first time ever, potentially. And this facility here in Canton, great location, and I'm glad to be back here for the third annual 12 Hours of Canton. And yeah, it is, in the grand scheme of motorsports, it's a relatively inexpensive time to come here and race.
Fair.
I've thought of it multiple times in my head. It costs about $60 to have a good time, and for $60, you're out there a lot.
Yeah, you are. $60 gets you about 3 races, so that'll give you a good hour and a half of fun. But absolutely, I mean, if you look at the grand scheme of things, that's the important thing to consider. When you look at other forms of motorsports, we know you love motocross. Like, could go out on a weekend, you have an entire weekend, you have trailers, trucks, all that stuff that's involved in going to a race.
It's a week of preparation to go to a self-funded, self-supplied race. It's a whole week of preparation, whole week of teardown, rinse and repeat for the next weekend. Here, it's a different story.
Yeah, so the flip side of that and the trade-off is that we prepare the karts for the drivers, which means they don't get to dictate how the cars are set up, and if they don't like it, well, too bad, but that's just the trade-off of the nature of the sport. But it is a great way to get started and move up from there if this actually fits your fancy.
Excellent, excellent. And thank you to everybody joining us today. This is Ohio Drone Repair, Porsche, Beechwood, Balls, Guarana, Track First, BTX Sports, and Summit Racing's Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton. And we are going to have a lot of great racing action. And like you mentioned earlier, running the track in reverse. How often does the track get ran in reverse here?
We actually run the track in reverse quite a bit, but I was going to say, like, as far as a bigger storyline, looking at this picture, this race is a big picture. There are 2 big storylines at play. The first of which is the reverse direction. This is the first time in 3 years we're going to switch the track direction halfway through the race, so we'll talk about that strategy. The second thing, and it's the big overarching factor of electric go-karting, it is going to be these brand new batteries. So these are the batteries that we actually wanted to have this time last year. These are the ones that we were talking about at this very table, wishing that they were here. They didn't arrive in time, but they've been in the karts now for about 11 months. We've been thoroughly testing them, putting them through the ranks. We hope they perform well today, but we've seen excellent results so far.
Excellent. And I've asked you this question at every single one of the races beforehand, and I'm going to ask you this question again. Do you know if they're 18,650 cells, 21,700 cells, 26,650 cells?
Oh, you weren't supposed to be asking me the numbers. You're supposed to ask me what type of cells.
Are they pouch lithium?
They're prismatic cells.
Okay, so we're getting more information than we did last year.
That's the only one I knew how to answer. I prepared this year just to answer that question, but I don't know the number, unfortunately.
Okay, we'll get that information hopefully next year. But these carts, exactly the same as they were last year and exactly the same as they were the year before,
Yes.
just with the battery difference.
That's the biggest difference in the cars. As far as setup goes and times goes, we'll probably see very similar lap times, maybe dropping down a little bit quicker, but overall the race should look the same. But again, at the 6-hour mark, we're going to change track direction.
And I did not, it's just popped in my head, I don't recall the number of laps that we got last year, and I don't recall the course distance, but we had some miles put on last year.
Last year, over 1,500 laps put down by the lead team. I think it was somewhere around the 1,560 laps, somewhere in there. That was an increase over year one. I think, again, this year could continue to increase because we may see less yellows. Not really sure. I mean, anything can happen in motorsports.
And what is the course distance here?
So we consider a race 12 laps, and that is 2 miles. So if you divide the 1,500 laps divided by 12, that'll give you an estimate on mileage.
So
a lot of miles today.
And some of these teams are only comprised of 2 members. Some are comprised of more than half a dozen.
Yeah, we'll talk about 31 Motorsports today. They are going to be the second team to try to attempt to do this with only 2 drivers, which means you're either on track or you're watching telemetry, and that's about it. Those guys are going to be swapping back and forth. Team Nanamakers, Salins, was the only team to try that feat 2 years ago. They're going to go for it again this year.
And we do not have Team Salins like we had in the previous 2 years.
Nope, Team Salins not here. We have some replacement teams for them.
No hot dogs for us this year. But back in 2023, we had Team MK Morse finishing in the number 3 position, and they were bested by Team High Voltage and Team Supersonic. If you want to rewind a couple of years ago, that was the running order. But we had one member of Team Supersonic leave the team, craft his own team, Marshall Miller, and he was on a team of 2 or 3 drivers last year.
2 other drivers, yeah, Felber Motorsports, yep. They took the top step of the podium last year.
So he is backing it up last year, and he is doing it once again with a new team and only one other driver this time.
Yep, of the entire 30-some drivers we have in the field, he is the only driver to have won both races so far, so the pressure is going to be on for him.
And the target's going to be on his back as he has jumped teams every single time and left his teammates in the dust and hoping for bigger and better things.
I think we're supposed to be talking to him, but they're in the driver's meeting right now, so we'll have to wait a little bit. We'll be talking to Marshall Miller today.
Yes, we will be getting him up here in the pre-race show in just a few moments. But James, a little bit about you. This is, how many years has K1 Speed, the Canton location, been in operation, and you've been here?
Yeah, so we're going into our 4th year of operations. We were able to build this facility from the ground up for all little bit different types of racing, and this is one of them, including our outdoor extension, which I know the drivers probably, some of them wish was open today because it's a really nice day, but we have that unique feature, and then we also did the added upgrade of all these lithium battery packs, which makes this space a little bit unique.
Awesome. And you yourself have a little bit of motorsports background. You were always interested in racing growing up.
Just always loved go-karts. That's always what I wanted to do for my birthday, was just go-karting. And so now I get to do it every day. Yeah, I get to do it every day.
That's a pretty cool birthday present that you get to live out for the rest of your life.
Yep.
Awesome. And come here to K1 Speed Canton tomorrow, drive yourself one of these carts, and be just like one of our racers here today. I'm Derek Everett. I've been in motorsports for 35 now, is a long time, 25 years or so now. But racing motocross has been my passion, and anything with 2 or 4 wheels and it's propelled gives me a smile. So that's why I'm here.
That's right.
And I am excited to be part of this thing.
And I think that's true across the board. Everyone here has some sort of passion for motorsports. And whether it's electric go-karts or it's road racing or it's just watching Formula One on TV, everyone here has some sort of passion for racing. We love that.
Excellent. And again, I want to thank everybody for joining us here at K1 Speed for Competition Karting's 3rd annual 12 Hours of Speed. We'll be back in just a moment.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just one monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Itel, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Props in.
Yep. Wheel number's 1130. We are back here in the box with Jason Gajewski, and what's going on, man?
Oh. Loving it. Super excited for, good catch. Super excited for race day. I mean, it's been, all the anticipation of months of planning and weeks of sleepless nights?
It's really gotten to be something that people talk about year-round now.
Yeah.
Like, I remember Katie and PJ coming to me after the end of last year's race and say, hey, we're ready to do it again. Let's go.
Yeah, it's, signups this year sold out in under a day. Mm-hmm. So it's one of those races that I think these teams are super excited for. I've noticed an increase since November, December, teams coming in here and even running the Endurance League together and racing races together. So it's good to see everybody running a lot to get used to it.
Yeah, I think the Endurance League has really helped amplify this a little bit, because you guys who are regular subscribers, and we appreciate you watching us on a regular basis, know that we are streaming once a month, and that gives us kind of like a dry run for all this, right?
Yeah.
So we get to practice this on a monthly basis. And it also helps the drivers stay in the rhythm and the routine of running 30-minute races.
What came first? Was it the Endurance Series, or was it the 12 hours that led into the Endurance Series?
Do you remember?
The Endurance Series as it stands now is because of the 12 hours.
But we did have an Endurance Series before that.
Yep, there was the OG Endurance Series, which is just try to run until the battery dies, or try to run until the battery doesn't die. And then that kind of evolved, and then we kind of shifted the calendar for the endurance season to fit around the 12 hours so that drivers could basically use their winnings for the Endurance Series to pay for some of their entry fees.
Yeah, and I think some of the organization of the Endurance Series has changed because of the 12-hour format. Just the pit stops and everything else that we've added to it. It's more of I've always said the 12 hours event is the best team endurance in electric go-karting. The Endurance Series is the fastest driver. So it's a team versus driver event. That's why there's minimum 2 drivers in the 12 hours, is we want to see what you can be the fastest single driver out here, but we want to see what you do as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we've seen that is a difficult dynamic to play out in the 12 hours, because you have team members that are maybe not as experienced that have to be trained by the faster Endurance Series drivers, or you've got an endurance driver who has this level of standard to live up to. He's now got to come out and make his team look good.
I've also seen it play out, though, where drivers will, in the Endurance Series we saw it. Marshall was fastest for a while, and then even on his team today, that driver has gotten so much faster, and I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Dominic,
yeah. So Dominic has gotten, he was almost a severe threat to Marshall, and Marshall's like, well, let's run the 12 hours together. So I love how it's brought some of the faster drivers, some of the more well-known names around the track to really get with some of the people on their team and really heighten their racing ability, really increase their skill set throughout.
Now, we've got drivers coming from all around to race this 12 hours because this is a pretty unique event just for this location. No other facility has a style of event like this.
Right, that's correct. Yeah, we're really proud of the fact that we have the batteries and the technology that we do. We always mentioned Ability Business is the company who allowed us to create this race in the first place. This race does not exist without battery telemetry monitoring. These teams are going to be monitoring their battery levels all the time in the pits using a sensor that comes off of the battery on the car so that they know how to gauge their pit stops. And that's going to be how they evolve their entire strategy today.
Yeah, otherwise it would be blind. I mean, think about it. It would be like you'd guess when your kart's going to die. Now they actually have a number of stuff to watch telemetry-wise to make a team decision. They can risk it. I mean, there's a whole video out there.
It's
on YouTube. If you guys want to watch it, check it out because we shared the information with you. You can see how the battery telemetry works.
We've seen them go into limp mode before out there.
It's fair warning to all the teams is it's on you. It's on you at that point. We've seen them kill them at the start-finish line and have to drive the entire track on speed 2, and they lose 4 or 5 laps doing that.
And we've noticed, too, that the teams that are the most accomplished or that win this race are the ones who do not kill a kart on track.
Yep.
It is detrimental to your race if you do that today.
Penalties and killing your kart on track is everything. So clean pits and running a clean race, and you don't necessarily have to be the fastest team to win this.
What drove you yourself to kind of put all of the pieces together to make this race happen?
Well, it is a team effort. It is me and James' brainchild behind this thing. And I remember thinking this morning on my way in 3 years ago what I was thinking the first year. I don't know if you went through memory lane at all, but
of course.
It seems like there's always stuff to do last minute. Like you never get enough done. But our dreams for what this race is, I mean, I couldn't ask for a better representation, a better friend and partner to help with this. But like, just all the pieces coming together is absolutely fantastic. It's more than I could have hoped for in year 1 is where we're at. I mean, our onboards this year are insanely good, and just everything else is so much better.
We hope so, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also worth mentioning that Jason wanted to be a driver for the race, but we delegated him to be the race director. So
time well spent, I think.
His heart is in the car, as well as a lot of us, and but he's going to be standing and refereeing today.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us here for the 3rd annual competition karting 12 Hours of Canton. We'll be back in just a moment.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform. Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Bring your broken wings, we'll make them soar. At Ohio drone repair, we give you more. Props and a twist.
And we are back trackside here for Competition Karting's third annual 12 Hours of Canton, 12 Hours of Canton presented by Ohio Drone Repair. And we have 2023's, a member of 2023's winning team, a member of 2024's winning team, Marshall Miller, trying to back it up 2 years in a row. Think you have the cards in your hand to make it happen today?
Yes, I do. I have my teammate Dominic. I've taught him a few things, how to adapt to karts. I feel comfortable with the times he runs, the times I run. I don't see any downside. Just keeping him calm is the only downside I feel. But there's competition this year with downhill burrito, high voltage, superfly. I think those will
Basically
be my
half
top
the
three.
field, yeah.
But just top three contenders, I feel
Okay.
like will be the top three.
So you definitely have a little bit of pressure with all of the stacked field. You think you can back it up 3 years in a row, got the right team. Coming in with a cool head today. Look like you're pretty calm. What are you going to have to do to make it happen? Monitor the batteries. We've already been talking about that. Is that the only thing you're going to be looking for? Or are you going to be monitoring yourself as well? Because 12 hours is a long time to be behind the wheel.
Monitoring the batteries. I've taught Dom what to look for. I'll be paying attention to his racing because sometimes he will be racing and he won't adjust correctly to the cart. I'll be walking him through that if I find him messing up. And what else? Drink enough energy drinks and water.
You got to stay hydrated. That's very, very important. As it's supposed to be 75 here today in Northeast Ohio. That's pretty warm for this time of year. So make sure you stay hydrated and drink plenty of water. Also, you yourself are an entirely self-taught driver, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I am.
No driving schools, nothing like that. Just all learning it all here on the fly.
Yeah, I've learned it. August 22 was my first time racing here. First league was October 2022, I believe. And ever since, I've taught myself what I know, what I've learned. Just good at adapting.
That's the key right there. And I think this is worth noting for people who are going to be watching at home. So we talked a little bit about how there's 36 cars out here, and they're all a little different. Yeah, you heard it from me. But I hate to admit, but adapting to the kart is something that every driver needs to do, and they need to do it very well. Talk about what you're looking for when you're out there on the track and how you adjust.
I'm looking at the brake pressure, how the brakes feel when they activate or start to bite, if you want to say that. Throttle response, and then how the kart feels around turn 1 to 3. Depending on how it feels through 1 to 3, it's going to feel the same for the rest of the track. See how fast or slow I can go through turn 2, really, because if you hop in turn 2, you need to slow it down and retry again the next lap. And if it's smooth, then carry it through. Steering input, how light, if it's light or if it's very heavy. I preferably like it being light and very touchy. That's my style of driving. There's people here that like it heavy because...
Yeah, it's just a driving style, right?
We'll
And so
leave it
the
at that.
key to doing these fast laps, when we see you ticking off 25 5s and 25 4s and then 25 3s or whatever the case is today, that is the driver adapting to how they drive that kart, right?
Correct, yes.
Because if you don't adapt, like, you're just going to basically complain about the kart. It's going to be the
Exactly.
kart's fault, right?
Yes, it's going to be the kart's fault, and if you blame it on the karts, then you're never going to change and learn and become better. You have to blame it on yourself. Self-accountability.
That's part of the discipline of this particular type of sport.
And to piggyback on that, running in the reverse direction, does Dominic have experience running in the reverse direction? Do you guys feel confident in reverse versus the rest of the teams and everything else whenever that becomes a factor later today?
I feel confident in the reverse direction, me and Dom. Only worry I guess I could let you guys know of is his passing zones in reverse direction. I mean, him and I did a very good battle reverse direction for an endurance race, and I held him back, so he knows the defensive line. He did good at attacking as well, but he could do better. He can be more aggressive in a way. Not too aggressive, though.
There's always room to improve and places to just improve on out there on the racetrack. Who's helping you guys out and getting here to the races today? Who's all of your sponsors putting all the pieces together, man?
Myself and Dom. No sponsors. I didn't go for any sponsors just because I didn't need them. Really, it's just my racing team that I wanted to shout out, 31 Motorsports.
And we mentioned it already, but it's worth repeating that when you say that there's nobody else on the team, there's literally nobody sitting in the pits for you today. There's nobody monitoring battery power. So when you're out on the track, it's Dom's responsibility. When
Yes.
Dom's on the track, you're going to be the guy. A lot of these other teams have brought crew chiefs that are going to help them read the telemetry and help with pit strategy. These guys are going to be doing it on their own.
Yes, it's just me and Dom. I like it that way. Less human error.
So watch for the dark blue roll hoop. That's the official color of 31 Motorsports today.
Thank you, Marshall Miller, and big target will be on his back for the third annual running of competition karting's 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed. We'll be right back.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Props in a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just one monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Props in a tweet.
Welcome back to K1 Speed for Competition Karting's third annual 12 Hours of Canton, and we are here with Nate Groh, a representative of Team High Voltage. What's going on, man?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just ready to go for this year.
Awesome. So you're going to be backing this thing up for the third year in a row. Looking back at some of the results here, back in 2023, you were there. You were just behind Team Supersonic in the number 2 position, and just last year, you slipped up a little bit. You let Marshall Miller, the guy we were just here talking to, leave Team Supersonic, who finished in second place last year, found his own team, and you guys got bumped back to third. What's going to happen this year, man?
Well, I mean, honestly, we're back to running with 3 people. And we're just hoping to be right back up there on the podium. You know, all these teams, they're super competitive. You know, you have different teams forming again. You know, Marshall now is another team, so we'll see if he can do the three-peat. But, you know, it's just teams are mixing it up. There's more solid teams this year, so I feel like the competition's going to be tougher. So I feel like it's going to be good for racing.
And we are also joined here trackside with Dana Rohde. What's going on?
Hey, good to be back here trackside. I've seen this guy before from last year, so glad to be back. So I guess what I really want to ask you, Nate, is, you know, what do you think the key is to winning this race today?
The key really is just don't screw up. Your pit stops, you know, they have to be perfect. You don't want to get a drive-through. You get a drive-through, you know, that's just time you're losing to everyone else.
That's a penalty.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So if you get a drive-through penalty, you know, you're losing 2-3 laps right off the rip. Other than that, you know, just focus on not battling out on track. You want to conserve the kart as much as you can. You know, you don't really want to use the brakes. Rather, you just want to lift and coast, you know, just to maintain your battery life and really just have fun. You don't want to tangle it up too much.
Let's talk about those penalties for a lot of viewers that may or may not know. So how do you go about obtaining a penalty that sets you behind the rest of the racers on the track?
Mostly it's for when you pull in and do your pit stop. There's a stop box that you have to pull into. And if the front of your kart is past the line of the stop box, they'll give you a drive-through penalty. So when you go back out on the track, they'll say over the chat you have a drive-through penalty. So you have to pull back into the pit, drive through the drive-through penalty line, and then come back out on the track. So it really kills a lot of time.
One thing I do want to add for you viewers at home, all of our racers have communications within their helmets, so the race director can communicate with individual drivers, and the teams can also communicate with their drivers out there on the track. So that's what Nate was mentioning, getting a call in the comms to come in for a drive-through penalty, and we'll have a picture of that stop box later in the show, and we'll give you a little bit more of an inside look at what that is all all about that stop box, but also in the pits, you have to come to a complete stop. You have to exchange the hoods. You have to unbuckle. You have to do all of the safety protocols before even thinking about going back out there on the track.
Yep. Yeah.
So let's talk about some of those team members that are with you this year. Who's actually joining you on Team High Voltage?
Team High Voltage is Jacob Andrew and Steve Madden. So we're running with us 3 again. So basically same team as last year minus 1.
So this is the second year you guys have been together?
Third year.
Third year.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I guess a shout out to Miss Lauren.
Yeah, Miss Lauren. She's going to be our race engineer pretty much. So she's going to be taking care of all of our strategy, making sure we do all the right things that we need to do.
So I want to talk about Miss Lauren and what a race strategy is. So what is she overseeing out there for folks that don't know?
She's really looking over our battery life in the carts, as well as our pit strategy, and as well as the chat, so race control.
Now, how is she communicating? Can she communicate with you guys when you're on the track?
Yeah, so we all have communications that we can use.
Okay, well, communication is key. No penalties out there. We are wishing the very best for you, and hopefully you can bring it home this year.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
And we'll be back in just a moment with a member of Team Superfly coming up here into the booth. Thank you very much.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Props in a twist.
We are back here trackside with a representative of Team Superfly. We got David Pons, the captain of Team Superfly this year.
You almost said
Happy to be here.
supersonic there.
Oh, he did. He almost said it, didn't he?
I'm not touching that.
We were talking about it behind the scenes. It's all right.
So you're looking to come out here for the 3rd year in a row, having some fun and karts. This is what it's all about for you?
Hell yeah. Why not?
You do.
I mean, come on. Like, how much more fun can you have than 12 hours in a cart?
And this is just easy to come here, race, go home. You don't have to worry about cleaning up the stuff. Don't have to worry about anything like that.
This is the easiest way, entry-level way into this sport. Like, I kind of do a little bit outside, but this is home for me, and I'm psyched to be here tonight.
This
the rest of the day, whatever. However long we're going to be here.
We'll be here for a minute here today. What are your goals coming into this year?
We're going to win. Duh. Why would I come here if I didn't want to win?
You may have had a sneak peak of some some information that I don't know if you were supposed to see or not.
Didn't see nothing.
But confidence coming into 2025 after some lackluster results from previous years?
Come on. No, I podiumed both years. I'm okay with that. First year was probably our crowning achievement because it was a ragtag team. We came in third. We fought with non-makers the whole time, and it was just a great experience. Last year I was kind of bored. I'm going to be honest. I was on Supersonic's team, and I had a lot of downtime. I sat around a lot. I was bored. I got to talk to a lot of other teams. It was very fun. But that second place last year, so if I can get a first, second, and a third place trophy in my case, I might as well just retire on that. Right?
Yeah. Rewinding back to 2023 and 2024, I recall seeing that helmet out there a lot more on the track in 23 and less on the track in 24. Captain in 2025, are you going to be manning the telemetry, or are you going to be manning the kart mostly out there?
I've got a whole team set up for this. So I brought in 2 brand new guys, brand new rookies to the sport. They are much faster than me. I will give them that. You've seen the qualifying times. I did not qualify. So I'm totally stoked to have them on the team. They're going to be great additions, and I think in the long term, they're going to be staples for this. I brought in a buddy from Pittsburgh. He's Patrick Dittmar. He was actually on our team the first year. Shout out to Patrick. He's going to be running the pit box. He's telemetry, he's communications, everything. So I'm trying to keep as much stress off my drivers as possible. And then to back it all up, you've got the experience on my side and Tristan Hartong, who is our social media guy at this point. He's going to be doing all the fun interviews. But at the same time, I'm super proud of this team. I'm already proud of them. We haven't started the race yet. And we're just going to go out there and crush it. Why not?
So we can tell that you're super stoked. Glad to have you back. The goal is for you to get on the podium, aiming for that first place win. But can you share with us, like, what is so unique and cool about the 12 Hours of Canton here?
It's just a great experience.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. It's just a great experience.
All right. And so we were on some other teams last year, the year before, but we'll get back to that at another time. And in the meantime, best of luck for you guys out there.
Hey, thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks for joining us.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Hotel, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Props in a twist.
Back here, trackside, Dana Brody at the 3rd annual competition karting with my friend Giovanni Backerby. Well, Giovanni, how are you feeling this morning?
Good. I feel motivated. I'm kind of nervous, but I think we can put our team on top.
All right. Did we hit the podium last year?
Nope.
You missed the podium last year. So what is our goal this year?
Our goal this year is to win, at least get top 3 podium at least.
And I tell you what, I saw this guy last night here doing some of our pregame work here, and saw you this morning doing something unique. I saw you walking and driving the racetrack with headphones on. What were you doing? Explain that to me.
I was following my racing line, making sure I get everything precise, getting all the nicks that I need to fix. And I think I fixed them, and I think I'm ready.
So you're imagining you're actually in the cart, looking at the race lines and exactly where you want to line up and to be.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm doing.
So we talked about this last year. This is how many years of you racing here?
This is my 9th. No, I'm sorry, not 9th. 3rd, I think.
Your 3rd year.
Yep.
Do you mind sharing with the folks how old you are?
I am 12.
So, Mom, when he said 9th on accident, I thought, wow, she started him here at the track at 3. But it is possible. You know, a 3-year-old could probably drive these things. Probably not that fast, though.
Yeah.
So tell me what you like best about go-karting.
The pure adrenaline, the pure excitement, and just the amount of focus it takes to actually be competitive, be fast overall.
All right. And you have the same team members this year?
Nope.
Okay. Introduce your teammates for me.
So we have Anthony, we have Gavin, we have Jensen.
Okay. So these are a few new team members.
Yep.
Okay. And are they about the same age as you? Give us a little bit of background with them.
All right. So Jensen, he is 12, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Gavin is 11. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh.
11 and a half, I think. But it's
11
okay.
and a half. Yeah. And Anthony, 42.
All right. All right.
32.
He said he's going to go with 32. But regardless, we got a younger team out here. But last year's winners were of a younger age.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, it doesn't matter what age, that you are to be able to be competitive here.
Yeah.
So tell me some of the cool things about your teammate. What makes you guys a great team?
The maturity of the drivers. Me, Gavin, Jensen, and Anthony are very easy to work with, and we can push through. And Anthony is like super focused. He knows what he's doing, and Jensen is very focused too. Knows what he's doing. Gavin, same thing. Me, kind of same thing.
So focus, competitive, being super teammates with each other.
Yeah.
Do you guys tell each other the good, bad, and ugly?
Yeah, we help each other out, and we tell them like what they can do in the most nicest way. Of course, we don't want to seem rude to them.
We don't want to be rude. So we're going to wrap it up here. So Team DHB, you want to do a quick shout out to some of your sponsors?
We have DK Fencing, JW Dodado, Quanta, Twisted Tomato, 1 Hour Heating Air Conditioning, Summit Racing, Ray's MTB, Cast Taste, and Benjamin Franklin.
Got a lot of supporters out there. Yep. So we wish you the best of luck. I'll be watching you race side here, and I hope you bring home the win this year. Thanks for joining us. All right, right back to you guys.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Hotel, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Props in a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Hotel, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Props in a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Bring your broken wings, we'll make them soar. At Ohio drone repair, we give you more. Props in a twist. Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Props in a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome back to K1 Speed for Competition Karting's 3rd annual 12 Hours of Canton, and we are just moments away from calling all of these teams out onto the grid for the starting lineup for the 2025 running of today's event. And we have a very special pace cart. We've had special pace carts every year. We have an extra special one here this year.
Yeah, we designated cart 27 before, but now we have this double cart, which is either going to come into frame or not, I'm not sure. But this is a brand new toy to K1 Speed Canton. It allows us to accommodate younger, shorter passengers. Today, we're going to have the pace car driver drive it. So,
and I heard the quote that the thing is a tank to drive.
Yeah, it is.
And good luck trying to pass that thing, because it is extremely wide in the corners.
It's super heavy, and it's a blast for the kids. It has accomplished every goal we set out to when we bought this car, and that was to accommodate younger shorter drivers who weren't tall enough to drive our junior karts. But the other thing is just to see the reactions of kids when they get to experience racing for the first time. Absolutely love it.
And I think another thing that brings a great smile to you and every other person is handicapped people that may not be able to drive a vehicle themselves get to come out here and experience.
Absolutely.
So that is a smile that they'll never forget.
I've even used it for lessons. So I take somebody out and I try to show them the racing line. It's not identical to the single seaters, but you can kind of show people, here's your braking zone, here's your acceleration zones, and that kind of thing. So similar.
So we've got all different things that these drivers are going to be contending with throughout the day. We've talked about the reverse in the track. We have talked about the batteries. The track itself is going to be changing a little bit because you did put a fresh set of sneakers on every one of these karts.
Yeah, pretty much.
But the tires are going to start scrubbing.
They will. I mean, these tires are good for about 1,000 regular races. So you can put a lot of miles on them, and they heat cycle pretty well. So they're going to be fine for this race, not a problem. But there was going to be a lot of clag, for those of you who remember David Hobbs, or marbles on the side of the track by the end of the race. That will definitely affect the reverse line when you go in the opposite direction. We're really looking forward to seeing how teams adopt to that.
Drivers will get loose going into turn number 2, and the back end will try to pass the front end, and that is never a good result when the back end tries to pass the front end.
Just be fun for us to watch.
It definitely will be a lot of fun for us to watch from up above. And we, like I said, we're just moments away from getting these drivers all lined up in the paddock to call them out onto the grid for the starting lineup for the 2025 running of the 3rd annual 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed.
So let's touch on the qualifying real quick. So the qualifying is way different than other types of motorsports. So we allow the teams, or we require the teams, to qualify on individual times. So they can come in anytime a week prior to this event, which means they could have qualified as early as last Friday on a standard 12-lap race. And they come in and they drive one particular kart that's been set aside for all the teams to drive, so they're all driving the same kart. The trick to that is we also turn the kart up. So we give it added acceleration, added battery power, and we let them have at it. And it's really fun to watch them spin down here into turn 1 for the first time and realize just how much torque that car really has.
And I was looking at some of these qualifying times, and I did a double take at the track record and seeing that the qualifying times were faster than the track record.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, why is that not the track record then?
It's like the only opportunity these drivers get to experience these motors turned up to their full potential.
That is not on a Boost League race.
Correct. The Boost is very similar to that. So if you watch regular endurance races, we've now enabled Boost. Boost simulates the settings that they had, but it's only good for 3 seconds. So this kart during qualification was every turn, every corner. You really have to be disciplined in lifting the throttle every corner because the car just completely overdrives this small track.
Excellent, excellent. So that was a lot of fun to watch qualifying leading up to today's event. And have these drivers seen, or these teams seen the qualifying times?
And that is the other fun thing about this is we're going to announce these times, and they're going to be hearing them for the first time. It was a completely blind qualifying. So not only are you out there doing 12 laps in a car that is completely foreign to what you've been driving the last months, but you also have no gauge as far as how you're doing on the track. So you just do all 12 laps in hopes that one of them was faster than the other, and we record those times, and then we'll reveal them today.
And here we are. We are going to bring out the starting lineup for the 2025 running of Competition Karting's 3rd annual 12 Hours of Canton. And qualifying in the number 9 position with a qualifying time of 25.57, being headed up by Roger Mortimer, got Carter Cook, Jimmy Watts, Jeff Huber, Nick Scheika, Dalton Kirby, Andrew Stevens, and Chase McIntyre for Ohio Drone Repair qualifying in that number 9 position.
Yeah, Roger, you kind of knew that you were going to be called out first. Why is that?
We're here to have fun. We are not doing this professionally, but we really enjoy the event. And, we're just here to have fun at the end of the day. If we could have 12 hours of fun, that's a win for us.
Exactly, and this is Team Ohio Drone Repair, and we certainly appreciate you guys' involvement, your sponsorship in this event. I mean, this couldn't take place without you guys, so we really look forward to you guys not only driving on track, but we look forward to seeing the shots from the air. What are you guys looking for in this race as far as your strategy, especially with it changing direction midway through?
We're just going to try to be able to keep the carts out as long as possible without pitting. We understand that's going to be a big factor with losing laps that way, so as long as we can try to keep the pitting to a minimum, we should be able to try to stay hopefully closer to the pack.
There you go. So they're going to be trying to stretch their battery life as they go to their grid spot.
There we go. That is qualifying in the number 9 position, Team Ohio Drone Repair. And qualifying in the number 8 position with a time of 25.5 being headed up by Curtis Harrington, PJ Mannypenny also joining the team, Katie Wise, Steve, Johanna, also have Jake Strong, Jed Summers, and Payson Lang for Team Porsche Beechwood, qualifying in that number 8 position.
Porsche Beechwood, the brand new team to the series, but they've brought the most veteran drivers. So you've got the combination of the newest guys and the most experienced. So who wants to talk about race strategy? So, well, first of all, let's point out that we have a beautiful Porsche GT3 in the back of the field, especially thanks to you guys. GT4, I'm sorry. Big mistake there. GT4 RS. And we welcome you guys to the team. What are you guys looking for as far as your strategy today? We'll start with Katie.
We're just here to have fun and put up a good fight.
We have the original OG winner of the original endurance series. We always point out PJ Mannypenny here. So father-son combination. What have you guys been
Father-daughter.
Father-daughter. Sorry. What are you guys teaching your team, and how have you been instructing over the last couple weeks?
Go fast.
Straightforward. How have you been adapting to the track, and what do you think about, how did this, actually, more importantly, how did this team merge together? How did that happen?
We were on the wait list, and the team fell off, and you guys gave us a call, and we worked it out with PJ and Katie here, and we're out here to have fun and go fast, like they said.
Are you guys kind of leaning on some of their experience today?
Oh, absolutely. We're new to this, first time here, so their experience and being able to put down some fast laps and learn from them on track is going to be big.
There you go, Porsche Beechwood starting the number 8 position today.
There we go. That is definitely going to be a tough team to contend with as they are making their way onto the grid in that number 8 qualifying position. Qualifying today in the number 7 position with a time of 25.33, being headed up by the captain, Rachel Hart. Also got the Ghost, Armand Deligny, and Corey Salerno for Team Supersonic, qualifying back there in the number 7 position. I was surprised to see them this deep in the field.
Yeah, Team Supersonic losing a driver today. We've seen you guys do 2 drivers on and off, alternating strategies today. How's that going to change with 3 drivers today?
We're just going to have to be in a rotation instead of on and off this year.
So we'll expect to be rotating 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, you think?
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about Supersonic. How did you get that name?
So I was nicknamed Sonic because I had a Sonic sticker on my helmet originally, so we just kind of made the name and stuck with it.
And Armand Deligny, the ultimate strategist. If you guys watch the channel a lot, you guys are used to all these drivers being on track, but what kind of strategy are you looking for today?
We're thinking it's going to come down to the pits, so we're really emphasizing on timing and everything, so we'll see how it goes, especially that 6-hour mark with that swap at halfway.
There you go, Team Supersonic starting the number 7 position today.
They are definitely going to be a tough team to contend with as they have had spectacular results in years past. Second place finisher in last year and winner 2 years ago. So they've really got some stuff to back up.
Yeah, defending 2023 champions.
And now qualifying in the number 6 position with a time of 25.2, being headed up by the team captain, Aaron Puckett. Also got Ravi Sharma and Drew Williams joining them for Team ASR.
Well, they definitely win the award for the best dress today. So tell us a little bit about who your sponsors and how you guys ended up with all these supporters behind your team today.
Yeah, thanks, James. Well, we couldn't have done it without everyone behind us. First and foremost, I want to thank my wife and our 2 little babies at home for allowing us to come out here and have some fun. The biggest support that we have comes from all the technologies and people that we know. So, for example, we've got my dad's educational services. He does remote tutoring. We're also supported by Balls, which is the official energy drink of the event, which I couldn't be more excited about. We're supported by Grafana, which is the official data analytics and visibility platform of the event, which I couldn't be more excited about, as well as my place of employment, Trace3, which is a next generation solutions provider for IT services, and Lenovo, which is a world-renowned IT product and hardware company. We also have support from Spark Racing, which is a driver development platform, as well as the Racing Line, which is Columbus's newest sim racing center. So go check that out if you want to drive some virtual laps. And lastly, Autosport Refinement, which is bringing all of these brands together to create memorable experiences through motorsport.
Really bringing some powerhouse sponsorships to this event. We appreciate it. And good luck to you guys starting in the 6th position.
Yeah, definitely have some great contenders here for Team ASR as they are making their way to the grid. They are going to be one of the teams I'm going to be looking for because they've got some skills behind
Will be no problem picking them out.
That too.
So we won't have to look at the helmets as much.
That too.
So.
That's going to help us a lot up in the box. And qualifying now in the number 5 position with a qualifying time of 25.1. Team being headed up by the captain, Zach Harmon. Also have Jared McFadden, Mitch Shannon, and Savannah Weber qualifying in that number 5 position. That is Redline Racing.
Some familiar names returning to the event. And we got Zach, who I believe is your team captain this year, right?
Yep.
So, Zach, tell us a little bit about who's backing you guys today, and thanks to their sponsors.
Oh man, we got so many. We got Biltmore Exteriors, Wingman Garage, Hybrid Heating and Cooling, Highway Auto Repair, Koss Auto Works, Infinite Automotive, Primetime Sports, Howard Hanna with Jared McFadden, ECS.
Wait, the Howard Hanna, Jared McFadden, like this guy right here? Wow, okay, great. So he's the new face to your team. We've seen most of you guys running before, all of you guys running before, and then we got returning team strategist, right?
Yes, that is correct. Bieber's going to be our crew chief, and I'm looking forward to it. He did a really good job last year, and looking forward to another good job this year.
More importantly, you guys are named Redline Racing, but you have a green roll hoop cover. Why is that?
When team signups were out, the red color wasn't available, so I just kind of chose what I could get and rolled with it.
Okay, so Redline Racing, you'll be following the green team starting in the starting grid.
As they're making their way to the grid, we're going to have the number 4 qualifying team coming into view, and that is the team being headed up by the captain, Steve Madden, and they are joined with Nate Groh and Jacob Andrew with a qualifying time of 25 flat. That is Team High Voltage.
25.00, I believe.
25 balls,
000,
yep.
Yeah, all the way through. So good to have these guys back. First of all, have to congratulate you guys. You just celebrated your 10-year anniversary. So big congratulations to that. I know that you are personally involved in me getting involved in indoor electric go-karting. So I'm appreciative from that standpoint. And obviously, we're very happy to have you guys returning. Always finishing on the podium. What do you think on your hopes today?
I think we were the first to qualify, and the track was maybe a little cold, but Jake really put together a lap, 25 flat. We're pleased with that. We'll continue to improve on that as well throughout the race. So I think we've got some high expectations.
What did you think when we announced late last week that the track was going to go in reverse for half the race?
That was a bit of a surprise.
It's a nice way to say it.
Yeah. So Jake and I have never raced it that way, so we're coming into it a little bit blind. But again, Jake is an amazing driver, and I'll just continuously get faster throughout the race. So not too worried about it.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to that. Again, congratulations on 10 years. Team High Voltage starting the number 5 spot.
Thank you. 4 spot.
4 spot.
4 spot. Yeah.
I can't count, Derek.
Yeah, They're going to make their way to the grid right now as we are calling in the top 3 qualifying teams for the 2025 running of Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton with a time of 24.841. The duo of Dominic D'Angelo and the captain Marshall Miller for 31 Motorsports.
31 Motorsports, the 2-man tag team headed by Marshall Miller today. Already got your helmet on, ready to roll. I don't think he's happy about the qualifying.
That's what I was saying. He was shaking his head when he was walking in. Marshall doesn't seem to be too thrilled about that time.
Maybe Dom. So, Dom, you're starting in the number 3 position, but it's a long race. What do you think about your chance today?
No comment, really. I don't really have a chance. It's a long race, so, I mean, starting at 3rd, there's 9 teams. It's 6 times better than the person at the back, I guess. So.
We talked to Marshall a little bit ago, and we talked about how you guys don't have any team strategists in the pits for you today, so you guys will be on top of that all day today. Do you have any other support staff here today behind your team?
No, we do not.
All right. So these guys are going to be doing it alone. Their performance is going to be dictated right by the track, so we look forward to watching them start for the number 3.
You can see the stress now starting to come onto Marshall's face as he is going to be making his way to his spot on the grid. He is not too happy about that qualifying time. And we're going to have our second place qualifying team, or team qualifying in the number 2 position, making their way up here on the grid. And the team being headed by the captain, David Pons, Tyler Stevenson joining the team, Tristan Hartong, and Joey Valentine with a qualifying time of 24.7 in that number 2 spot, Team Superfly.
Team Superfly, who I said is the announcer's best friend because we always get good content from these guys. We got Joey. Joey, you don't have any Reese's cups in your hand. Did you get your official sponsorship or no?
No, we're working on it. That's why I'm here. I'm here for a Reese's sponsorship. That's all. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're racing for today. I absolutely love Reese's cups. Hopefully Hershey one day will sponsor me.
You got that contract signed, right? Like if we win the race, you get sponsored by Hershey.
Well, it is somewhat into effect. We're trying to work on it. Just give me a minute.
And I just have to step over real quick to Patrick Dittmar because I heard that if there's a contingency on today's race, and what is that?
Just the prize money if they manage to get first.
No, more importantly, if you.
Oh, is that the contingency? I don't get paid if I don't win. That's okay. I'm just here for the fun.
That's right.
Here to get paid. Win the race.
We're here to get paid.
Here to win the race. Starting for the number 2 position, Team Superfly.
Let's go.
There we go. That is Team Superfly with some encouragement. They're stoked. They're stoked to be in that number 2 position.
We're going to have fun watching these guys today.
Yep. And with the number 1 qualifying position, you could hear the excitement back in the paddock as with a qualifying time of 24.6 being headed with Giovanni Blackerby. They have Gavin Patterson, Nathan Narowski, and Jensen Janda for Team Downhill Burrito.
All right, we got the young guns in the house, followed by the elder statesman. It's mid 20 years old, elder statesman. But we already interviewed Giovanni. Congratulations on a great qualifying session. What did you think of that car when you were driving it?
I wish the karts were like that all of the time. It really made you think and adapt, and it was another level of racing speed than what we have ever experienced here. And I really hope that you do an event with it like that sometime.
All right, so we're getting votes for the cars being turned up, so I understand. You guys have practiced probably the most of any team here. What's it been like with all these practice sessions here, and what have you guys learned? We'll start with Gavin here.
I definitely learned a lot.
How many laps do you think you've put down in the last couple months?
Probably around 150.
Yeah, so practice makes perfect. Starting from the pole position, Team Downhill Burrito.
They don't have to do much work to get out front as they are starting in the number 1 position, making their way out there on the grid. We are just moments away from the green flag flying out here for the 3rd annual Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton. I'm excited for this one, James. Brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Balls, Guarana, Porsche Beechwood, Track First, BTX Sports, and Summit Racing. Thank you guys for helping us out. And we are going to be getting that green flag flying in just a few moments.
I believe before we do, we're going to start with the national anthem, correct? We're getting direction here. Ready for that? All right. Go ahead. We're going to actually give us 1 second here. We'll stand by. We got to make sure the teams know what we're doing here, so. Yeah, so while he's doing that, so very interesting qualification session. I know
Yes.
Team 31 Motorsports is a little disappointed. It is a 12-hour race, though. Like, sometimes, in some regards, qualifying doesn't matter all that much. If you are fast, you can work your way up from the back of the field.
And we've seen Marshall put together a couple of heaters pretty early to find himself ahead or moving ahead from the rest of the field. So 3rd place isn't a bad spot to be in early.
We know they have pace. We have Team Superfly starting in 2nd. They're going to be hunting down Downhill Burrito today. But really, the entire field has a shot at this race. We look forward to seeing how it evolves.
So they are all at their karts on the track. They're on the grid, ready for the wave of the green flag as soon as everybody gets back into the pits and the national anthem does get played. We'll be getting this race underway, and I want to thank everybody once again for joining us for Competition Karting's 3rd annual 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Porsche Beechwood, Balls Guarana, Track First, BTX Sports, and Summit Racing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a great country with freedoms like no other. In order to honor America and respect for all who have served our country, we ask that you remove your helmets, you remain standing, and you join us in singing our national anthem. At this time, we ask that all teams please clear the grid. Drivers to your carts. Drivers to your carts.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Hotel, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Props and a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Hotel, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Props and a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home.
We are back, and we are just moments away from waving the green flag for the 3rd annual Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed. Got James up here in the booth, and I'm excited for the 3rd annual race.
Yeah, back to the booth of where we belong. So our familiar place for the rest of the race. We're going to lock in for 12 hours and hopefully just sit back and enjoy some great racing. We're glad you guys are locked in as well. If you want to share the stream with a friend, we appreciate it. As always, check out Competition Karting because we do this on a regular basis.
Yes, as you have endurance races here on every Saturday?
Every 3rd Sunday.
3rd Sunday, there we go.
Kind of alternate between the GP series and the competition of endurance racing. So.
And when's the Boost League races?
Well, so we've incorporated Boost into the Endurance League now.
Okay.
So when you run 30-minute races, you actually get the Boost button now.
Very cool. So kind of combining 2 different disciplines into one.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, we love throwing curveballs to the drivers. Whatever we can do to mess them up.
So we are just waiting for communications from our race director as to when the exact wave of the green flag will be happening, as all of the drivers are in their karts. And there it is. The wave of the green flag has commenced. And we are looking to see if anybody's going to try to make some quick passes here, as everybody's really tightened up early in the race.
As we get an overhead shot from the drone of Ohio Drone Repair, we see that Anthony Dorofsky off to a great start. 1, 2, and 3. Obviously pulled away a good, decent lap there. They are lined up nose to tail through this first series of turns. This is the carousel right here, back to the front straightaway. As we look for changes in the running order, it looked like back there, now Anthony Dorofsky goes a little bit wide on the outside. Cold tires on the rear. He's trying to control that number 32.
And we are seeing if Marshall Miller, there he is, applying the pressure to your first driver for Team Superfly. There we got Marshall Miller following up the driver for Team Superfly, trying to catch a glimpse of his helmet. I didn't catch who was going to be the first driver for that team.
That's Joey Valentine right there. He was the guy who set that super fast qualifying session. As Marshall Miller's going to go on the inside of turn 1, and he's going to take him. He's going to give him a wave by, though. Try not to let High Voltage take up some slack there. Jacob Andrews on the rear of Marshall Miller there.
Yeah, that was a super aggressive pass attempt by Marshall Miller, but he knew that was kind of a dirty move, and he wanted to race fair. So that's why he flagged him back by and will continue to remount a charge to make that pass the proper aggressive way.
Anthony taking a look behind him to see he's pulled out many car lengths now, as Joey under some pressure again from Marshall Miller, nose to tail. Jacob Andrews from High Voltage locking it in there.
Yes, he is back there in the number 4 spot for Team High Voltage, as the top 4 have really, the top 5 have really pulled away from your 6th place kart and running there with no hood. I don't see any hood on that kart in the number 4 position, so I do not know.
It looks like, that is Redline Racing. We talked about that green rollover hook. I believe that's what Adam is on track now trying to recover for them.
Is that going to be a penalty for them? Because I know that the roll covers are one of the stipulations.
It is mandatory, but it depends on the situation in which it came off. So they were set from the grid. As long as that was set appropriately and it was maybe just a track error or likewise, it probably will not be a penalty. We'll have to wait and see.
So there we see the lead driver for Team Downhill Burrito really putting some distance between him and the rest of the competition. That is Anthony Dorofsky. Started driving just August of last year, and he drives around the United States, the continental United States, and during that time, he's raced a handful of K1 locations across the continent, and he tries to come at least 1 week a month.
We have something new on that onboard camera this year. You'll see to the right-hand side of their name, that is the current battery charge for the camera that you're on board with. So we'll try to keep up on that throughout the entire race, but that's going to help you guys at home give an indication of where they are as far as their pit cycles and how they're doing as far as battery management.
And I will be getting my personal laptop brought up here in just a few moments so we can monitor the telemetry on the fly from up here in the booth, just so we can have a little inside look as to what the team strategists are looking at as well.
Joey really hanging in there. I mean, Marshall's giving him the pressure, and High Voltage kind of sitting back there and watching. I think maybe Jacob taking a little bit more or less aggressive approach to the start of this race.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, and 5 out there on the race course, all kind of bottlenecked up together.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of action back there at the back of the field. There's a big gap between Team Redline Racing and the rest of the field because they've been battling it back there. Supersonic, I see, leading that group of 3 drivers.
And the lead driver for Team Supersonic.
That is Armand Deligny there.
The Ghost himself is the lead driver for that team. And a little surprised to see him, I don't want to say off the pace, but he's not applying the pressure to the rear fender of your 5th place driver, which is what I was expecting this early in the race. But here we see Marshall Miller starting to apply the pressure back to the rear fender, or the
Joey
rear
Valentine, yep.
Of Joey Valentine for Team Superfly.
Marshall took a quick look. Oh, he's going to go side by side with him in the back, going into the carousel. Is not going to give him a lot of room to pass. Getting bumped in the carousel now as they're going to go side by side down the front straightaway. Marshall Miller's going to have the advantage on the inside track. Nope, he's going to step it sideways, but is he going to lose position to High Voltage? High Voltage sticking his nose in there in turn 2.
He is right there beside Team 31 Motorsports. Now is Team High Voltage applying the pressure to attempt to make a pass into the number 3 position as Marshall Miller loses touch to the rear of Joey Valentine. But here he is remounting a charge. Marshall Miller is on Joey Valentine trying to find any opening, but Valentine driving a very wide kart as he is becoming very, very difficult to pass. And you got to think that once Marshall Miller clears Joey, he's going to try to put a charge towards your current race leader.
Yeah, as Anthony Orofsky's really checked out from the field at this point. And this is kind of the action that we anticipated having at the start of this race with these teams having such close qualifying times. You know, how would they separate out as far as the front and middle and back of the pack? And it's kind of come to fruition already in the first couple laps
and
here.
It seems as though all of our teams are bringing out their heavy hitters pretty early in the race to try to put some distance between them and their competition. But the strategy is not really working out so well as it's still pretty tight up inside the top 5. The battle continues for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as Marshall Miller applying the pressure to
Joey Valentine.
Joey Valentine for Team Superfly. I'll get these names straight on everybody before the 12 hours is said and done.
Looks like definitely the top 3, 4 drivers are the ones who qualified for the teams. And then from there on back, well, no, Zach Harmon also qualified for their team. So you see basically the top of the field being those guys who set those fast laps in that qualifying car that was turned up.
So it looks like Team Porsche Beechwood actually starting to lose touch with the rest of the competition as they are, no, mistaken. It was another team that has a dark hood, possibly Ohio Drone Repair. They are losing touch to the rest of the field.
Yeah,
Glad to have them here.
Yeah, Ohio Drone Repair should have a silver roll hoop cover, and I think Redline Racing, they're going to be out there for a stint. We're not going to have a roll hoop cover on them until that first pit stop. You got a gap between him and then back to the light blue of Armand Deligny.
So the silver roll hoop cover was kind of difficult to distinguish between that and the roll hoop itself. But the battle continues for the number 2 spot between Marshall Miller and Joey Valentine. Joey Valentine grew up racing 410 sprint cars and Rush modifieds and always watched NASCAR as a kid. So he's been around racing all his life, not necessarily on asphalt or concrete. He's been around on the dirt circuit. So racing on the asphalt is a little bit of a different racing surface than he is accustomed to. But he is still putting in some great times. They're running in the number 2 spot, but here comes Marshall Miller. He's getting a little bit irritated, I want to say, at this point in time, as he wants to work his way towards the front, and he's getting held up right now by Team Superfly.
Yeah, he just looking at the gap that Anthony is pulling off on the field and just continuing to look for an opportunity to get by Joey, if at all possible. Joey's looks like he's got the 4 tires underneath him now. It looks like the handling's under control. I think that it was probably a start with the cold tires. Probably set him off.
2/10 is what separates your leader from second place out there. 2/10 of a best lap time. So you got to think that once some of these drivers make their way by Redline Racing, that they will by Superfly. There's too many supers out there.
Superfly, yeah.
Only we're missing is a superhero. But Supersonic, or Superfly, excuse me, still hanging on to the number 2 position.
We are used to talking about Supersonic being in the top of the field, but Armand's just kind of hanging out by himself there. He is a man in his own little world, making sure he can set down those lap times without much interruption.
Marshall Miller still applying the pressure to your second place driver and Team High Voltage with Jacob Andrew, X30 senior and low 206 pilot. And he is a former employee of High Voltage karting itself. So he has a lot of experience on these low race karts, I should say. I know that we've talked about it in the past, James, that High Voltage does they used to run a different battery technology. Do you know if they are still running the...
As far as at their center, yeah, they do. So they're on traditional lead-acid batteries, that pretty much the same technology you see in a car. And then what we're running here are lithium batteries that have about 81 amp hours of capacity. You can look to see teams... I mean, this is going to be up to them as far as strategy goes. We've seen in testing that these batteries can go 104 laps. In fact, the guy who's in the lead right now, Anthony Narofsky, is Marshall Miller's going to look on the inside. Joey's going to have the preferred line to 2, but Marshall's going to keep him squeezed. Is he going to push him to the outside?
Here comes High Voltage.
Turn 4 is not a great place to try to turn, but High Voltage is going to take an opportunity, take advantage of that, and he's going to get by Marshall Miller.
Not what Marshall Miller had in his poker hand. He did not want that to happen. He was trying to make a pass and ended up losing a position as a result of him trying to be aggressive. But here we see Team High Voltage going to apply the pressure to Team Superfly as well, and may well just make the pass into the number 2 position. And maybe Marshall Miller can learn something here.
We've seen that so many times on this tight track. When 2 guys go into a battle, the third guy who is waiting and patiently sitting there has an opportunity to slipstream right on by, and that's exactly what Jacob did.
It's that lucky dog by making the move as a result of 2 drivers' mishaps. So now we see Marshall Miller trying to apply the pressure to Team High Voltage after Voltage making the aggressive move while Miller was trying to make the pass. And this is tightening up a little bit further back now as we see Armand Deligny starting to close in from that number 6 position. He was all by himself, and now that's at the tail end of this battle. So your 6th place driver is making it a 5-driver battle for the number 2 position. And they're still chasing that Team Superfly driver piloted by Joey Valentine. But here we see Marshall Miller trying to go back at High Voltage, battling
High Voltage
for 3rd
trying
place.
to take a shot at Joey now. He's the guy that was sitting in Marshall's shoes just a minute ago. That familiar turn 5, that was the spot of a contended pass at the very end of our first inaugural 12 Hours of Canton. High Voltage and Supersonic involved in that.
Lap times are coming down for Team High Voltage as they have just ran a heater just about 1/10 of a second off Team Downhill Burrito's fastest lap times, and Team 31 Motorsports with your 3rd fastest lap out there on the race course back in the number 4 spot. So Superfly Racing, not the 2nd fastest kart on the course, but they are still running in that number 2 position. And there we see Armand Deligny sitting there at the back of this pack. So there could be all kinds of passes being made at any point in time if any opportunity arises, but Joey Valentine is driving a very smart kart.
He is really holding on to his own. I know that he's gotten constant pressure from the back. He's probably getting tired of getting bumped out there, but
he's not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, he's right on his racing line, which is where he needs to be.
So if you are a member of Team Superfly, you are stoked that Joey Valentine is doing exactly what he's doing and holding up the rest of the field by maintaining his track or his lines on the track and just making other drivers have to make the pass the hard way. But here we see Marshall Miller applying the pressure to High Voltage for the number 3 position.
You'll notice on the battery meter down there, he's sitting at about 71%. We've informed teams that this is not the sole location for them to make decisions about their pit stops, but it is a good gauge as far as where they are in their pit stop strategy. So, for instance, the first 5% may drop off really fast, and the last 10% may drop off almost immediately. So we've warned teams, don't be looking at just that value right there when you see 71%. There are other data points that they'll be looking for to make sure that they don't kill their car on track.
So what would be an approximate number, though, that you would want to let it get down to safely before pulling it?
The battery itself will get it down to the lowest cell value of 2.5 volts. So normally you're operating in the 3.3 and 3 volt range per cell. There are 16 cells in each car. And when that weakest cell in the link gets down to 2.5 and it stays there for just a half a second or two, that's when the battery will shut off. So teams need to be watching to make sure that that weakest cell is holding around the 3 volt values, and then they need to start watching for pit stops.
So now we see some lap traffic coming into play as a member of Team Ohio Drone Repair starting to be a factor now. So this could be something that changes things up for this battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th out here now.
Yeah, Anthony already getting past that for the first time, but Anthony's not even been in the shot for the last couple of laps here because he has checked out from the field so significantly. I mean, he had a blistering pace not only in the qualifying race, but he also is the champion of the last endurance round. This guy has shown that he has got the fastest pace.
Anthony Narowski.
Yep, Narovsky. Yeah, yep, no W I've had to learn, so. Oh, they're going to get bumped going the front straightaway. They're going to high voltage say, what's going on with this? Marshall Miller tucking it in behind.
Like I just mentioned, that lapped driver becoming a factor.
Going side by side in turn 4 is never fun, but will Marshall take a look in turn 5? No, he won't. He will withhold. It's a long race. You don't need to be making those moves just yet.
And with that lapped rider in the mix, that has allowed Joey Valentine for Team Superfly to pull away in the number 2 position, leaving the battle behind him for 3rd place now between High Voltage and Team 31 Motorsports.
Also look at Armand Deligny there, who has caught the field. He's now sitting in the back of Zach Harmon in the number 19.
Yeah, I mentioned that he caught to the rear end of this pack, and now he is challenging to possibly work his way inside the top 5, trying to work on the rear fender of Redline Racing. And now Marshall Miller going back after Ohio Drone Repair for the number 3 position there. He's showing him a wheel on the inside. Different racing lines. You're going to see Marshall Miller trying to straight line some things and get the inside into a couple of these corners, and that would possibly set up a passing opportunity.
And these guys are still going to be out there for a while because they don't want to make too many pit stops. The track is so short and the pit stops are so long. It's really difficult to try to come in early and try to make up that in pace. Most of these teams are going to be pretty much flat out all day.
So we are 17 minutes of racing into this already. We see a couple of drivers on different laps already, some lap traffic becoming a factor, and the battle continues for the number 3 spot as Team Downhill Burrito has altogether checked out from Team Superfly, sitting all by themselves in the number 2 position. Your battle is on for the number 3 position between Team High Voltage, Team 31 Motorsports, Team Redline Racing, and Team Supersonic.
And looking at the timing and scoring, it looks like something's not correct. That's been not correct for a little while because we know that Superfly is not in the 5th position, so we'll have to figure out why that is.
I believe that might be best lap time classifications, not necessarily track positions.
I think going down, yeah, it should be sorted based upon positions on track, though.
Looks like it's getting sorted based on lap time currently. So take the
best lap time. Yeah.
Take what you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen with a grain of salt. That will be sorted by best lap time. There we have it sorted correctly.
I found
as
the
they
setting.
are on track.
that was my fault on the scoreboard, guys. Sorry about that.
So we got Team Downhill Burrito still leading Team Superfly, High Voltage in 3rd, 31 Motorsports in 4th, with Redline Racing in the number 5 position, with Supersonic being in the number 6 position. The Ghost, Armand Deligny, the driver hailing from France, now calling the United States home. looking to have some fun, and he is.
Yeah, caught up right to the tail end of Zach Harmon there. Even though they're missing the roll hoop cover, you're watching Redline Racing.
So I'm wondering, did Armand kind of let up a little bit in those first 10 laps, first 20 laps or so, to allow his kart to have a little bit more
You never
duration?
know with the Ghost. He is one of the masters of strategy, so it's hard to tell. My guess is probably not. My guess is probably had a bad start or something happened back there in the field we may not have caught. He typically is a guy that will not be backing off by any means.
So separating things out a little bit for the number 3 and 4 positions, as High Voltage putting about a kart length between them and a Marshall Miller. It's about a kart length back to the number 5 position on the race course, which is Redline Racing, and Supersonic in that number 6 spot, still trying to apply the pressure to Redline Racing without that roll hoop cover.
It looks to me that Joey Valentine has kind of relaxed a little bit. He's now back to pace. He's pulled out a gap and has settled down a little bit. My guess is that the nerves are high at the start of this race, so now this is getting him a little bit of breathing room, and he's going to try to chase down Downhill Burrito. Marshall Miller, though, in the meantime, not giving up. He wants to get that spot back that he lost earlier from the race.
Yes, he is. He is not happy about qualifying so deep in the field. You may think third place is not deep in the field, but the furthest he has finished in one of these 12-hour, or the worst he has finished in one of these 12-hour races has been first. So starting in the number 3 position is not where he wants to find himself, and there he's trying to show Team High Voltage wheel.
Look in every corner he can, inside, outside.
There he's got the line on Team High Voltage, and Marshall Miller making the pass, putting his head down into the number 3 spot now.
Jacob almost giving him just a little bit of a break to allow him to go by. In some circumstances, that could be beneficial to you, so that may be a race strategy thing for High Voltage.
I want to say that Marshall realized that and gave Team High Voltage a thumbs up after making that pass. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. You know what I can do. Let me do it. Just let me go.
Going on board now with the race leader, Anthony Narovsky of DHB Racing, Downhill Burrito, sitting on the back of ASR Racing right now in the number 13.
We haven't been paying as close of attention to the battle or the race deeper in the field. Team Porsche Beechwood, I believe, also going a lap down. So your race leader, Narovsky, applying the pressure to what would now be 7th place on the race course. So starting to lap through the field already. That is so impressive.
He is making quick work, but if we ever go back to that onboard, we'll just show you just how smooth of a driver he is. Watch just the minute details of the pedal down there. You see how his left foot just slightly braking a little bit, then easing back on the throttle, especially back through the carousel here as you go down the front straightaway. This is a guy who, when I watched him do his 104 lap testing session, I hardly ever heard him squeak the rear tires because he hardly ever locked them up. And that just goes to show you how smooth he is on these cars, and he can adapt to them really, really easy. He's going to take a look on the inside. That's going to be a squeeze right there at ASR.
So the less noise you hear,
and the ASR is going to give him right back, so he's going to keep him in that spot there. They want to stay on this lap.
So the less noise you hear from the tires means that the tire is gripping. If you hear it chirping, then it's slipping across the racing surface, and you're not getting grip there.
I was amazed. I was sitting there watching those laps just tick off as they were doing a practice session, and I go, he just never locks up in turn 1. It's a common problem with the karts and the track setup that we have here is turn 1 is really tricky with the braking zone because you pick up all this speed in the front straightaway, and then right here you got to be really easy on the brakes to make sure you don't lock them up.
I seen Team High Voltage lose a handful of positions in a hurry, and in one lap they went from 4th place to 6th place, so they have dropped through the field. I do not know if it was a mistake or if they happened to pull in the pits, but Team High Voltage, now they're back in the number 6 position, has there was some work to do. They were once battling for the number 2 position on the race course. Yeah, they must have had a mistake on the track where they lost a ton of positions. Now they're behind the Ghost, who is still applying pressure to Redline Racing. And looking at some best lap times, 31 Motorsports, your second fastest kart on the track right now. So Marshall Miller, you got to think that he's starting to nip at the lead gap.
I think so too, and I was going to watch as the gap to the leader comes around with Anthony getting caught behind ASR Racing, whether that was going to narrow that gap. We had about 11 seconds, I believe, on the last lap. Anthony's going to look on the inside this time, try to get by him. We'll see what the timing system shows as far as the gap between 1 and 2 and this time by.
Say Narowski already working his way closer and closer to Team High Voltage Racing to put them 1 lap down, and they're not honestly that far ahead, as Ohio Drone Repair, the Purple Hoods, have already gone 2 laps down. And there we see them making that pass stick on ASR Racing to put them 1 lap down. Your race leader, Team Downhill Burrito, piloted by Anthony Narowski.
Yep, so Anthony also has 3 young teammates, which are going to be hopping in the car after they make their first pit stop. It's going to be interesting to see how those kids are able to hold up under the pressure. Anthony just calm, cool, and collective out there in the lead right now. But we know this is a really long race. The pit stops are really going to count, and they've got to be careful when they come in for this pit stop, which we're probably a little bit more than halfway on the battery stints right now.
Yeah, Team Downhill Burrito brought to you by Ray's Mountain Bike Park, JW Dodado 1 Hour Heating, AC Twisted Tomato Pizzeria. Can use some of that up here later.
That sounds really good.
That
right
does
now.
sound really good. D&K Fence and Lawn, Ben Franklin Plumbing, Summit Racing, Canta Service, and Cast Haste.
And we're going to go yellow flag. This would roll the pace car for the very first time today as we see the field start to bunch up.
Competition yellow?
Not sure. Try to figure out what's going on.
And we'll see the tank coming out here on the track.
And this will be the first time the double car has its debut at the 12 Hours of Canton. It's going to be piloted by Kyle Weber and co-piloted by, sorry, I'm listening to the radio, by, making sure I got the right, yeah, so Adam is in there, okay.
Cool Views brought to you by Ohio Drone Repair for the 3rd annual running of Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed. There we can see the trails. It's almost like chemtrails in the sky, but it's on the racing surface, and that is the heat in the tires getting put in the concrete itself, raising the temperature of certain areas on the race course.
Absolutely amazing to watch, and as the day progresses, I expect this racing line to not only heat up, because our ambient temperature is going to be above 70 degrees today, but also the racing line could potentially widen up, and then when we go to reverse track, we're going to see things change quite a bit.
And what is the, what are the variables? What gives you the best lap time? Is it a hot tire on a cold surface? Is it a hot tire on a warm surface? Is it a cold tire on a cold surface? I don't think that one's going to be it, as everything's going to be sliding there. What does allow the best lap times?
You know, we've seen lots of different conditions that produced fast lap times, which on this track is anything below 25.5s. We have seen days when track heats up and drivers go faster, but we've also seen like humid days, like cold, humid days tend to somehow give the adhesion to the concrete. This is an all asphalt or all concrete track, and it's been bead blasted as well. So something about those two conditions seem to give us the best conditions.
Trying to get some information through the comms as to what's going on out there, perhaps what led to this competition caution, I want to say. Not exactly sure the reasoning behind this, but this, as we said.
Yeah, we have Dana down in the pits, so hopefully she'll be able to fill us in a little bit on what's going on. I hear them talking about something about a lap and whether they have to get on back or something like that, but...
So I've been trying to closely follow.
Did they give the roll hoop cover back to Team Redline Racing? Let's check back here in the field a little bit. Oh, there was debris on the track. Okay, thanks, Race Control, giving us that information.
Very good information to have, just like you'd get in a NASCAR race, and just like you get in any other race on a surface like this. If there's debris on the race course that is going to... lap counter fell out of one of the carts.
Oh, that would be bad debris. So lap counter meaning the transponder.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not good. That means you're not counting your laps. So that is definitely not something you need. So I'm sure they'll give that back. I wonder, is that Redline Racing that had that problem? Because that would mean they lost a transponder and a roll hoop cover.
That would be very bad to them. But debris on the field is hazardous to the competitors and hazardous to the spectators watching trackside. So we have to take any precautions necessary to pick up any unnecessary debris that may be on the race course at any given time. And we'll get that situated and pull that pace cart off the track and get racing back underway in just a few moments. And racing order is as follows. Still have Team Downhill Burrito with the lead over Team Superfly. Team 31 Motorsports back there in the number 3 spot. Redline Racing in 4th with Supersonic, adopting that number 5 spot with the mishap of High Voltage, who fell back to the number 6 spot after running great early.
If you're following on this awesome split screen here we got going on, you'll notice that the color underneath the driver's name matches up with the scoreboard and should also match the roll hoop covers for those of you who are following along. Hopefully you guys have a favorite driver that you're rooting for and cheering all the day. But look how similar, well, so I was going to say similar, but look at Marshall Miller sitting at 41% and Anthony sitting at 44%. Now, these are not exact numbers. They are estimates. But if it is possible that Anthony has saved 3% of battery power, that's going to be tremendous at the end of his stint.
And saving power while leading, that is impressive.
Yeah, it goes to show you driving the car smooth, less aggressive on the brakes.
And as a result of this caution, it is going to put Narowski out front with clear track. He has a lapped rider behind him, or lapped driver behind him.
Yep.
You're going to hear me refer to a lot of these drivers as riders, as I have announced motocross races and dirt bike races for 15 years straight.
It's cool.
So I will make that mistake quite frequently throughout the evening.
We're good. We roll with it.
But we do have between your leader and second
Pace
place.
cart's going to roll off, so Anthony's going to have the field. They're going to come back to green here.
3 lapped carts separating the leader from second place.
The field is going to be nose to tail on this restart. This is going to get interesting as Anthony slows the pace. No, he waited till the start line to get going again. That's going to jam up the 2, 3, 4 cars.
There's a lot to watch there at that restart.
Yeah, that's putting ASR right in the middle there.
Yeah.
As the rest of the field, it seemed kind of confused because there's not supposed to be any passing before the start-finish line, but Anthony kind of took his time getting back to the start. Not a clean rolling start.
So that had us scratching our heads up here in the box as we see your race leader, Narowski, with a lot of clear real estate ahead of him, and he's got a lot of clear real estate behind him as he has 3 lapped drivers separating him from second place. Still have Joey Valentine for Team Superfly in the number 2 position. He is, if you're looking out there on the track, 4th on the course as they cross the start-finish line. Marshall Miller, a little bit of distance between him and Joey Valentine for Team Superfly.
That's going to squeeze Armand in the front straight away as Zach is going to get the advantage of there. They're trying to get past the Ohio Drone Repair.
Redline Racing getting their way through some lapped drivers as Team Supersonic trying to follow them as well through to maintain pressure on the number 4 cart on track. So there we see a battle between a couple of lapped carts as your leader, Narowski, pulling away. The battle is still on for the number 2 spot between the pink hood and the blue hood of Superfly and 31 Motorsports. Joey Valentine and Marshall Miller still applying pressure in the for the number 2 position. They have pulled away from Redline Racing, who is still in the number 4 spot, running great here today. They qualified in the number 4 position, I believe. No, High Voltage qualified in the number 4 position, with Redline Racing qualifying in 5th. So they have improved in the first 30 minutes of competition. The battle continues for the number 2 spot as they are behind 2 lap drivers crossing the start-finish line. Narowski checking out just like he did at the start of this event just over 30 minutes ago.
I believe we have Payson in the Porsche Beechwood car. Is that correct? See the white helmet here in the brown. I believe he's their lead-off driver. And then behind him, do we have Drew in ASR Racing? Just trouble checking the helmets as he goes by. Yes, I do believe that is Drew. So Drew Williams piloting that team in their first stint.
I concur. That is Pace and Lang. Looks like they have two drivers with a white helmet for Team Porsche Beechwood. Pace and Lang and Curtis Harrington showing with white helmets. So you got to look for stickers. Got to look for details now to separate these two drivers.
And I believe it was Curtis who said that, well, just look for the Boss sticker on the side. Boss Pro Karting up in Cleveland. He's got his helmet labeled there.
That's not Curtis out there.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm talking about when we see them. Sorry. Yeah.
I got you. Great looking GT4 RS.
He's going to wave Joey by. Drew is. A little bit of a bump, and as he says goodbye.
And great looking GT4 RS brought to you by the folks at Porsche Beechwood.
Yeah,
having a great showing for their first ever race here for the 12 Hours of Canton.
Yeah, I'm so embarrassed I called it a GT3 car. Everyone's going to shoot me for that one.
Oh, you got corrected.
Yeah. That, and I already got corrected for calling Katie a father-son combination. So
yes, you did. I caught that one. The pressure is still going on as now it's between Team ASR, powered by Balls. They're back there in the number 8 position. They're putting the laps in. They're a great-looking team. Got the head-to-toe gear.
Notice that the gap to leader now is sitting at 5.6 seconds. Before we had that yellow, Anthony had pulled out about 11 to 12-second gap, working his way through traffic. So it's obviously reset the field, but he again has regained, or is still working on regaining that 10-second lead time he had on everybody.
It's almost like before he has even turned a single lap here at K1 Speed Canton, he has studied where the fastest line, the theoretical fastest line would be, and he is just applying it every single lap, and he is pulling away. It is very impressive.
Yeah, it says in our driver bios that he raced across the country, and that includes a lot of K1 speed locations, so he's very familiar with indoor electric racing. He came here because he now lives here, but up until this point, he had been basically traveling across the country and enjoying a lot of these centers. So that I think it's a combination of that, and plus he's a very avid sim racer. That has allowed him to adapt to these cars so well. All right, Marshall Miller is going to be into the pits here, which just 79 laps on the board. We haven't talked about the stop box yet, but this is a good time to review it. So track marshal there, who is giving the hands up. That means that the next driver is good to be released. They have to stop inside the boundaries of that box. They're not allowed to exceed, and they must make sure the car is past the back line. Otherwise, it is a drive-through penalty.
Yep, Dana and I were talking about potential penalties in the pre-race show, and we talked about that starting box, or that stopping box in the pit lane. We're going to get next time we get a driver in there, if we could just focus on it for just another couple of seconds so we can see where they have to stop. That would be awesome. But there we see the transition as we now have Dominic D'Angelo making his way out on course for Team 31 Motorsports.
That was a very fast driver swap for them. If we get a replay of it, we'd love to see anything that we got for the driver launch. But we kind of timed the other day to see what it was like doing a drive-through penalty versus an actual driver stop. And the difference, the delta, is only about between 7, 8, or 9 seconds, depending upon the driver. So you have this entire span of the track, or the pit box, that you don't have to traverse because the other driver's coming in the front. But you attribute that 7 to 10 seconds just on jumping in the car, putting your roll hoop cover on, tightening your seatbelts, and relaunching. That is a very fast pit stop.
So Armand DeLigny, clear of Team High Voltage, trying to apply the pressure on Team Redline Racing. That would be for the number 3 position.
Yep, now that 31 Motorsports drops down to the 8th position because they're one of the first teams to get into the pits. Now, remember, they're a team that doesn't have a dedicated strategist, so if they're counting laps, that might be what they're going on so they don't kill a battery. It might be a really conservative strategy, but you see the other teams are continuing to push their charges.
And you may have to think that this is 31 Motorsports' inexperience at reading battery telemetry. They may have been able to stretch that cart out a little bit longer for Marshall, but Marshall, not knowing the telemetry driving himself, he can only listen to what is going on through the comms from Dominic.
Right.
Maybe a little bit of an inexperience on that part.
Might be, as we're going to see Peyton dip off into the pits there for Porsche Beechwood Racing, their very first pit stop. So we're starting to see these first laps come in. Teams probably a little bit on the conservative side, but again, killing a battery on track, All right, let's talk about the stop box real quick. Make sure you stop in. Hand goes up.
So there you see a yellow line at the front and the back, and we have two separate stop boxes. If we have multiple drivers coming into pit at the same time, we don't want there to be a bottleneck in the pit lane preventing them from getting out on the track any faster. We want the pit stops to be as smooth as they possibly can, as fast as they possibly can, without us track staff being a factor in limiting them.
That's a long stop there for Curtis, who was adjusting his belts. As he relaunches, the car automatically reaccelerates. Yeah, you're right, Derek, because that was exactly what we wanted to try to avoid. It was the middle of the pits is a work zone for our employees, so they've got to take care of the cars and the batteries and the charging cycles. So that's why we're stopping them at the beginning of the pits, and then we're relaunching them at the front of the pits, and that creates a neutral zone for us to work.
So you have to have safety. Safety is the number one priority, because you got to be able to go home to your families at the end of the day. Because if we have an accident, that means we have to stop the event, and that's not going to be good for us. It's not good PR.
Yeah, it was also important to us that we saw drivers have to make an attempt at tightening their seat belts. This is an arrive and drive facility that these carts get driven all the time. We don't want advertising to the public that we want people driving unsafely.
Exactly. Safety is the number one priority, period, at a facility like this.
So you'll see when they're tightening their belts, they have to touch the bottom and the top. If they don't make an attempt at tightening those, then they could have to drive as drive-through penalty. They're not allowed to launch the car until that is completed.
So leading the way still is Team Downhill Burrito, Ray's Mountain Bike Park, JW Donato, helping those guys out, heading up the field for the third annual competition, Karting's 12 Hours of Canton. Team Superfly Racing still running back there in the number 2 spot. C&R Tire, Weaver Racing, Nico Skate Shop, and Reinhardt Drone helping out Team Superfly. So check out Canton Cars and Coffee as well. You may see a couple of members of Team Superfly at Canton Cars and Coffee events. There we see a representative of Team ASR making their way into the pits, and it looks like the black helmet.
Ravi.
Is that Ravi?
Yep, I believe so.
So they're exactly the same helmets, just you have one that's green and pink.
They're so well branded, they all blend in together. We've got some sort of cable hanging off the back of Dom D'Angelo. Won't affect the car performance, though. It'll be just kind of dangling around there.
Heard that we may have debris out there on the course as the battle is still on for the number 2 spot. Superfly, Redline, and Supersonic. You could even toss in High Voltage as they are all on the same lap now. Now that we're getting closer to the 100 lap count, now it's not a battle of seconds between drivers. Now it's a battle of laps between drivers.
Yeah,
and
how far
it's
are you
a
gonna
strategy.
Push? Yeah, how far are you going to push it? And you don't want to make the mistake of bringing in more than 2 teams at a time, because you only have 2 positions on the stop box. So if the third driver comes in, they're going to have to wait for that stop box to become relinquished, and then they'll be able to stop. So that's going to be very costly. As High Voltage now takes a look on the inside. Armand Deligny, he's got the preferred line into 2. Armand got to stay right with it into 3. Had debris on track momentarily. I think that was from Dom D'Angelo, if I can...
I believe it was a camera.
I assume, right? Yeah.
One of our cart-mounted cameras lost their device. There we see a representative of the Silverhood, Ohio Drone Repair coming in. As they were stretching it out, they were holding out as long as they could before switching. As we've seen ASR and Team Porsche Beechwood come in, that was allowing Team Ohio Drone Repair to adopt that number 7 position like they're running right now.
Here comes our first penalty of the day. I think Ravi might be a little confused as far as why, but I think it was because they left a roll hoop cover on the cart before they left it. So he is going to serve that first penalty of the day. Drive through, long stop, skids out back in turn 1, back in the corner of the shot.
Lesson has been learned. We are nearing the 45-minute mark of competition. Still have Downhill Burrito leading Superfly. Only 1 lap separates them now. It's not even a full lap that separates them. It's only about a half a lap that separates Team Downhill Burrito from Superfly. But we see Team Downhill Burrito with Anthony Narowski.
There we go.
Coming in for his pit. 16% remaining.
Good. I think that's a good safe threshold for them. You don't want to be I'm going to wait for that stop, make sure it's good. Okay.
So this is going to allow Superfly with Joey Valentine to adopt the race lead. Now we have to mention that Team Downhill Burrito, they have to add the booster seats for any of their drivers now?
They do, and that's part of the challenge of getting the pit stops as fast as possible is Jensen Button's jumping into that.
Here comes Team Supersonic
also. So a lot of teams pitting. They're seeing those voltages hitting their... Okay, so Jensen is getting really held up in the pit stops. This was a concern for DHB today. He's going to hit the helmet, but that allowed Supersonic to get out a little faster than them.
And that's what I was just touching on, as they had a couple of extra steps in their pitting process, which was allowing Team Supersonic to make the move. And that's Corey Salerno. That's my buddy, my motocross buddy, motocross dad as well, as our sons race in the same class together. So it's a lot of fun, him and I. He is out there for Team Supersonic now. Supersonic being helped out by Rachel, racing with Rachel and Salerno's Primescapes, bringing that kart to the track this weekend, or this Friday.
So Superfly Racing going to finally get the pit stop. There we go.
Yep.
They were leading the race.
So the only driver on the original kart
will be High Voltage.
Team High Voltage. So Jacob Andrew kind of stretching it out, playing with fire right now, as we should expect to see him come in here in the next lap or so. He has just clicked off 100 laps of competition right at the 45-minute mark.
I believe this is going to be Tyler Stevenson jumping in for Superfly. Yeah, distinctive blue helmet and the blue gloves.
Yep. He held the indoor track record in 2024 for some time at 25.26.
So now Dom is wrestling with Downhill Burrito. We got Jensen in the car. Not quite up to temperature on the tires yet, but he is bearing down on him. I believe this is lap down for them. Jensen did lose a fair amount of time.
So there you got a good view of the cable kind of hanging from Team
31 Motorsports.
31 Motorsports. Dominic D'Angelo's kart has that cable kind of hanging. Might not have communications to his onboard camera currently.
So we're going to follow Jensen for a little bit in the red roll hoop as Dom goes to the outside of turn 4. That's going to squeeze him a little bit. Jensen's going to hold his own in turn 5, lift off the throttle and try to keep the position. I want you to watch Jensen when he comes to the front straightaway. One thing I thought particularly interesting about his driving line is that he cuts turn 1 really close. Oh, he's going to take defensive. Turn 1 really close there.
He is running that very close.
I was interested to see if he was going to maintain that throughout the race, and it looks like he might be, although he is defending against Dom D'Angelo right now.
So now we're going to see if Team High Voltage still has not came in for their lap, and they're clicking off 103 laps. I just seen their roll hoop zip in front of the camera feed there, so they're still leading Supersonic.
They are sitting in the risk zone now. We've seen High Voltage be discouraged with killing a car on track. Hopefully they're keeping an eye on that battery telemetry because they don't want to do that this early in the race.
So with all of the pits accounted for except for Team High Voltage, that would put Supersonic Racing into the number 1 spot. I think I just heard
there we go. Wow, 104 laps. That is the most we've ever seen on a battery charge. Never before have we run 104 laps in race conditions. That was an astronomical run for Jacob Andrews. That's really going to give them a leg up on this first stint.
That is definitely going to play a
laps
factor.
In race conditions. That's astounding.
Now, whenever these carts come in to get charged back up with the 16 cells opposed to the 15 cells, is that increasing the charging time?
So normally, yes, because it would mean higher capacity. Tyler Stevens looking on the inside. Normally, yes. However, we made a change for this race. Because of our new battery technology and the strong heat sinks that these batteries have, we are actually charging at twice the rate we have done in the past, which means we're now to the point where we are hoping to do a 1-to-1 ratio. That is, for every minute spent on track is 1 minute of charge time.
That would be huge.
Yeah, we operated this race in the last 2 years on a 1-to-2 cycle, so you had 1 minute track time, 2 minutes of charge time. We've done a lot of testing as far as the capabilities of this battery, and they take to the heat very well, so this is going to help us recover, and this is one of the reasons that we're allowed to field 9 teams this year compared to the 8 last year and the 7 on the first year.
And with the I had something that I was just going to mention that was pertaining to the cells. Does a battery run longer on an ambient temperature, a hot temperature, or a cold temperature?
I'm pretty sure, yes, as long as it's not too cold, because we all know that lithium batteries are not, they cannot freeze, because that will do damage to them. So as long as you're sitting in that middle range, I believe so. So obviously the cooler, the better, yeah. Heat is the enemy of almost everything mechanical.
So later in the race, once these carts have had a charging cycle and a dissipation cycle, the battery temperature itself will start to rise and not be as optimal, perhaps, at the end of the day?
We are hoping not. So again, what we've seen during our regular endurance races and during testing, it doesn't. So the heat dissipation is really good during the charging cycles, and usually the car has been ready to go back out on track immediately under normal operating temperatures when they are after they're doing a full charge.
So 107 laps is hypothetically what we could be seeing for.
I'm still amazed. Like high voltage as high voltage is now in the mix, he's got Tyler Stevenson on his back there. They got Nate Groh in the hot seat right now.
And that is battle for position right there. Wow,
Tyler
is it
Stevenson
ever.
Getting the short end of the stick on that one.
That is a battle for the number 2 position. We have High Voltage with Redline Racing and Superfly all in the mix, in shot, and Supersonic.
And this is Mitch Shannon in the hot seat for Redline Racing right now. We've seen a lot of aggressive moves from Mitch Shannon before. We've talked about him in previous 12 hours. So Tyler Stevenson needs to be careful how he approaches this one.
And we just seen Team ASR getting Salerno'd as Corey Salerno working his way through some traffic onto the rear fender of Team Superfly. Got Tyler Stevenson piloting Team Superfly. He's been excited to race in highly anticipated event such as this for a very, very long time. He's been looking forward to something this big his entire racing career, and finally checking off a big race in his bucket list box of races.
I'm checking on the lap counter for the teams, and we obviously saw 31 Motorsports being the first one to pit. They had the shortest stint of 79 laps, and other teams sitting in there between the high 80s. We had an 87 lap, and we also had a couple 90 lap stints. So even further than we've seen in years past, we've got the additional cell, the additional capacity, and also the ability to extract more energy out of these batteries. So far, so good.
It looks like Tyler Stevenson with Team Superfly has the pace to make the pass on Redline Racing. But there we see Redline Racing closing the gap on High Voltage. So this is a great battle for the number 2 spot, as Corey Salerno, the race leader, just behind this trio, is trying to put them 2 laps down. It's a great battle for the number 2 spot, as Redline Racing applying the pressure to Voltage and continuing to have Superfly back there in the number 4 spot. But back a little bit further, you got to think that Marshall Miller's not quite happy in 5th, currently 2 laps down. Him and Dominic D'Angelo not quite meeting his goals, because Marshall Miller, he's won this thing 2 years in a row on different teams, and now doing it on his own, essentially, with Dominic D'Angelo backing him up.
Well, they may just adjust the pit strategy from here. Maybe they will learn that was conservative, or if they stick with it, who knows? You never know what team will be the only one to not kill a battery on tracks. Dom D'Angelo goes on the inside again of ASR Racing. We got Ravi in the thick of things right there, but Jensen just trying to keep touch with Dom D'Angelo in the red right there in the blue roll hoop cover of 31 Motorsports.
Downhill Burrito, your former race leader, back in 6th after that disastrous pit stop, trying to recover and apply the pressure to Dominic D'Angelo. Those 2 drivers, I believe, are on the same lap. Yes, they are. They're 1 lap down from Supersonic.
Downhill Burrito didn't really want to be in this situation early in the race, but the race is long. They've got their key man who was able to show pace. And Jensen's doing a good job of hanging in there with the front runners for sure.
I guess I'm trying to figure out exactly how the dynamics of this is working out. They are a lap and a half behind. Okay, I've got it figured out now. So we're going to see 31 Motorsports and Downhill Burrito clicking off here in just a moment as 2 laps behind your race leader.
Yeah, it'll keep alternating because of the position, yeah. It's the downside of having a really short track.
It gets interesting up here in the box as we still see Downhill Burrito trying to recover from that disastrous pit stop. Their best lap time, a tenth of a second better than 31 Motorsports. I'm wondering if that is a Marshall Miller lap that was that 25.129.
Yeah, that would be my guess, although I haven't been paying attention to Dom D'Angelo's exact lap times. We've almost put an hour into this race and not even hit a commercial break yet, so the action's just been nonstop.
It has been relentless action out here on the race course, as there we see High Voltage getting through some lap traffic, and Redline Racing also trying to make their way through the lap traffic. That is a representative of Team Ohio Drone Repair, and we have which driver from Ohio Drone Repair? Is that Roger?
Tyler Stevens has got to be careful here. He had a little bit of a tough time getting by turn 1, but it looks like he's going to keep Corey behind him.
I believe that's Roger Mortimer piloting the kart for Ohio Drone Repair.
Yes, I do believe that's Roger.
Corey Salerno trying to put these drivers 2 laps down, and they would be on the same lap as 31 Motorsports and Downhill Burrito, so it would be 1 pit stop away from things getting all changed up at the front of the field. Supersonic trying to pick up where they left off 2 years ago. Champs here at K1 Speed for the 12 Hours of Canton. Racing trails on the concrete starting to heat up.
In years past, this race has been run in the month of March. It's the same date, but our ambient temperatures get ranged between 40 and 50 degrees. Today, we're going to see ambient outside exceed about 75 degrees, I believe. Even though this is an indoor circuit, we're still affected by that somewhat. So as the day goes on, we're going to see some of the highest temperatures we've seen for the 12 hours.
Yeah, this is usually like a St. Patrick's Day tradition here.
That's right.
When is St. Patrick's Day? I'm not
a good question. I think somebody's going to have to answer that for us.
Somebody will. We'll get it in the chat, I'm sure, and we'll be back in just a few moments with the final 11 hours of racing for the 3rd annual competition karting 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair.
Level optional simulator. Repair coach with drop track technical support, all included. Entry for motorsport. Stooks. Living experience. Inspiring drivers. Those are professional. Driver with just 1 monthly membership. Into the last drives while building a talent pool for and take in your motorsports career. Driver. Make sure you burn off. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. We give you more. all career right from home. From and we will tracks and technical motorsport all members exclusive world providing drive to those are to maximize at real world racing one punch. That's what I'm meal and pool full start home. Membership invite and take next step. Meltec, the world's first driver development platform.
I just wanna see me. You got it all and show you and fall.
Using all technology platform to pursue right. In fact, and we will accurately paint the world. Exclude track axles included. Repoint. Promote all will enjoy access to civil driving. We perspire. Rex. Are everything maximum potential as a racing driver. Is world-class drivers while building the all are invited. Buy today and take a step in your motorsports career. The world's first.
And we are back up here in the box watching the third annual Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton, and we've had some change-ups. We have had Team Supersonic taking over the number 1 spot. We've seen that before we went to break, and they had a sizable advantage. They were getting ready to make some passes on Redline Racing, Superfly, and Team 31 Motorsports to put them 2 laps down. So they came in for an additional pit stop.
Yeah, what we're looking at now is we looked up the scoreboard, realized Supersonic had dropped down after being that lead. So we'll try to figure out some information on whether they needed to ditch the car or what happened there.
So that definitely changes things up. They are still on the same lap as the rest of the top 6 is concerned, though, but they are, I'm calling it a cart ahead of High Voltage Superfly 31, Redline, and Downhill Burrito because they have fresh battery in respect to the rest of the field out there. So you may pull the top 6 as to battery percentages. They may be 70%, but Supersonic would be at 95%, hypothetically.
Possibly.
So that could be huge.
Yeah, but that gets tricky because it's like almost like the number of laps of the time is divided so evenly in a lot of situations where only staying out for that short amount of time is going to put you in an additional pit stop. But we'll see. I mean, a lot of things happen with yellows.
We were talking about that during break, James, that it could be something that comes down to at the 11th hour, 30-minute mark, and it could be a pit stop. It could be in their favor.
Yeah, as far as being off pit cycle from everybody, yeah.
It could be in their favor, or it could be something that is going to bite them in the end. But no, Rachel isn't out there. That's definitely Corey Salerno piloting Team Supersonic. So there may be some stuff going on with our telemetry maybe, but that's definitely still Salerno out there for Team Supersonic.
So
now I'm catching that.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. So the information we have shows that Rachel's in the car, but that doesn't look to be accurate. So we'll ditch that theory for the moment. Okay, so they adjusted an invalid lap on Supersonic's time.
Disregard everything I said about that cart ahead theory because that's not true anymore.
All right, so we got it sorted out now. As you're following Dom D'Angelo in 31 Motorsports on the tail of Mitch Shannon in Redline Racing. It goes both those guys just 4 seconds behind the lead.
An invalid lap. We'll try to get some more information on that to see if they just double counted or if what happened exactly there.
Right.
But High Voltage showing as your race leader over Team Superfly, Redline, 31 Motorsports, Downhill Burrito, and Supersonic. And I am going to try to be catching up with them on the race course right now. There's your orange hood, just seeing it pass in front of the camera. He has about 4, 5, 6 carts between him and Team Superfly, who we should see coming across the start-finish line, I believe, right now. There they are making their way around the carousel. Yep. The battle is on for third between Redline and 31 Motorsports making their way across the finish line right now. So that is a great battle.
Yeah, Dom kind of giving Mitch a taste of his own medicine there. Just keep bumping the bumper as they round through turn 3 back there. Mitch is usually the aggressor in these situations. I think he's going to signal a pit stop on this one, see if he dives off. Nope. He was saying, oh, okay, so tapping his helmet. So he's saying, work with me instead of stop hitting me.
He is getting a little frustrated about... Yeah. Getting a little frustrated from the bumps.
But Dom says, no, I would like to gain this position back. We would rather not sit back here in fourth. I also have Downhill Burrito hot on my tail, so I don't want to lose any track space.
So they have different theories on fast routes around the race course. Does your driver for Redline Racing, that would be Mitch Shannon, I believe, driving for Redline Racing currently.
Yep.
Still have Dominic D'Angelo for Team 31 Motorsports, and they're in the red hood. That's Downhill Burrito, and that is still Jensen hanging on.
I believe we're going to go down to Dana, who's had an interview for us.
Sending things down to Dana in the paddock.
Welcome, Dana, your first interview with us.
All right, folks, we're back down here by the track, and joining me is Nicolina Blackerby. I knew I was going to get it wrong. But regardless, I kind of wanted to speak with her. We saw her son earlier, Giovanni, And I was inquiring with her about how somebody of his age goes about getting involved in this sport, kind of, putting a message out there on how other younger folks also could get into this fantastic sport. So I'm going to turn it over to you to kind of tell your story and how he got involved and where he's at with things.
So Giovanni started out biking. We started out at, I think, 2.5. He got a Strider bike. And it's just a push bike where you use your feet. And so he did that. We took him out on the mountain bike trails when he was 3.5. And he absolutely loved it. And so we started racing BMX. And then he started doing harder mountain bike trails and then downhill trails. And then from there, we introduced him to motorsport. We got him a racing simulator when he was 9. And from there, he's just loved it. And so he started off sim racing. He worked his way through Gran Turismo 7. And he was doing the licenses and just learning racecraft and skills. And then he started competing online. And he worked his way up to where he's competing in the top lobbies, getting top 50 out of 12 to 24,000 competitors. And so it's been neat watching him. And then from there, he came here and he started doing their junior league. He did a partial season of junior league, and then in 23 he did the full season of the junior league, and he came in first place. And then from there we went to the national championships. He got third place out in California, and then he won their world championship last year.
Well, that is amazing. He's done a lot of things. He's kind of watching us over here from the side. But the question I had for you also is, I know, there he is. He's only 12 years old, so he's not quite old enough to get to the next level. So what does that look like, anticipating the future for him as a driver and his expectations and desires to be another driver?
Well, yes, he does want to be a professional race car driver. So what we are doing in these few years before he's actually able to start driving in cars, 14 or 15, we are just going to have him kart, go and do as much karting as he can, do races on the racing simulator, just gain as much experience as he can, develop his racecraft, so by the time he does get into cars, he will have the tools necessary to be able to do that.
So, folks, I didn't know about this, but there's race simulating that he actually does. So kind of explain to folks what that is. It's almost like a video game aspect of being live on a track, virtual?
Yes. So what we have is we have a wheel and pedals, and then we have a large TV. Giovanni's simulator has 3 screens that wrap around him. We have force feedback seat, so he's able to feel going over bumps in the car. He's able to adjust how tough it is to steer. So it's almost like driving in the car. And the racetracks that are set up on the simulators that he uses, they go and virtually scan the tracks. And so you're able to feel each bump and rock and, yep.
So I kind of want to give that story then on how he got involved. So any of you guys out there that are interested in go-karting or how to learn about the sport in itself, reach out to the website, reach out or message down below, and we'll give you some great ideas on how to get yourself or your children also involved. And it's a great time. So go Team DHB.
And we are back up here in the box, checking out some great racing action. I didn't see if anybody was making any pit stops during that interview, but we still, I believe, have Team High Voltage running up front. They are still being chased down by Team Superfly in that number 2 spot. Now we see Dominic D'Angelo from Team 31 Motorsports moving up into the number 3 spot. If this is the current running order as we are watching on screen right now, High Voltage over Superfly with 31 Motorsports in the number 3 spot. We are back here at K1 Speed for the 3rd annual Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair. Balls Guarana track first. Keeping things underway. Yes, it is. High Voltage, Superfly, and 31 Motorsports 1, 2, and 3. And they are 1, 2, and 3 out there on the track, crossing the finish line. They are putting on a show for you guys. And
I forget what the bet was, but we talked about how many hours into the race we were trying to figure how many drivers would be on the lead lap at a certain given point in time of the race. And I think it was, Jason said he expects the first top 5 in the first 4 hours, I believe. I said, that's a long time for people to be on the lead lap. Well, sure enough, we've got teams 1 through 5 still on the lead lap here.
We're an hour and 45 minutes into it, so his 4-hour pick for the top 5 may be off a little bit.
A little bit.
But still, really impressive for the top 5 to be all on the same lap this far in. There we see Dominic D'Angelo coming in for a break for Team 31 Motorsports.
So we talked about whether Marshall's strategy was going to be conservative or not, but it looks like they're staying with that conservative route. So they have 175 laps on the board. We'll do the math here real quickly, but I believe he pitted last time right around it was 85 laps, right?
Something right around there. He's going to come right back on the track right with Redline Racing. And it looks like Redline Racing losing a couple of positions from where we seen them before that interview. That is going to allow Team Supersonic to move. There we got some debris on the race course as we got one of our track staff jumping over the fence to get it taken care of. Thank you very much for quick response and quick action out there. Marshall Miller, I believe he's going to be a lap off, so he's still in the number 5 spot compared to High Voltage and Superfly, but he has some clear real estate ahead of him. Yes, he is now listed as 2 laps behind. He'll be 1 lap behind once he crosses the finish line, but High Voltage just behind him. Trying to catch up with Team Superfly to see where they are in comparison with Team High Voltage. Trying to get a broader view. Looking for, there it is, the orange hood just ahead of the pink hood as we see the leader, the driver for Team Superfly, Tyler Stevenson, closing in on your Team High Voltage driver. High Voltage being driven by Nate Groh. We talked to him in the pre-race show as this is his 3rd year running the 12 Hours of Canton. And he's getting the pressure from Superfly. Wanted to know who the next driver in the list for Superfly is going to be. If it's going to be Hartong or if it's going to be Stevenson.
Yeah, who is it? They just drove into the wall.
They gave a bump to a member of ASR. And Superfly has made the pass on High Voltage. So there we have a change up in the number 1 spot. And looking at lap times, it is still the early hot lap from Team Downhill Burrito from Anthony Naroski as the fastest lap of the day. But consistent 25-2s from Superfly is putting them up at the front of the field, making that pass on High Voltage. When you're out there on the track, you have to have your visors all the way down. That is another safety requirement. Am I not mistaken?
Yeah, in addition to having the helmet strapped.
Now, I see for Team Ohio Drone Repair, Dalton Kirby, he is showing a motocross helmet. Does he have to have a pair of goggles?
He does. Yeah, okay. As long as you have eye protection, you're all good.
Just didn't know what the...
See one of the Porsche Beechwood drivers coming in for the pits. Slow approach here. This is going to cost him a little bit of time. Going to give the okay on that one. The drivers can keep their foot on the throttle the entire time in the pit lane. It looks like he was backed off just a little bit. We don't do like a radar gun or anything, but the...
that was Steve Johanna, I believe.
And that's going to launch the veteran, Katie Wise, the Bull, as she's nicknamed, into the number 8. She's going to slot in right behind Redline Racing.
She's going to be relentless out there. She knows how to drive these karts and drive them aggressive, as this is her 3rd year running the 12 hours. She is a notable racer in the endurance series. She's put some laps in.
She's an aggressive driver, and we'll see if she stacks up the field like she's done in previous years here. Got Tyler sitting behind her with a little bit of a gap, but she's warming up the tires into turn 1 in her traditional style of sliding sideways.
She takes out all of her Monday to Friday road rage minivan aggression. here at K1 Speed. And it shows, as she is an aggressive competitor. But there we still have Superfly over High Voltage,
and
1 and 2.
Already stacking up the field. So you got Tyler Stevenson on the back of her. She going to take the inside line. That'll slipstream him by as he waves. But, okay, I was looking to see if Katie was going to give him a little bit of space into 2, and she did. As well as High Voltage Nate Groh there. So Portia Beechwood being a couple laps down. That's a generous gesture on her behalf.
Team Downhill Burrito back there in the number 3 position. One of the kids for Team Downhill Burrito. We determined that was Jason
Jensen, yep. Just like the F1 driver, named after him.
And he is showing some improvement after that disastrous pit. Because if you want to rewind a little bit, back when they pit, they were almost a lap down as a result of that terrible pit stall. They have regained all of that time back and are now sitting in the number 3 spot as we see Superfly coming in. That is
a little bit of a shake. That's Tyler Stevenson coming in, so it's a little bit of a shake of the wrist there. Luckily, you've got everybody on their first stints, so the drivers are nice and fresh. We'll be watching for that kind of action throughout the day. David Pons is going to jump. Oh, nope. Joey Valentine's going to be back in the car for Superfly. So alternating drivers.
Pons getting Supersonic's theories or their racing tactics from years past, 2-on-2 off. Maybe doing the 2-on-2 off for Superfly.
The team manager for Superfly is David Pons, who has driven for Supersonic before.
Yeah.
So just like you said,
he's got that tactic in his back pocket. You learn from all of the teams you have raced for in the past and pick up on the good things from all of those teams and implement them into your current team that you're on. So great strategy we see early from Superfly. Hypothetical strategy from up here in the box, as we don't know what's going through their heads down their trackside.
So their team Superfly, you're on board with Joey right now, 100% charged, brand new clean kart here. First pit stop was at 96 laps. They shortened this one a little bit. Joey is jumping in the car now after 89 laps of their previous stint. So shortened them just by about 7 laps on their previous stint.
High Voltage made 101 last time by the last kart.
And we're going to look to see if they can stretch that out just again, because Nate Groh is still out on the track.
And this is 191 laps, so we should see about 10 more laps possibly before High Voltage comes in. But Downhill Burrito, they pit at 95 laps. So if they're going on the 101 strategy, they should be coming in the next couple of circuits as well.
That 101 just makes me really anxious. I hope the teams are watching carefully, because that's a danger zone right there as far as these batteries go.
There we see Marshall Miller getting the wave by from Team ASR Racing.
Ravi's still out in the hot seat here.
Team ASR, brought to you by Balls Guarana, Timothy Puckett, Educational Services, Horizon Insurance, Trace 3, Grafana Labs, Lenovo, and Autosport Refinement. That is Team ASR, Autosport Refinement.
You know, I was going to touch on this during the pre-race, and we didn't get around to it, but he's sponsored by Grafana. Grafana is actually the platform in which the battery telemetry has been built. So we are happy to have them as a sponsor for that team. I know Aaron has some connections with that organization. When he saw that we ran telemetry powered by Grafana, he was kind of excited and said, hey, this is a great chance to get involved. We definitely appreciate the platform that they have given us, and it works great for the amount of data that we're collecting on 36 cars every second of every single day. That platform does a tremendous job of analyzing it and giving it to us in real time.
So what is other applications of that?
They do world-class reporting. So any kind of enterprise environment where you have lots of amount of data that you need to analyze, they are the platform for that.
And it could be any type of data, not just battery?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, batteries I think is pretty unusual, actually. So
okay.
We just know that, so the developer who developed this knew that we were going to have a lot of data to deal with. So we deal with 2 sets of data types. We deal with active, like cars on track, like last 24 hours kind of data. And then we deal with historical data, which are kind of archived. We can go back and we can analyze these races. So Grafana kind of merges those data sets together for us, spits them out onto the reports, and we can go back, especially on our regular endurance races, and we can analyze it.
Team Downhill Burrito in the danger zone right now, as you were kind of alluding to, James, as they are at the 100-lap mark, and I think they just dipped into the pit.
Downhill
Yes, they did.
burrito, yes, they did. So that'll be the end of Jensen's stint, but we're still going to see Nate still out on the track as they were battling back there. We'll see Jensen's first pit stop here. He comes in. Did he stop inside the box? Okay, we're going to take their word for it. He has to get that back bumper across the back line, assuming he did. So
That
it's better to stop short than too long.
That is knowing your cart's size and placement very well to make sure that you have clearance front and back in that pit box. As we see Nate Grow with 15% remaining, that team ran 101 laps previous stint out. They are right there flirting with it once again at 198 laps completed. This is 97 laps on that particular machine. So they're right there at the potential pit area or potential pit time.
Yeah, and I noticed we got Savannah on the track there now. She's going to go down the inside of Ohio Drone Repair, but Nate's going to stay with her. Savannah, one of the few females in the fleet today.
For Team Redline Racing, yep. Remember mentioning her in the driver introductions. She raced last year.
Yep, one of the staples in the 12 hours, all 3 years.
And she was just a kid at year one. I mean, she still is just a kid.
But is, yeah. All right, let's look and see. We're going to go to a replay here. I believe. There's the spin. Oh, this was happening several laps ago. So, yeah, it was just a battle between High Voltage and Superfly. Got Ravi caught up there.
So there is High Voltage and Redline Racing. Once again, 200 laps on the click for High Voltage. You got to think that they're going to be coming in this lap or the next. I mean, they're playing with fire right now.
So they're in car number 5. We got his overlay showing about 12%. And
Marshall Miller with lightning in a bottle, sub 25-second lap. Wow.
Was that a 24?
That was a 24.
I believe that's one of the first times we've seen 24s in the 12 hours.
It's the first time we've seen it today.
Yeah.
That is for sure. That is the fastest lap for Team 31 Motorsports. Marshall Miller
working his way through the field. We interviewed him earlier, and he talked about adapting to the car. Looks like he's having no problem in that one.
No, his head is down. He is determined to recapture the number 1 spot. He was deep in the field early in this race. He was back in about the number 5 spot.
Is he going to do the inside of Rachel? Yes, he is. He's going to take that position.
High Voltage clicking off 203 laps. I did not see if they have came in yet. Just trying to find the orange hood on the track, because if these karts go into limp mode, that's going to play disastrous for them. And there we see Team High Voltage coming into the pit right now. They look to be slow coming into the pit, so they might have been right there.
I think it just triggered an alert. I'm checking the telemetry on car number 5, and it showed 2.4. It did. It died on Nate Grow. Nate Grow stuck in the pits on his way into the pits.
Yeah, that was, you just mentioned it, James, playing with fire. Wow. He was on the bubble right there. 100 laps is too far. 99 laps, you could probably make it by. But the longer in the day it goes, the warmer the ambient temperature gets outside, and it might be not so optimistic in the future.
It just drops off so fast at the end of that. The cells are really good at holding power for a very long time, and they dwindle very slightly, and then at the tail end of the battery cycle, it just drops like a rock.
Disastrous for Team High Voltage. That goes from a normal pit stop to one that's going to cost them a lap, potentially 2 laps as a result, as they are still trying to get back out there.
Good news is, though, he was right there at the pit stops. So regroup, reorganize, stay focused, get back in the race.
Exactly. Great mindset to have as we see Team 31 Motorsports a lap ahead of Superfly. Redline Racing back in the number 3 spot. Downhill Burrito potentially going an additional lap down. Supersonic back there in the number 5 spot.
So
Marshall going up the inside of Downhill Burrito, trying to make up from that 3rd place qualifying position, getting bested a couple of times early in this race where he got pushed back to the number 4, maybe even 5th position, and now running up front a lap ahead of the rest. Superfly in the number 2 spot, and like we mentioned just a little while ago, possibly adopting Team Supersonic's existing strategy of 2 on, 2 off with a 4-driver team. And the C&R Tire, Weaver Racing, Nico Skate Shop, Reinhardt Drone, and Canton's Cars and Coffee, and Finney's Arcade Team.
That's a mouthful.
Oh, that's only a couple of them.
That's a long sponsorship. You see on screen right here the red roll hoop. We got Gavin Patterson on track now for his first stint. Gavin is the reigning K1 Speed Ohio State champion. Recently wrapped that up here at the end of January. He dominated in the teen league and did great in the state championships. He's going to be moving on to the nationals here in about a month. I think we're, 5 weeks out, something like that, to the national championships out in California. So
That's
very exciting for him.
Pretty prestigious event for a teenager.
Absolutely.
Is he even a teenager yet?
No, he's not.
Okay, that's a pretty prestigious event for a kid.
Yeah, the the 3 of the drivers on Downhill Burrito are under the age of 15. And then Anthony's not old by any means, but he's still the older statesman compared to these guys.
How did that team all come about? I'm wondering.
I presume the teen league, because they come and they race once a month, and they got to know each other, so that's how they put a team together. And then the story of Anthony, I think, is actually a little bit more interesting, because they were watching from the sidelines one day, and Anthony was running a race. I don't remember if it was a GP or an endurance night or whatever, and they saw that kid, and they immediately went to him and recruited him for their team. So
the kids recruiting the adults in that case.
Yep.
That was a good pick.
Katie taking her wide line into turn 1 and opening the door there for Steve Madden, now in the seat for high voltage.
ASR in the number 8 position, 203 laps completed. This is their first time doing something like this. Just having some fun. They're crazy enough to sign up for this. That's what their whole mantra is.
Yeah, and Katie and PJ kind of got caught out with the team that they were going to be a part of getting dissolved at the last minute. So Portia Beechwood, being on the reserve list, as we talked about at the beginning of the show, got the call. Hey, the spot's open. And Katie and PJ still really wanting to be a part of this event. Actually asked if they could join, and Portia Beechwood happy to oblige and adding them to their roster.
If you want to rewind a couple of years, those 2 drivers once a part of Team MK Morse, who were a top contender back at the opening round, or the first ever round of the 12 Hours of Canton. They finished back there in the number 3 position. Didn't quite have the exact same results last year, but trying to do something here in 2025. But Team Porsche Beechwood Racing, they have about 5 laps to make back up at only an hour and a half into the race. That's a lot to make up in a short amount of time.
And I don't think you touched on it, but we now have 31 Motorsports now taking the lead of this race.
I touched on it very briefly.
Yeah.
As they are...
sometimes I get busy checking my stats and I forget to listen. Sorry.
No, you're good. Marshall Miller, the driver for Team 31 Motorsports, has taken over the number 1 spot, and he has ran that sub-25 second
Here's
lap.
a shot of Katie down turn 1 and Steve right behind her. Steve's going to take a quick look at the inside, but grab the left rear of her machine. No harm, no foul. Steve giving her the room after that maneuver. I don't know. He's just got to get used to the way the bull drives, It's different driving style, different driving line, sometimes unpredictable.
There you see Katie sticking her hands up in the air, not sure if she's unhappy with the kart's handling or if she's unhappy with the way that high voltage is driving behind her, but she definitely was frustrated with something on the previous lap.
I don't imagine it's the way high voltage is driving, because he's giving her lots of space and lots of room.
31 Motorsports. Impressive, as Marshall Miller was not happy with that 3rd place qualifying position, found himself deep in the field early and is now running up front and with his head down, clicking off very fast laps. He is a lap ahead of Superfly, back in the number 2 spot with Redline Racing hanging on to 3rd, Downhill Burrito 4th, and Supersonic rounding out your top 5 with Rachel Hart in the hot seat.
And now Steve's going to have the line into 2, maybe into 3. Nope, gets squeezed out. We've always talked about turn 4 here being a not so great spot. He's going to go on the inside. No, he's going to really spin her out. That is a situation that Katie finds herself in, unfortunately, quite a bit.
Yellows are out on the track.
This is going to give Race Control a chance to roll the pace car. I don't know if they assumed that she was going to be able to recover that quickly, but we'll see if pace car comes out. Marshall Miller's still racing aggressively until are the yellow track lights still on? Let's see. We're trying to figure out whether they went back green or not.
I think they went back green. They were flashing yellow momentarily there
they're back
during
green.
that crash.
All right.
But I also did see our pace driver suiting up to potentially head out there on the track. Are there scheduled competition cautions in this event?
There are not.
Okay, so they're only going to be accident cautions or debris cautions.
That's correct. Katie pounding the steering wheel there. Still what's frustrated.
Well, one competition caution at the 6-hour mark to reverse the track.
Yeah. If you're just joining us, we are going to change the direction of the track. Another thing as far as strategy goes that's worth mentioning is there will possibly be some teams, or I'm still looking to see if there are some teams, who are going to save some of their drivers for reverse. They may be more suited or have better pace in the reverse direction, so they may be sitting out the first 6 hours of this race, and then they'll be calling upon them in the second half.
One team that's not doing that strategy is Team 31 Motorsports with only two drivers.
I mean, they joked about Marshall trying to do the whole first half by himself, but he said, well, I'll run the front to the back of the pit stops.
He would, too.
He would.
He would only lose a couple of seconds. And there he's making a pass on Team Redline Racing, or attempting to make a pass on Team Redline Racing. Great shot from Ohio Drone Repair's drone up above, getting a shot of that Porsche Beechwoods GT4 RS.
Yep, if we could just get him to go follow those leaders again. We're trying to see, we're going to see a replay here. This was the maneuver down the inside. Yeah, that's just the racing line that Katie takes, and it kind of catches drivers by surprise because she leaves the door open, and then when they come down to the inside, she cuts them down.
And then she gets this old spin move.
Yep.
Actions have equal and opposite reactions.
That's right.
So Team 31 Motorsports a lap ahead of Superfly. Superfly getting piloted this time by Joey Valentine, coming out here on his second stint, trying to get that Reese's sponsorship. And I know that their team manager is only getting paid if they win, so they have some stuff on the line.
Hanging in there, that's for sure.
Hot Rod Patrol coming over from Pittsburgh, I believe.
Superfly's last pit stint being 89 laps, so they cut it probably, right in the green zone, I would call it. I think the only other organization trying to push 100 laps was obviously High Voltage that caught them out, and then DHB right at the 100 lap mark on their first stint. So everybody else trying to keep it resting in the about 90 laps per stint.
31 Motorsports, they would hypothetically be the next team to come into pit, as they were the first team to pit, and they were the team to pit with their second kart sooner than the rest.
Correct.
So 31 Motorsports, your leader, very well could be looking to pit in the next 20 laps or so, I believe. That would be about their average 70 to 80 laps is what they've been pulling, I believe. You've got the counts up above us, or right in front of us. 31 Motorsports is what I'm looking for.
Oh, they're over here. Yeah, so if they were
80 laps.
Yeah, they stretched it a little bit on the second stint, but not as far. So far, the shortest stint looks like Redline Racing. Looks like that's how they got Savannah in the seat so quickly. She traded out with Mitch only at 67 laps. That's a pretty short stint. If we have some pit reporters down there, we'd love to go talk to them and find out what their strategy is and what they're finding from Redline Racing.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a couple of moments. Thank you guys all for joining us here for Competition Karting's third ever 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Hotel, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Bring your broken wings, we'll make them soar. At Ohio drone repair, we give you more. Drops in a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Hotel, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Drops in a twist.
And we are back just about at the 1 hour, or excuse me, at the 10 hour and 5 minute mark. And we still have Team 31 Motorsports with your race lead. They've got 2 laps now over Team Superfly back there in the number 2 spot with Burrito.
Yeah, they
back in third.
Pitted a little early, so we'll see how that pans out over time. So we got an interview down on the track, and I believe we're going to go to Dana, if I remember correctly, as you're looking side by side with the heat map provided by Ohio Drone Repair. Hey, we got Jensen with us. Jensen, can you hear us okay?
Yep.
Jensen, it is so great to see you running this race. We are super excited for you. How was the first stint out on track?
It seemed really long. It went pretty well. Seemed like I gained maybe 2 positions.
Yeah. Were you nervous going out for the first stint?
A little bit for my first time here. I've never done a 12 hours before. It was a little bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I bet. And so when you first launched the car and you turned into turn 1 and the tail end kind of kicks away from you, do you kind of get nervous about that? Or did you not bother you at all because you've just practiced so much?
It doesn't really bother me at all. I'm just like focused and ready to pass people.
That's right. How are your teammates holding up so far?
They seem to be doing really well. Gavin's out there now and he's doing really well. And I believe Giovanni is going to be going next. So.
Okay, so we will see Giovanni on the first half of the race then. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right, great.
Alrighty. I was curious, did you did you drive the teen karts whenever they were out, or did you just stick with these adult karts?
I think I did 1 or 2 races with the juniors, but I've always done these adult karts.
Okay, so this is what you've primarily been driving, and so this is what you have the most experience on. Do you race anything else, or is this just all you do behind the helmet?
This is all I do.
All right, man. Do you play any sports at school?
I play soccer, and I'm homeschooled, so yeah.
There you go. Well, as long as you're staying active and having fun, it's good to always have racing as something in your back pocket, having fun.
Oh, yeah.
Do you plan on doing this next year?
Yes.
Awesome. Seeing your face light up there and seeing you're excited to do it in the future. Awesome.
Jensen, we have been told that you are named after a famous race car driver. Is that correct?
Yes, Jensen Button.
Absolutely. So how's he doing these days?
I don't think he races anymore, but
Right.
he did really well. He raced with Braun GP for 1 year and Honda for 1 year, I think.
Yeah, Braun GP were the days that I got involved in Formula One. So anything to shout out to your sponsors or your fans out there?
I'm just so glad we get to be here. Summit, and Twisted Tomato Pizza, D&K Fence. It probably wouldn't be possible without all them.
Absolutely. Hey, thanks for joining us. Good luck on your next stints, okay?
Thanks.
Great interview. He's got a lot of future racing because it takes both parts to be successful in racing. And so he's awesome.
Absolutely love it.
So Jensen Janda just out on his stint for our team Downhill Burrito. They have slipped up and fallen back to the number 3 position. They qualified in the number 1 spot. They were running up there early. They haven't been any further back than like 4th. They've been pretty consistently up there at the front.
Yep, so if you're following along at home, Jensen is on the red team, Downhill Burrito Racing.
There we go. And right now we are following along with Marshall Miller for 31 Motorsports, setting that blistering fast lap time of 24.932. That, I believe, was at the beginning of, or excuse me, at the end of his last stint. But there we see Marshall Miller coming in for a pit. So he is at the start of the pit cycles for all of the teams. So he'll be coming in, getting a fresh kart for Dominic D'Angelo.
So basically how he cycles out will give us a good story picture of how this is. And you can see one of these pit stops.
Can we see if our track staff is faster than the driver? The driver might be pulling away while they're still trying to mount everything up, and that is what it is at that point.
It is what it is. Can't hold up the driver for that, but it looks like they get a good job. We'll see if we get a feed off of it. Dom's still messing with those seat belts. Want to make sure they're nice and tight before he launches. Hey, it's better to sacrifice a little bit of time here than to have a drive-through penalty. You definitely don't want that.
Yes, and there he is out. He loses a little bit of time to his Team Superfly, who takes over the number 1 spot, but we have driving for Team Superfly is Joey Valentine for his second stint. Team of 4 drivers. We'll see if Team Downhill Burrito is able to capitalize. They're about 5 seconds off, but they're battling with Team Supersonic right now. We'll try to zone in on this battle for the number 4 spot between Supersonic and between Downhill Burrito and Supersonic. That is a battle for second place now. And there we see it, just seen it in the corner of the camera feed. And there we see Team Downhill Burrito and Team Supersonic. Rachel Hart is driving for Supersonic, and Downhill Burrito, we have Gavin Patterson with that pretty stellar looking helmet for his first stint. Looks like all of our drivers going to get an opening stint. They're going to be in 4-driver rotation there.
Yeah, I was just watching the white of ASR Racing really battling it out there with Superfly, who is on the lead lap. No blue flags required here, not mandated. We still have Ravi in the pilot seat, right? Or do we have Aaron on track yet?
That is pink on the side. That is Drew Williams.
Drew, sorry. Okay, yeah.
Drew Williams in the hot seat. He was the winner of the
push
blue.
Wide into, that's a tough blow in turn 4 there. A lot of understeer in the car as you go through that corner. If you don't kind of hook it correctly, now Joey's going to be able to slip on the inside, get him in the carousel.
Says he is an elite marathon athlete. So that's a pretty stellar
We're talking
achievement.
about Drew, right?
Drew, yeah. Driver for Team ASR, sponsored by Balls Guarana.
And Team High Voltage there, Steve still on track, looking to see if he can make a move. He will go down to the inside of turn 5.
Checking back in, there we see the brown team, Team Porsche, coming in. That's
Katie Wise
Katie
right
Wise.
there. I was looking to see how close she was to that line, though. Boy, has she cut that close. Don't want to exceed that line and get a drive-through penalty.
Is that Steve Johanna coming back out? I believe so.
Yeah, based on the helmet. Okay, so now we're on board with Dom D'Angelo. He's got a fresh cart. Let's take you around the track here for a second. He just rounded turn 1. We're going to number these as we go around. Kind of a little bit bumpy. The camera does accentuate some of that a little bit as we push through turn 4. I'm going to wait for him to come around one more time and see if we can get a full lap of a track walk of sorts. We call this the carousel. Okay, front straightaway. All right, this is the maximum speed you achieve on the indoor track, right around 33 miles an hour approximately, across the start-finish line. Into turn 1, it is a tight hairpin. You need to hit the braking zone just appropriately. Now, the switchbacks into 2 and 3. How you approach 3 helps you set up to turn 4, which even though it's a kink, we still consider it like the back stretch of the track. So you want to make sure you keep your momentum there. As you enter 4, 5, you enter all the way to the outside of the track. Then you lift again, which is counterintuitive. Try to hug it nice and tight to the right-hand side as you cross the carousel and go back to the front straightaway. That is a 25-second lap time here at K1 Speed Canton.
For an elite lap, do you apply brake at all, or is it just a lift?
Usually turn 1. So some drivers will also add a lift or a brake into turn 5. It does depend upon how comfortable they feel with the car, though.
Oh, we see some aggressive action there as Rachel Hart gets pushed a little bit by Team Porsche Beechwood. That was a little bit dirty.
Must have, yeah.
ASR there to try to capitalize, but see Rachel Hart trying to come back up the inside of Team Porsche Beechwood, and she's going to make that pass back, but Porsche Beechwood going to give her bumps, and she's not happy with it.
Yeah, I was just saying, cut that out. Like she's like, I'm on the lead lap, so
I'm racing for something here.
Racing.
I'm third place on the track right now, so please give me at least a little bit of a bumper room to get a pull back away.
The point where the tensions start running high in the teams. Between the teams, I should say.
Yeah, we heard there was a little bit of animosity, needless to say, between Corey Salerno with Team Supersonic and Mitch Shannon with Team Redline Racing. So maybe they will be out there on the track again as we see
Tyler Stevenson's going to jump in again.
Yep, for Team Superfly. This will be his second jaunt out there. They must be saving Ponzi and Tristan Hartong, sticking on you would say Team Supersonic strategy of 2 on 2 off, but Supersonic just can't do that. They do not have the ability to do 2 on 2 off as they've only got 3 drivers. So they're going to go 3 on 3 off and repeat.
You were following up overhead of that battle between 7th and 8th spot right there. They are 3 laps separated, but they are acting as if they're still on the lead lap there.
That is Drew Williams once again of Team ASR battling with Team Porsche Beechwood. That is not for lead lap, but that is just for track position right now. So we're following along with Team Superfly, 2 laps off the mark and running in the number 5 spot just after a pit. So they're going to be looking pretty good after the next round of pit stops. But you got to think 31 Motorsports being piloted by Dominic D'Angelo is going to try to work his way back towards the front as they are with a fresher kart than Supersonic and Downhill Burrito. So whenever Downhill Burrito and Supersonic come into pit, they'll be right there to adopt the number 1 spot once again and be on what I want to say is Marshall Miller's strategy, off-cycle pit.
Possibly, yeah.
We mentioned it hypothetically earlier for Team Supersonic, but they were actually getting adjusted due to a lap error.
These guys are really battling it out for this position. So I think one of the things is they rounded that carousel back there. One of the things that's catching Steven out is just how wide he's going into that carousel. That last corner is, if you come from a traditional road racing background, we always say that the natural tendency is to float all the way out to the outside of the track. A lot of these guys are road racers. That's what they're used to. But in the go-kart track with the electric torque, you want to get off the throttle, hit the apex of the corner, get on the throttle again, and then hug the inside corner of the barrier. And you want to shorten your track space as much as possible whenever possible. And we got our first chat of the day from N. McFeet saying, let's go. If you guys are in the chat, send us a message. And if you have a question, we'll see it here up in the box and we'll try to answer it for you.
Spectacular. That is great additions to the technology for the 2025 12 Hours of Canton as we see Rachel Hart for Team Supersonic coming in for their pit. I'm curious to see if we're going to see the Ghost.
We are.
There he is, Armand Deligny coming out for his second stint.
Watch carefully on the pit stops. We're getting notice that Superfly is going to have a drive-through penalty. Or Supersonic. Superfly or Supersonic?
Superfly.
Okay, Superfly. So we'll figure that out here.
See if we can get
second.
something in the chat. I know that we were possibly putting in a chat up here so we can get some more information.
Superfly, yes.
Wonder what the reasoning for getting hood. Okay. So they forgot their hood when they came in for their previous pit. They forgot to take it off.
I don't know. Was that Rachel, though? Rachel's not someone to forget her roll hoop cover, and it seemed kind of early to call that, so I guess we'll find out.
Superfly, not Supersonic.
Oh, Superfly. Okay, he typed it wrong in the chat. Okay, gotcha.
So you're coming in for the drive-through penalty.
Frustration. Yeah, the frustration for Tyler as he comes into the pits. Okay. They're also under review for a drive-through penalty for Supersonic, in addition to Superfly. We'll see what that pans out to be. Tyler Stevenson not have to do anything except to reaccelerate back into the field. Has the blend line, so
I seen that. Oh, the Ghost Armand Deligny was moving when he was still strapping his belts.
Oh no!
We caught it on camera. I seen it happening as it was going on, and that is going to push him through the pit stall for a drive-through penalty. Disastrous for the Ghost. Now, do you have to do you have to go into your drive-through penalty immediately, or can you do it at any point in time during your stint?
Once you're called, you have one lap to complete it. Now, I've seen teams try to protest it, hold it off as much as possible, but we'll see once the sign is given.
Yep, he got a
sign. So there it is.
So Armand Deligny moved before he had his belts fully affixed and strapped tightly, so he will have to come in through a drive-through penalty. That is disastrous for Team Supersonic, and he didn't get it.
No drive-through. Okay, well, we'll see.
Wondering if it was for him.
They might be trying to wait for...
Yeah, he's pointing to...
Oh, for me, yeah, he's questioning whether it is to make sure. Yeah, you definitely don't want to disturb a drive-through if you don't have to. That would be a disaster, too.
Touché on that. So we still have Downhill Burrito now leading. So we got to think that Downhill Burrito possibly could be coming in for a pit as they are piloted by Gavin Patterson, who had a great pit stop, by the way, last time by. Did not lose very much time at all for Team Downhill Burrito, but 31 Motorsports with a little bit fresher of a kart will be trying to overtake that spot. But here we see Team High Voltage with 290 laps completed. They are 9 laps away from definitely having to pit. They are 10 laps away from possibly losing it. So Team High Voltage, they're playing with fire for their pit stops. They have worked their way back up to the number 3 spot.
Recue that go back a little bit longer there, guys. So far we've seen High Voltage kill a car in the track. All right, here's the replay of Armand's pit stop. Grabbing both seat belts. You have to touch the top end. Oh, that was it. He rolled forward. He hadn't secured all 4 seatbelts before he rolled the car. That might have been as easy as just bumping the throttle.
I seen his foot was onto the floor as soon as he was trying to strap his belts up. So I don't want to say I was hoping for it to get through, or I don't know what I was hoping for, but I seen it happening as it was happening, but I didn't know what the rules were, if that was catchable or not. I don't know. But we seen it happen, and it cost him a position as High Voltage has taken over 3rd place.
And I was recounting 3 errors so far, with a drive-through penalty, the battery dying, and then this would be the 3rd one with the okay. So now we got Giovanni Blackerby, who's going to jump in the number 16 car. He has to not only adjust the pedals, but also get that booster seat in there.
I seen those pedals snap up to their fully forward position, so he has a chance to reach them. So that was the first thing that he did. He made it a very fluid transition into the kart, doing all of the adjustments in one. So that was a great setup pit stop by Giovanni Blackerby. You can tell that he's done this a couple of times.
I think he might have even bumped the combat karting system.
Dominic D'Angelo getting bumped.
Yeah.
Not sure who he's getting the pressure from, but Dominic D'Angelo is your race leader right now. He's got about a half a lap over Team High Voltage, your number 2 kart on the track. About 4 seconds off of the mark of 31 Motorsports. High Voltage, they're going to have to come in for a pit in the next lap or so, or they are definitely going to be paying the price that they did last time. And they have made up all of that ground that they lost from their kart going into limp mode and then stopping altogether in the pit lane.
Yeah, if they come in now, that'll put them at 92 laps, so they're pushing 93 at this point.
It's like maybe go 5 more. And that's even you're questioning that.
What kart number is he in? Did you see it? I'll try to find
25.
High Voltage 25. We'll pull up our Grafana charts for kart 25. Yeah, they have passed into that danger zone.
I'm reading 17% for kart 25.
So Steve Madden still in the kart. We switched the scoreboard over so you can see the last lap times. Took off the fastest lap time so you can see which pace each driver is running actively. So Steve, last time by 25.6s. I mean, that's right on par with most of the teams that are on track right now.
Downhill Burrito with the freshest kart of the bunch, and Giovanni Blackerby, one of the lightest drivers of the day, setting that fast lap last time by as we are about 2 hours and 15 minutes into the 3rd ever running of Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Track First and Ohio Drone Repair. Ohio Drone Repair sitting back there in the number 9 spot.
All right, so now it looks like we actually have an interview with Joey Valentines. We're going to go to him. He's standing on the fence line. Joey, what's up?
How are we doing, guys?
Good. How many races have you had so far?
Just one.
Okay. We have to talk to you about the first stint. And when Downhill Burrito kind of checked out from the field, you had all the heat on you from the back. Tell us a little bit about that and what you're experiencing.
Oh, man, I was just really trying to play defense. David was trying to, guide me, and it's really nice having somebody in my ear right now. Definitely felt a little bit of pressure, but I was all right. Just doing my thing out there on cruise,
Just doing your thing, okay.
Now, we were talking up here in the box about possible team strategies, and that David Pons, coming from a previous winning team in 2023, doing a 2-on, 2-off strategy, 2 drivers on, 2 drivers off, keeping them on rotation, saving 2 drivers for the second 6 hours. Is that something that Team Superfly is trying to implement today?
We're throwing it in there.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm faster in the reversed. More just we're trying to get ahead of the field right now, me and Tyler. It's more, we are throwing that strategy into that. Sorry, I'm so focused on Dom and Tyler racing.
Yeah, no worries. We saw Tyler was frustrated with the drive-through penalty. Was that so we did have a drive-through penalty? Yeah, Tyler did, yes.
I was, okay. I was coming to, I didn't mean to step out. I was coming to David to say, hey, can I pull this off? Like, I had no idea what was the GoPro was on there, and I was like, what do I do? I didn't know if I was able to take it off. Nobody had really said anything about that. So
I gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So
yeah, like how he's putting this GoPro on, I was like, oh, like what do I didn't know if it was hooked up. I didn't know if it was plugged in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. How's everything else in the team dynamic?
Very well. I
Good.
mean, me and Tyler are both running really good right now. You know, we're on cruise. I was running about like a 25, 4, 3-ish. You know, he's doing his thing, running a 3 as well. I'm feeling great. Obviously, we're going to take a little bit of rest, eat some food, relax.
And you're still in it. All right. Thanks, Joey, for taking the time. Good luck.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Putting in the work to hang on to a top 5 ride right now, or top 5 drive right now for Team Superfly, and didn't know all of the particulars, and that's a big bummer. And we just seen Team High Voltage coming in for a pit. They were right there at the 100 lap mark again, weren't they?
They were. Let's see. I think that number's incorrect, so it should be 3. I think they ran the exact same stint.
Another 101. Wow, that is impressive.
We'll have to check with the race staff, make sure we got the right number of their pit stop. But it looks like if they just pitted about a lap ago, they were right at 100 laps again. So
Jacob Andrew behind the wheel right now for Team High Voltage. High Voltage, they have fallen back to 4th after that pit stop where they were running in the number 2 spot. Lost a whole bunch of time on pit stop number 2.
That battle is going to cost Dom D'Angelo quite a bit of time. That's going to give Jacob an opportunity, but Jacob being a little bit more conservative on that. It is an endurance race. Yeah, Tyler scooting by on that.
I just seen Giovanni Blackerby clear real estate ahead of him, clear real estate behind him. He has a chance to put his head down and run some heater laps right now, and he is on what would be, I believe, the same lap as 31 Motorsports. No, Downhill Burrito is 2 laps behind, so he would be closing in to take a lap back and only be 1 lap down. So 31 Motorsports, wow, impressive. After that early quick pit stop puts them ahead, and now they're nearly 2 laps ahead of the rest of the field with a moderately, I'll say, nominal kart.
Yeah, this is what their strategy was last year, was just overall race pace. Every driver was super fast, and whenever there was a mistake or a problem, then they just made up for it on the track. So
Kart number 8, I believe, is what I seen. But they're showing 65% state of charge for Dominic D'Angelo's machine. So he has...
I believe he's in car number 2, isn't he?
That makes more sense.
Yeah, Dom's in 2, so...
I thought I seen an 8. It was a 2.
Yeah. All on the back of Tyler Stevenson. Tyler Stevenson bio showing he's won the unofficial Triple Crown. He won a GP championship. He set the track record, and he won an endurance league race all in the same week. It's quite an accomplished driver here. He has ambitions to keep moving on. This is a good place for him right now. He loves running the endurance league, and we love having him. Super stable driver and obviously showing pace.
Want to try to give some of these drivers deeper in the field a little bit of love, trying to figure out exactly who is driving for Team Ohio Drone Repair, as they have 3 identical helmets for their drivers. I'm not sure, but I believe that might be Carter Cook behind the wheel currently. Just a kid who loves wheeling, just getting into a little bit of trouble.
I believe we had the
Can't blame him there.
The black helmet, is that correct?
There's 3 of them.
For Ohio Drone. Ohio Drone's in the number 23 there.
And if that's Jeff Huber, he just loves riding dirt bikes and having a good time. Can't blame him there. I'm right there with you, bud. And just clicking off laps for Team Ohio Drone Repair. Thank you for filling us in and letting us know exactly who is who. As they've got, 5 out of the 6 drivers, 4 out of the 8 drivers. I don't know. A lot of them have black helmets. A lot of them have black helmets, so good luck telling them apart.
Good combination of white and black helmets.
A couple dirt bike helmets, too. So.
Noticing the driving styles. Dom D'Angelo, as the car gets unsettled, just wrestling with it and bounces up and down. You got Jacob Andrews right behind him, just kind of cruising, just stabilizing the wheel and making it work.
We are on board with Team 31 Motorsports. 2 laps ahead of Downhill Burrito. Downhill Burrito just behind him, though, potentially getting a lap back if he can close the gap a little bit. On board with Jacob Andrews there for just a moment.
Making the kart so upset the camera doesn't want to keep up with him.
They are just on the rear bumper of Tyler Stevenson for Team Superfly. Superfly back there in 5th. So this is we've got drivers all throughout the top 6 in different lap counts. 31 Motorsports leading the way, though. But they're getting the pressure from High Voltage, and they are trying to make their way by Team Superfly, which would give them some clear track and potentially give 31 Motorsports a chance to pull away from Downhill Burrito, who is closing in. Closing in fast is Team Downhill Burrito with Giovanni Blackerby, just a young pup, 2024 K1 Junior World Champion. Yeah, World Champion for the juniors last year. That's impressive. That is a pretty big check on the racing resume for Giovanni Blackerby, as he is all over this 3-way battle.
But yet Tyler Stevenson on his last few laps have been 25 fours, just clicking them off. Consistency. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 laps, all in the same time frame ever since he came out. So even though Dom's given him in the battle, like, he is maintaining pace.
And there we can just see him coming over the start-finish line. Your race leader is Dominic D'Angelo. He is right sandwiched between a couple of lapped drivers, and that's allowing Giovanni Blackerby to close in a hurry, making their way into the carousel. Right now is this 4-driver battle. You see Dominic D'Angelo trying to show him a wheel, show him a bumper, but just can't find the line by Team Superfly, being piloted by Tyler Stevenson. Stevenson, he was doing this earlier, as was Joey Valentine. Both of these drivers have been doing the exact same thing, being difficult to pass, which isn't a bad thing if you're a member of Team Superfly.
No. Superfly definitely wants to stay in this because they still are a team up on the lead.
I mean, within the top 3 laps is on the leaderboard right now. And there we see a mistake coming from Dominic D'Angelo. He had the run on Superfly, but then lifted a little bit and allowed Superfly to make the way back in. I'm not sure if D'Angelo gave Superfly a bump. Got a replay of it? Oh, no, we're going to send things down to Dana in just a moment. I want to thank everybody for coming and joining us and watching the 3rd annual running of Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton. As we see a member of Redline Racing coming in for their pit, I'm going to send things down to Dana in the paddock with a representative from Team High Voltage.
Back down here at trackside, I have joining me Lauren Jeffers. All right. And she is with Team High Voltage. So, Laura, tell me a little bit about yourself and how many years you've been doing this.
Absolutely. So I actually help manage High Voltage go-karting track in Medina. I've been racing for about 9 years now.
Do you race yourself?
I do. Not as well as these boys, so I let them take reins, and I'm the momager of the team.
What is your job as momager? I know I had talked to Nate about that, and he says you're the do-all, be-all for the team, keeping them in check.
Absolutely. So we have our own race strategy this year, taking back from the last 2 years that we've really honed in on. It's starting to prove well for us this year, so I'm making sure all the screens are where we need to be, our batteries are where they need to be, our lap times are where they need to be. The boys went to the restroom when they should have. They're where they should be when they need to. Shoes are tied. So we're just making sure we cover all of our bases this year.
So how are we looking out there right now?
You know, we had one setback, but I think we've got 10 more hours to do it. I'm happy. We're excited.
I heard a little bit of grumbling over there in the corner as I was sitting out here. So what was that little snafu that you're talking about?
So we were very first part we're learning batteries and where they need to be when. So, you know, make the call and make sure they're right where they need to be when they need to be there. So little toddler tantrum kick back.
So when Lauren says get off the track, get off the track. So, no, just teasing you. So in general, you've been with the same guys for the last couple of years, though?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of our owners and operators of the business races with us. We're so glad to have him. One of our old employees who's been racing his entire childhood. And then we have one of our top league drivers. So we sent him to e-kart when e-kart used to operate, and they just work very well together. They race together, a lot of the same styles, and it's proven really well for us in the last few years.
And in the last few years, where have you guys placed?
We've been on the podium every time. Last year we were in third. We're really hoping to stand right on the top this year.
So a lot of work behind the scenes. And how often do you guys usually get together to coordinate this type of stuff?
So we casually race as much as we absolutely can. I think the boys this year have been really personally busy. So before month race, at least once a week.
And how many races in a given year do you guys usually do?
I mean, probably over 150, easy.
150. Oh my goodness. Local, all over the place. How far have you guys gone?
Oh, not competitive racing, just regular racing. So a lot of the boys, they always compete in our leagues. Nate competes here and at high voltage for leagues. So we don't travel for endurance. The boys have done, I think, about 4.
So how does somebody go about getting into a league?
Just show up and join.
So if somebody is interested in learning karting, just show up either here at K1 Speed or, message us in the comments there, and Lauren can help and tell you how to get involved. So good luck out there, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you. We're excited.
Thanks, Dana. And we are going to be back in just a moment. And thank you to the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Paul's Guarana, Track First, BTX Clothing and Apparel, and Summit Racing for helping us out for the 2025 running of Competition Karting's 3rd annual 12 Hours of Canton.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform. Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. hightail, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Bring your broken wings, we'll make them soar. At Ohio drone repair, we give you more. Drops in a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ hightail, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Drops in a twist.
Look at this replay as we have Dominic D'Angelo making a pass on Team Superfly coming across the start-finish line. He's going to zoom up the inside. Boom! They give each other a bump. And that team will make a pass on Supersonic, Will 31 Motorsports. So that was pretty aggressive there. And I'm going to send it down to James right now, who is trackside next to that GT4 RS, who he mislabeled earlier in the show. I'm not going to say that again.
I will probably never live that down, will I?
No.
Yes, it's a beautiful GT4 RS presented by Porsche Beechwood. I wanted to show you guys here, if the camera is able to pan down a little bit, what the drivers are doing for the pit stops. So I just walked out of frame, sorry.
No, you're all right. You're kind of just in the corner of it there.
All right. So we have an open pit lane at any time. The drivers can come in. Right here is the speed limiter. So basically electronically, when the cars come across this line, they will get slowed down. But if you notice, there's a long straightaway here across the back, which is where we slow the cars down. It's been timed specifically so that when you get to the end of the track, you're going to turn right, but the car should be turned down as ASR Racing is going to hit that same line. So it's a difficult thing for the drivers to master sometimes. They have to get used to this. When they're in here, they stay full throttle all the way down to the end, and then they allow the electronics to slow them down. It takes a little bit of work. Drivers who are new to this, or maybe who are inexperienced in driving this car, are always used to lifting off the throttle because obviously you're going straight ahead into a straight barrier, but the electronics are going to slow the car down. The opposite of that is if you look down all the way to the pit exit, we have the exact same thing where there's a timing line in the ground, and it's going to electronically speed up the cars. So basically, we've controlled the whole pit stop electronically, and we make sure everybody has the most fair pit stop possible.
And we've seen that from, I believe, a couple representatives from Team Porsche Beechwood and Team ASR earlier in the show, where they were off the throttle a little bit and a little bit slow through the pits.
Yeah, it'll cost you some seconds if you don't stay on the throttle. The experienced teams are going to know that they're just going to stay on that all the way down.
So that is something that they will pick up for their second, maybe third stints out there. And how's the track shaping up so far? Are we getting any scrub from any of these tires?
It's actually doing really well. I'm looking here in the corner here that usually has a lot of marbles built up, but I think one of the reasons that it's been dispersed is because so many pit stops going on. Over here in the other corners, a little bit. If you're offline, it's going to be picking up just a little bit of tire debris. The racing line itself, obviously very clean, even around the outside. Sometimes we see tire debris. The next couple hours, we'll probably start building.
And whenever we run the track in reverse, the racing lines are going to get altered significantly, and that will force the drivers into the marbles, and then it'll just have to work itself out at that point.
We'll have to wipe the track clean and start from again.
Exactly. And there we see Team Red Team, that is Team Downhill Burrito, switching, and we're bringing Anthony Naroski back out there on the track. They're a lap down from 31 Motorsports. Now we're going to see a showdown as we have clear real estate pretty much for the grand scheme of things for, I believe, Dominic D'Angelo, who is still out there for 31 Motorsports, and we have Marshall Miller, who will be coming onto the circuit in just a little bit. We've seen Dominic D'Angelo bump the inside barricade pretty seriously there. That cost him a couple of tenths on that particular circuit, and there we see Dominic D'Angelo still getting pressure from Team High Voltage, being piloted by Jacob Andrew. 31 Motorsports, High Voltage, 2 laps separate them on the leaderboard, but High Voltage looking like they're trying to make a lap back, which would put them only 1 lap behind Team 31 Motorsports. And I'm going to have to bring up some monitoring, but Dominic D'Angelo, he is probably nearing the end of his stint. 354 laps completed. They've been running 80 to 90 lap alteration, so that's putting him nearing the end of his stint out there. So I would expect to see Team 31 Motorsports coming in the next couple of laps, maybe the next 10 laps or so. That would give the exchange to Team Supersonic Racing, who is piloted by, I believe, the Ghost, Armand Deligny, out there for Team Supersonic. Born and raised in France, moved to the States a few years ago when he was a teenager, I believe, and went to high school in the United States and started racing here at K1 Speed in 2022. He raced the first ever 12 Hours of Canton for Team Supersonic Racing, who was the winners that year. And last year, finished in the number 2 spot. And they're still being joined by Corey Salerno and Rachel Hart. So the team is slowly starting to dwindle down to just the 3 core members for Supersonic. And we're seeing Armand Deligny put the pressure on and still keep the pace pretty good, running in that number 2 spot. We see there, High Voltage did make the move on 31 Motorsports. That will give them a lap back in the grand scheme of things. And we should, again, see 31 Motorsports coming in about 5 to 10 laps or so for an exchange as they are clicking off laps continuing. Last time by, High Voltage, one of the fastest karts on the circuit with a low 25, nearly a 24-second lap time. I'm curious to know if Marshall Miller is still the fastest driver of the day. He did break into the 24-second mark earlier on his first stint. But there we see Team Superfly coming in for an exchange. Tyler Stevenson, they're 5th place currently. Not sure what brought them in. Oh, we're going to send it down to James, who might have some information about what's going on down there in the pits.
I don't know how much information I've got, but I've got right here David Pons, who's jumping in the number 26 machine. I want to talk about the other end of the pits. Right there is where he's going to accelerate. So here we stage 4 different cars that the teams are allowed to pick from. They have to be 2 of the front ones in order to obviously leave cleanly. But they're at any given time, the pit crew are making 4 carts available to the teams, and then they can pick which one they want. In the meantime, all the other cars are sitting here in the pit lane, lids up for cooling and also for charging batteries.
And just like I presume Dominic D'Angelo for Team 31 Motorsports came in for his pit stop. That's going to put Marshall Miller back out there on the circuit. So Team 31 Motorsports, Team Downhill Burrito, High Voltage, and I want to say the top 5 teams on the track currently all have their fastest drivers on the circuit. So this might be some interesting, some bumps going on in the kink there from Redline Racing. Redline Racing currently being piloted by Zach Harmon, the team captain. He finished back in 4th place in his team last year. So he's trying to improve on Redline Racing's overall result. They're trying to get up on the podium here in 2025. So Redline Racing, they've got a couple of laps to make up. They're 3 laps off the total mark right now, but that this early is nothing at just over 2.5 hours of racing completed. We see Armando Ligny starting to work his way through some lap traffic. Huge chaos for Team 31 Motorsports. Dominic D'Angelo forgot to take the sock off of the kart whenever he was in the pits previous. So that is going to be a drive-through penalty for Marshall Miller. He'll get the notification this time across the finish line. So that is going to be huge adversity for 31 Motorsports to have to overcome next time by. Not going to be happy about that is Marshall Miller, as he was just getting it back. And he is on the lead lap in comparison to High Voltage and Supersonic with a pretty fresh kart. He's looking pretty good, but Downhill Burrito also on the lead lap. This very well could put Anthony Dorowski, your fast lap setter, your P1 qualifier. This could be pretty good for Downhill Burrito right now as far as track position is concerned. There we see Marshall Miller flipping up the visor, getting some fresh air, flipping the visor back down. He's going to head back out there on the circuit. He is going to lose a position to that team Downhill Burrito. In a Supersonic Racing, Armando Ligny going to have to catch the kart number on that machine next time by to see how it is faring. On board right now with High Voltage Racing, trying to work his way by Team Porsche Beechwood. Team Porsche Beechwood, thanks for coming out here and racing the third 12 Hours of Canton. As we see Jacob Andrews making the pass on the lap. Team of Porsche Beechwood trying to continue to work his way towards Supersonic. About 2.5 seconds ahead, trying to catch the number of Supersonic's kart. Still have Armando Ligny, though, piloting that machine. Number 27 is Armando Ligny, and he has only got about 18% state of charge left in his machine, so you got to be thinking that he's going to be coming in for a pit in the next couple of laps, and that's going to open up the doors for Team High Voltage to walk right in to potentially the number 1 spot. And with kart number 13, 47% state of charge right now, High Voltage has a good bit of time left out there on the track, but we've said it. As soon as they drop, they're going to drop. I talked about the drive-through penalty for Team 31 Motorsports. We've seen Marshall come in and out of the pits already. He was very frustrated. He flipped up the visor and paid that penalty, unhappily so. Armando Ligny, though, he's playing with fire right now. Kart number 27, 16% state of charge, trying to stretch it out as he is now taking over the number 1 spot with High Voltage in second. 369 laps completed for the top 3 teams out there on the course. And we're going to send things down to Dana, who is in the paddock with the manager for Team Superfly.
Back down here live trackside with Patrick Dittmar with the team Superfly. I know this face from last year. How you doing, Patrick?
Well, how are you?
I'm good. So you are the official team manager here for Superfly.
Yes.
And tell us how it's going out there.
So far, so good. We're running in 5th. David just went out for his first stint. We've had 2 other drivers, Joey and Tyler, who have done 2 stints each, and they've done pretty well. We had an issue with the kart in the last stint here, so we brought somebody in a little early. But overall, I think it's going well. Hopefully David makes up some time.
So how many total drivers do you have right now?
4.
4 drivers. So some issues with the stint. Kind of talk us through that. What would the issues be that you can run into out there?
Mechanical things, things where you just don't know the idea of gremlins, where you it's an unexplained thing. Why did this kart just suddenly get slower as I'm going through the turn? That's what Tyler was saying, that he wasn't getting the speed that he thought, so we brought him in sooner. But why did that happen? We couldn't tell you. It's just where we have to communicate with our drivers and make sure that we can do the job right.
So when another driver took over, then
and then David jumped in. Yes.
So the speed of the car, then kart actually started picking up then after he jumped in, or is it just different? Really?
This is where we switch cars. So David just switched the whole thing, and that's where it's just like, no, we need to start fresh, get out there, do hopefully 100 laps, if not more, and try and catch us up.
Yeah, so for a lot of viewers out there that don't know that, each time the driver comes in, it's not like NASCAR where you're switching tires out and using that same vehicle. They actually switch karts at that time. So what did we place last year?
Last year I was on staff, but I think David's team placed 3rd. I don't honestly remember. Okay.
So our anticipation is to get first place this year or get on the podium?
I think we can get first. If you're not trying to win, is it even worth being here?
Exactly. So we appreciate you, Team Superfly in the house, and we wish you guys the best luck, and we'll see where it ends in about how many hours?
A lot.
A lot. But we'll see you around midnight, and we'll see what the results are. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
In the words of Ricky Bobby, if you ain't first, you're last. So Team Superfly going for the gold here today for the 3rd ever competition karting's 12 Hours of Canton. And we see Team High Voltage hanging on to the number 1 spot, as we did see Armand Deligny come in for the pit for Team Supersonic. They have fallen back to the number 3 spot. 31 Motorsports, with that drive-through penalty, put them deeper in the field than they wanted to be. They're back and forth with Superfly Racing rounding out the top 5. Redline Racing still in it in the number 6 position. And there we see Ponzi, the team captain for Superfly, clicking off some laps right now. Great view for the thermal cam coming from Ohio Drone Repairs. Drone in the corner of the arena here today.
Trying to make updates on the internet.
Thanks, Squiggly. Got friends in multiple teams. He just wants to watch good racing action, but we want to see who is running where, and it is still Team High Voltage hanging on to the number 1 spot. And there is Team High Voltage trying to chase down Redline Racing to put them an additional lap behind. Can't count out Team Downhill Burrito, though, as they were your number 1 qualifier. And coming into this one right now, we have Anthony Narowski driving for Team Downhill Burrito. You got to think that he's going to be putting his head down and clicking off some good laps, as we have Marshall Miller out there for 31. Driving for the Ohio Drone Repair team, I believe we've got Jeff Huber back out there. Huber's put in some laps today, as he allows Marshall Miller to make his way by. High Voltage Racing about 8 seconds over Downhill Burrito. High Voltage Racing with a little bit more of an expired kart. About the 9 hour and 12 minute remaining. High Voltage going to be coming in for a pit in the next 20 laps or so. They'll be opening the door for Downhill Burrito to take over. I believe Downhill Burrito with a little bit fresher of a machine. They're losing some time, though, to the orange team up front.
I think this is going to be the reoccurring story, is High Voltage just pushing those batteries to the limits. So if that's their strategy today, good for them, but I'd be curious to see if they continue that.
We've got quite a few karts and teams up there challenging. 5 karts all within 2 laps of one another, and with nearly 3 hours of racing completed, that is not a lot of time, as we see High Voltage running it down the inside of Ohio Drone Repair, putting them an additional lap behind. But the battle isn't just at the front. We got battles at the back between ASR and Ohio Drone Repair battling for the number 8 position.
Zach's going to get pushed to the outside. That's he's going to take the inside into turn 6. So, yeah, that was one way to pass him, I guess.
I believe that's Jeff Huber piloting for Ohio Drone Repair. Difficult to pass. If you grew up racing, you know how to hold your line and not allow drivers to take advantage of you. But here we see Marshall Miller. He is trying to put Porsche Beechwood an additional lap behind. Porsche Beechwood leaving the door open. Marshall Miller giving him the thumbs up, and PJ Mannypenny, currently the pilot for Team Porsche Beechwood. He's got High Voltage just on his rear bumper, giving him some pressure into the carousel.
You have to keep in mind as these drivers go throughout the day, and we're now just over almost 3 hours into it. We just watched the replay of Zach and the number 34. You have to keep this in mind. So obviously endurance racing is about physicality to it. At this point, when you start to see drivers back out on track for the second time, they're now pushing, whether it be 100 laps or whether it be 50 minutes or 40 minutes in the car, potentially some degradation in physical strength. Cars have no power steering. It looks like just a tiny little go-kart that looks fun to whip around a track, but I tell you, when these guys are driving at the edge that they're on, it's very physical, and a lot of upper body strength is needed to maintain the consistent lap times that we see some of these lead teams on.
You're not kidding there, as I don't consistently drive these karts, but I have driven them quite a few times. And just after a 12-lap race, your arms are burnt.
Yep.
Imagine doing that for 80 laps, 90 laps. Your arms are going to be jello by the end of it. So it is a physical exertion driving these karts, as we see Marshall Miller opening the door for Team High Voltage to make the pass by.
And you're constantly turning, too. You don't have long straightaways to rest or take your break or take a breath. You're turning right and left. Oh, Anthony pushing the issue. Not usual thing for him to do on the back of Corey Salerno. Downhill Burrito trying to keep up with High Voltage on the lead lap. Oh, he's going to shimmy it right through the first turn.
Yeah, Corey Salerno, he's got a little bit of beef going on with one of the drivers from Redline Racing. Fortunately, it is not the driver that he is having beef with out there for Redline Racing currently. So if they do happen to catch one another, they should play pretty nicely. But you don't typically see Corey Salerno allowing passes that easily. But Downhill Burrito with Anthony Naroski behind the wheel is working his way to the front, and to the front in a hurry, as only Team High Voltage is ahead. It's about a half a lap gap now between Downhill Burrito and High Voltage. But High Voltage, with the kart that is soon to expire, kart number 13, with only 27% state of charge remaining, they will have to pit long before Downhill Burrito will. So that will allow Downhill Burrito to take over the number 1 spot and possibly allow Supersonic to be there as well, because Corey Salerno just took over the hot seat from Armando Ligny, so Supersonic's kart is pretty fresh as well. Back in 3rd place, they will possibly adopt the number 2 spot.
And is it any coincidence that Downhill Burritos moved back up to the top after putting Anthony back at the helm?
I don't think so, as he has been their anchor this entire time. But, kind
of a facetious question for sure, but the kids are no slouches. They can easily set sub 25 second lap times. But,
that's what I was alluding at.
But, yeah, Anthony just so consistent on the laps.
The last time by, only 1/100th of a second separated Team Downhill Burrito from Team High Voltage. So we're going to see if Downhill Burrito can close it in a little bit.
Eco for Life, our friend of the channel, dropping in to say hi from Pennsylvania. Really cool to see the electric version of an endurance race. Absolutely. Eco for Life being involved in the gas community, running indoor. So happy to have you guys. Thanks for joining us in the chat.
Spectacular to have drivers and fans from all across the country tuning in to watch the Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed.
Anthony's last laps, consistent 25.4s. That was what we were talking about with Tyler Stevenson earlier, so pretty good average race pace.
Just trying to visually get a gap on Team High Voltage to Team Downhill Burrito, as they are less than a lap separating those two teams. But like I mentioned, High Voltage will have to be coming in for a pit at some point in time because they've been playing the 100-lap game. And looking at the lap count currently, 396. 4 laps until they're right there on their mark. But will they press the envelope?
So we'll watch this and see if they're actually going to go 4 more laps. Maybe we'll count them down as he goes across the timing line.
Team Downhill Burrito, they were about half a lap behind.
Don Pons jumping in the chat with her traditional "Let's Go, David." It wouldn't be a live stream and having David on the track without her. So thanks for joining us, Don. All right, there goes another lap for High Voltage.
Dave's #1 fan.
Yep. As he would say, well, I hope so.
He is definitely a character, and glad to have David Pons in the paddock. Always bringing smiles and giving us a unique interview there during the pre-race
Team
show.
Superfly is like an announcer's dream because you always have content to talk about. And another lap for High Voltage. We're just going to stick with these guys and see how far they're going to stretch it.
Jacob Andrew still out there. I don't think we've seen Steve Madden, the team captain for Team High Voltage, out on the track.
We have.
Have we?
Yep.
Okay.
They've rotated through all 3 drivers and seem to be on a regular schedule. So I would assume Nate probably going to be the next guy in the seat.
Another lap going for Team High Voltage. And they've got to be nearing that 400 lap mark at this point in time.
Yep, I believe this will be lap 400 for them.
Impressive that they are still pressing the envelope after experiencing the limp mode earlier in this one. We'll see if he's going to come in this time. And no, he's not.
Nope.
He's going to keep on going. About 9.5 seconds separate Team High Voltage from Downhill Burrito. Supersonic not far off the mark, only a lap off of the pace, and they should find themselves on the lead lap after High Voltage comes into the pits.
So with High Voltage having 4:01 on the board, that puts them at 97 laps for this particular stint.
He could stretch it out another 2 or 3, and that is cart number 13. They are now at 18% state of charge, so they have dropped 10% in just the time that we have been watching them. So like you mentioned, James, they are falling like a rock.
Trail end of that battery stint goes quickly.
You got to think that he's going to be coming in here very soon.
Negative. No pit stop on that one. They are going to push their 101 lap strategy.
And you're keeping track of these right now as they run. So these only 99 laps into this one so far?
Yep. I just can't do math that well, so I have to put it in the computer.
James up here biting his nails to see if that Team High Voltage...
It makes me so nervous. Like, I don't want teams to kill a car on track, but I have confidence in the batteries at the same time. So it's I don't know, double-edged sword for me.
Didn't have the chance as Ohio Drone Repair was almost blocking the lane to go, or blocking the spot for Team High Voltage to attempt to go into the pits. So he didn't even have the chance that last time by. We'll see if he's going to press it here coming through.
This is like a far more interesting story at the moment than any other battle on track.
Wow. It was 9.5 seconds separating Downhill Burrito from High Voltage. Waiting to see the change right now.
But if they're going just upon lowest cell value, they can see the trend lines. So they know where they're going to be able to land.
So High Voltage extending their gap this deep into it. Wow. They're extending their lead over Downhill Burrito with a cart that is nearly expired, and he is still pushing it. He is still pushing it. I think I seen a little nod from High Voltage when he crossed the start-finish line, but that could have just been the vibrations from the track reverberating through the kart and into his helmet.
So interestingly enough, his lowest cell value has not gone below 3 volts yet. So that must be why they're keeping him out on track. They just don't see the indication that they need to.
And you said 2.7 was the cutoff.
2.5.
2.5, wow.
Yeah. Out of an 81 amp hour battery, he's registering 11 amp hours. Again, that's approximate. That's how we get that state of charge meter as far as the 14% goes. You know, it's not completely accurate. It's a guesstimate from the computer as far as how much energy is coming in and out of the battery. And he is not pitted again. So.
He just dropped below 3 volts for his lowest cell.
And we saw Nate Grove's last stint. He killed it right as they were coming into the pits. Here's a lot of bangy barriers in the background here.
Wow, that was between Team Superfly and Team Supersonic. The two teams that I was mentioning shouldn't have any beef right now. We're finding themselves together. And it looks like David Pons for Team Superfly is currently the pilot, and Team Supersonic is being piloted by Corey Salerno. Oh, wow. James just pointed out.
Did he stay out? Is High Voltage still on track?
Indeed,
yep,
they are.
He did. All right, still out there. Still out there.
James just showed me up here in the booth the trend line for cell number 14, which was not the same cell that we were looking at just a moment ago.
Yep. And I guess we have to pay attention to this battle because I saw on the shot the LED board saying a warning for red line racing. That would be for Zach Harmon in the green roll hoop at the moment. Could be potentially for all the contact and bumping that we're hearing out on track. As High Voltage continues to extend their stints, you got PJ in the front for a Porsche Beechwood, followed by Zach Harmon in the green for Redline.
Yeah,
I still
right
have
there
to
with
stop
you.
and thinking about it. So
I'm right there with you, James. As I was going through all of my cheat sheets up here, looking for red, and it's green for Redline Racing, but we see Corey Salerno trying to apply the pressure to Redline Racing, and Redline Racing getting that warning indicator. And High Voltage, 2.7 volts state of charge.
So
2 point.
I guess they're taking my video very seriously. They're saying, "Oh, they're going to go 3 wide almost in turn 4. You can't do that." Corey Salerno on the outside of that corner, obviously backing off slightly to avoid contact with the barriers.
There it is. Team High Voltage coming in 2.59
literally
volts.
cell 14 registering 2.58 volts.
How many laps did he get in that stint?
So what lap number are we on now? We'll wait for it to cycle
412.
through. 412. 108 laps on the last stint.
That is very, very impressive as we see driver Nate Grove getting behind the wheel and strapping all of his straps up tight before he is going to make his way back out there on the track, as we see Corey Salerno making his way by.
And Nate Grove's going to exit to the back of this battle that we've been seeing on track. PJ is now stretched out a little bit of a lead.
David Pons applying the pressure to Zach Harmon. Harmon losing touch a little bit with Salerno after he got prime-scaped a couple of times out there. Salerno prime-scapes helping him out.
Just trying to read Zach's body language a little bit. I mean, he does usually wrestle the steering wheel a little bit, but I wonder if the frustrations have built to the point where he's making this contact. The race control, I hear him briefly on the radio talking about the warning that he was receiving. We'll check our team chat and see if there's anything out there. So nope, nothing out there yet. So
we still see Team Downhill Burrito, like I alluded to, because we were going to see Team High Voltage come into a pit that was going to allow Team Downhill Burrito to adopt the number
David
1
Pons
position.
is trying to push the issue into 4. Let's follow the Superfly team. David Pons, nope, he's smart enough not to hit the tail end of that rear wheel.
Pons really applying the pressure to Harmon.
Feathering the throttle as he comes through turn 7 back to the front straightaway.
You got to think that David Pons' number 1 fan is really cheering him on as we are focusing on this battle. And this would be not for position.
It's try to get Superfly back on the same lap as Redline.
Correct.
Or, well, no, sorry. It's for Redline to stay on the same lap. I'm sorry. I have it the other way around. They're going to battle in the carousel. Zach's going to push it up against the barrier. Dave is not going to have any room right there. That's always causing a problem.
That's
Seen
definitely
that just time and time again. The driver with the lead can't squeeze the driver on the outside, and that's why Pons was motioning. You have to give that driver room.
And nowhere to go.
The positions switch there. You go from the driver on the inside to the driver on the outside, and you just have to open up the track just a little bit for him.
ASR coming in for their switch as we see Ravi coming out on the race course. Southeast Michigan PCA HPDE yellow class.
So now that's going to put Pons in a situation where he's got a battle with Nate Groh now because of that back and forth. Classic example of him squeaking in there.
After that drive-through penalty from 31 Motorsports quite a while ago, puts them back in the number 4 spot on the track, but everybody in the top 4 are on the same lap.
All right, there we go. This is David Pons on the outside. He's going to become the driver on the inside turn. Zach Harmon gives him no room, and then Nate Groh just squeezes by at the start-finish line. I think we're going to go down and talk to Dana.
Thanks for joining.
As we continue to see this battle on track.
Down here at the track again with another driver out here. I have Chase McIntyre with Ohio Drone Repair. Chase, how's it going out there?
Oh, it's going good. We're doing better than last year, so that's all that matters. We're just trying to improve and just have fun with it. And, it's a great event they put on, and we're proud to be a part of it and be the sponsor of it.
And how many years have you participated in this?
This is our second year doing this, and first year didn't go great, but like I said, we're making improvements, and that's all that matters.
Now, are these the same team members that you had before that you are driving with?
Slightly different team members this year. Just wasn't cutting it with some of the team members last year. We had to drop them and get new ones, and we're really happy with our driver lineup, and we're going good.
So out with the old, in with the new. So let's speak to those. Who are those folks that are currently with you this year?
So a new one is Jimmy Watts. Jimmy came from the same high school that me and Roger went to. Super fast guy, and he's just the coolest on the block, so we had to scoop him up. Carter Cook is another one. He is a legend on dirt bikes. I mean, motocross, street bikes, whatever. He's a legend on 2 wheels, so we had to scoop him up as well for the whole driver deal.
And yourself, do you guys know all these guys from high school or just from word of mouth?
A lot of family, like a lot of friends from back in the past, but a lot of new friends as well. I would say it's a good mix of old and new.
Now, did you do any other sports, or how did you even get started into this?
So I actually race cars with SCCA, the Sports Car Club of America. I race Spec Miata. It's a national class, about 80 cars compete in a weekend. It goes all over the country, and I do that full time, and this is just my side gig. So I work at Ohio Drone Repair. I do the marketing media, and when this deal came across, I couldn't say no. It's a great event.
Yeah, well, glad to have you here. And then, how many events like this will you do in a year?
The go-karting, just this one. This one every year. So, yep, it's a good one.
That's because this is the best one around, right?
There's no competition. This is the best.
Well, we appreciate you joining us. We wish your team the best of luck and hope to see you on that podium tonight.
Thank you so much.
All right. That's a cut.
Thanks, Dana. So on track, we deployed the pace car because there was some equipment loose. I believe that was an onboard camera that caused a potential hazard on track. So we rolled the pace car, caught the leaders, and they retrieved that piece of equipment. So that's going to put Downhill Burrito back behind the pace car with Corey Salerno in the correct order. There are provisions for lucky dogs to get teams that are in the back on the lead lap. That is at the discretion of race control. If we do get those, we'll probably see a wave by for those drivers on the pace car. Again, our double car serving as the pace car this time. Looks kind of cool with our yellow lights on there. Double car is a great addition to this center that allows you to come drive and ride or drive a passenger who may be a little shorter or maybe just not up to driving on their own. So feel free to make use of that utility as we use it today as the pace car. We needed all 36 cars in the fleet today in order to make this because As you may know, electric go-karting with batteries is a significant challenge. The energy density of a battery is just not the same as fuel. Unfortunately, we can't just fill them full of gas and send them on their way. We have to be very diligent about how we manage batteries here, and that's what this race is really all about, as far as the competition side. So, if you're joining us in the chat, we welcome your comments to us, especially if you have a question. If you're not sure how something on this race is running, we'll be happy to put something up on the screen for you, and we'll try to answer it for you. If you have a driver you're rooting for, obviously root for them, but if you have a question for them, let's see if we can get it passed on to them so we can get that question answered. The biggest compliment you guys can provide us is by continuing to watch our videos. We do stream on the first and third Sundays on a semi-regular schedule. With the endurance, there we go. That's Corey Salerno. Looks like, he was going to get the wave by, except somebody. All right, so everybody except for the leader is going to get a wave around as a lucky dog. We have only had 2 pace cars yellows so far. Zach Harmon looks like he stalled in the pits. He might have gotten hit there. I heard some bumping and grinding, but I'm not sure. He's in the number 36, so we'll check batteries real quick. He is just sitting there with his arms up in the air saying, what's going on? Car 34, so we'll check on telemetry and see. Yeah, that battery is dead. So, unfortunately, with the pace car coming out, the timing of that just was not good for them because that pits are closed during that time. But I don't think he had a choice. I mean, the battery just went completely dead, so they're going to have to push him back to the pits.
That was one of my questions for you, James. Is the pit lane open during the yellow flag situation?
It's not. No.
So
it looks like he came in regardless. I mean, he was probably prompted by his team.
Now, is he going to be forced into a penalty because he came into the pits during the yellow flag?
We will have to find out.
That is
because it's kind of an emergency stop at that point. If the team saw in the telemetry the battery was just going to die, then he had to come in. Better him stop on the pit lane instead of waiting. But there's a good chance, based on the lucky dog situation, they may just put his team back on the lead lap. They might just be in the back of the field. We'll have to see.
So what was the total? It went down to 2.3 volts, so it was dead.
Yeah. Yeah, it has to register 2.5 for 2 seconds, but sometimes it can drop even faster. So
there we see that's Mitch Shannon getting behind the hot seat for Team Redline Racing there.
Which, when you consider, let's see, Redline Racing was 425. All right, we're going to go back to green. Let's see what the start is like here. They're going to wait to roll Mitch at the back. And let's see if Anthony brings the field back under control a little bit smoother than last time. We kind of missed the acceleration point. Last time we had a restart, it was a very awkward start. So looks like so far so good.
So last time Narowski got the green flag was the start of the race, and it was a goofy start.
Yeah, we acknowledge, I mean, the leader has discretion over when to accelerate the field. As long as people don't pass before the start-finish line, they're okay. It just seemed like it was a really long delay before he accelerated.
So just behind your race leader is Corey Salerno with Team Supersonic. And are they on the same lap, or is there one lap separating Downhill Burrito from Supersonic? No, they're on the same lap, so this is battle for position at the front.
They gave them lucky dogs, so they're back on the lead laps.
So what is the qualifications?
I was afraid you're going to ask me that. Because some of it just comes down to discretion, so I'm not sure.
Say who and why gets the lucky dog. Did everybody get okay?
Yeah, everybody except the leader got their lap back.
Okay,
so
just one.
That erases the lead for Downhill Burrito. Anthony is now fighting for his position to lead the field.
So you want to have, in a yellow flag situation, you want to have a pretty solid gap over the field because potentially the field could get an entire lap back.
Absolutely. And if you're fighting to try to get back on the lead lap, you just hope that a yellow comes out in the hopes that you don't have to pass that person and gain it back.
So Corey Salerno trying to keep touch with Team Downhill Burrito, Anthony Narowski running up front. Team High Voltage back there in the number 3 spot, not quite putting together the solid laps for the orange squad in the number 3 position. 31 Motorsports running back in the number 4 position currently. They are they're on the lead lap as well. Superfly Racing is the first team 1 lap off of the mark. And Redline Racing, they were with it for quite a while there up at the start, but they have slowly been slipping. I don't recall off the top of my head because there's been so much action going on in the first 3 hours of competition. I don't recall how many adversities Redline Racing has faced early in this one, but
the interesting thing is that it's sorted through almost back to our starting order. Now we've got fluctuations with 31 Motorsports dropping. They started in 4th. Superfly starting in 2nd, so they've dropped down. But as far as Downhill Burrito being back on the lead lap and Supersonic Racing gaining a little bit of advantage. Even with that drive-through penalty earlier from Supersonic, they have recovered very well.
Looking for some battles there. We see a pretty good driver battle for, that would be Ohio Drone Repair, getting overtaken by Porsche Beechwood.
PJ Manny-Petty in the pilot seat of the yellow helmet.
Redline Racing.
They're all going to just bump their way past Ohio Drone Repair.
And ASR right there in the mix as well. So quite literally, we're 3 drivers in that mix trying to make their way by Team Ohio Drone Repair.
Now, I don't know if you covered this while I was down in the pits, but one of the reasons that ASR did pit early, one of their drivers, because he was claiming the kart didn't have any brakes.
I did,
so you did
hear about that. I did not mention it, and I was just down there talking to the mechanic about said situation.
Yes.
And he is in the process of working on it.
They're working on the brakes? Okay.
Yes, and he believes that the reservoirs on these karts may be a little bit too small, and it's just holding an air bubble somewhere in the circuitry.
Well, there's a lot to be desired on the braking systems of these cars for sure, yeah.
Are they 1-piston, 2-piston? Do you know? I'm going to ask you questions.
Single piston, both left and right-hand side. So you have 2 calipers, which is a lot of power for a little go-kart like this.
But they're just rear brakes.
They're rear brakes, yep.
So
no ballast adjustments either, so it's really hard to get them balanced side to side on the cars. The drivers notice that when they get to this level, and as far as the braking performance and whether one side grabs earlier.
Oh,
PJ Manny-Penny throwing hands at Mitch Shannon there. As you got 3 wide back in 5, David Pons leading, and Marshall Miller in 31 Motorsports trying to squeeze his way by Corey Salerno.
So Corey Salerno was all over Team Downhill Burrito, but he has lost 2 positions, and he has Superfly was one of those positions that was right there in the mix as well. So Corey Salerno going the wrong way as High Voltage in the number 2 spot with Team Downhill Burrito leading the way.
This is always an interesting battle when you've got David and Marshall on track. These guys battle it out in the GP series and sometimes endurance as well. Marshall's going to take a look on the inside and dig deep. Going to push David to the outside, but he's not going to take it. He's going to get it back in 2. The classic switchback as David closes the door in 3. They're back in position.
Downhill Burrito is that far ahead. Anthony Narowski just has this track absolutely dialed.
He does.
Where he has been able to pull a 5-second gap since the restart.
Yep. And especially with these guys battling, and that slows them down, he's going to be able to pull it out even more. High Voltage now has clean track space.
Because on board right now with Corey Salerno with Team Supersonic, when we first went back to green, he was all over the rear fender of Anthony Narowski for Team Downhill Burrito. So he has lost 2nd place, and he has put 2 additional drivers in between there. So something may be upsetting Corey Salerno.
Squiggly saying, Marshall and David always battling on and off the track. It's really funny. Yeah, we've had good battles, especially in the GP series. The GP is only 16 laps, so you have to make moves as quickly as possible. And these guys both made moves for the lead on 2 different events. One of them gaining advantage over the other in the opposite direction on both events. So it's kind of interesting.
Looks like Marshall Miller just trying to set up David Pons, using outside-inside lines to open up the race course and giving him a little bit of clear real estate in the switchbacks there in 1, 2, and 3. And now making their way by the pit stop and through the carousel. Miller may be trying to set himself up to show an inside line. And here we see Corey Salerno coming into the pits. I've seen his hands were up in the air.
he wasn't happy with the car, and so who knows if it actually is a car situation or not, but they're going to just not take the risk, and they're going to pit him probably early here. I think last time Rachel, 73 laps, which is a short stint for that one.
I would try to find out from Team Supersonic what was going on with that kart to know if it was some power situation, braking situation, what was going on with Supersonic's kart to know why Corey Salerno pulled in early. But here we're back on with Marshall Miller trying to put the pressure on David Pons once again.
Took a quick look there, but not enough space. David knows how to defend. He's no stranger to this. They're going to take on the middle line. He's even been teaching his fellow drivers how to defend in this exact situation. So his teammates are probably watching him to see if he's going to follow his own advice.
And we will catch up with this battle just after we get back with Dana, who is down in the pits with a representative with Team High Voltage.
Team High Voltage back here on the track side, and I'm here with Jacob Andrew. Jacob, what the heck is going out there? I actually had to stop the cameraing and the filming upstairs and tell them to bring it down here because you just did some amazing stuff with that last stint. So talk me through it.
I was just in the zone, I guess. I'm out of shape. That was rough. I'm really out of shape, but no, I mean, the kart felt great. I got into a good rhythm, and everything just worked great, yeah.
So what we're talking about, folks, so the amount of laps that you do, your kart can only go so many laps. You kind of, think it's going to go this far, but you actually pushed the lever there and took it to the extreme. How many do you think you got in?
I heard 110. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that surprised myself, so.
So kind of talk to the folks that are watching. So you're being told to come in at a certain time. Do you make that call and saying, hey, I can last, or is your team manager over there saying push it?
I get told when to come in. I have no say on, unless I'm like sick or something. I am told when to come in. Yeah, that is not my decision.
Okay, so normally how many laps would you get in your stint?
I think my first I did 100, so I think we're kind of aiming for 100 plus. That's kind of ideal, and seems like we're doing so.
But 110 in that last one. So were you getting nervous? Like, hey, are they going to call me in at any time, or am I not like getting the signal?
No, I trust my team. We knew our radios were working, so I had no concern whatsoever. Yep.
And was that your first stint of the day? Second stint of the day. So how many more do you anticipate you'll be doing before the end of the night?
I know we have it all calculated out. I'm not too sure.
All right. Three other team members, right? Yeah, to help you. Two other including you. So, well, best of luck tonight. Keep pushing it, and we'll see you at the top of that podium. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
It's great to hear from the drivers who say, number one, I trust my team. That is great, but it's also a little hilarious to just hear them say, well, I'm not in charge of my strategy. I'm just going to listen for my team. So, as we join track action back with David Pons leading Marshall Miller and Rachel Hart now in behind. Mitch Shannon has joined the party with the four drivers. We were talking about pit stops and the number of laps with Team High Voltage. We just had Mitch Shannon, who is his team, Redline Racing, looked at the number of lap times they ran on that kart before it expired. 113 laps, if our records are correct. So there was absolutely no question that they were pushing the envelope when they pitted under that yellow. They made that emergency stop. So I think the question now from teams is whether there will be a penalty. I see that in the team chat. I don't know if there's been an answer to that one or not, but there was definitely no question they were pushing the envelope on that one.
One lap penalty.
One lap penalty. Okay. So I assume that means, Marshall looking again, but David in the perfect spot in turn one.
Ooh.
That's going to open the door for Mitch Shannon to get his nose in there.
By.
Rachel. No, Rich got to leave a little bit more room for Rachel there. The car's wider than that. That's going to separate the 2 and 2.
Okay, we just got ruling that officially the pits are only open for a dead kart situation.
That definitely qualified as a dead kart, though. Unless he came in and then it died. Maybe that's the distinctive line there. Mitch Shannon going side by side in turn 4. Rachel, perfect
before
car
the
control
line.
right there as they head back into turn 5. Now, if there's a way to handle turn 4, that's probably one of the best.
Here we got David Pons for Team Superfly coming in the pits.
Yep.
So that's going to open the door for Downhill Burrito and Supersonic to potentially move up through the board.
Grab a replay of that camera as Rachel was on the outside or the inside of turn 4 going into with Mitch. Just the way she handled that car and just kicked it sideways was perfect car control.
Oh,
whoa! Got a car sideways. Oh, that's Jensen back on track for Downhill Burrito. That's going to drop them
Couple of
in that
positions.
standings.
But Superfly coming in for that pit will drop them a lap, and that'll allow Downhill Burrito to move up through the leaderboard after that mistake from Jensen.
As Mitch continues to put the pressure on Rachel Hart, they're bouncing through turn number 5. A little bit of bumpiness back there in the concrete. It's just the way that the track rolls out. This is a bead-blasted concrete surface. It's got a fair amount of rubber in it, but it doesn't hold a lot. The bead blasting is not entirely very deep, so the rubber kind of rolls up on the surface and it builds a little bit of texture to it, but overall it can be pretty slick sometimes, just not as slick as smooth, polished concrete.
Team Downhill Burrito assessed with a drive-through penalty.
Oh, Rachel's just going to point him by. So no point in holding him up, and then that's probably a good veteran solution for Team Supersonic. They know that holding him up may not continue to help their race. So
Mitch Shannon, I believe in cart number 20 or 26. 35.
Yep.
We've got a bunch of them that are pretty low right now. And here we see Marshall Miller coming in for a pit for Team 31 Motorsport.
I saw the quick onboard shot there, Mitch Shannon's battery charge that was pretty low. That's what you were talking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's showing 12%. So, in fact, is that car 34? Is he in car 34?
34 only has 8% according to what I've got, but it showed a 35 on his hood, so I'm not really sure.
I wonder if they're on the old. They may not have updated the overlay because he just pitted, so that's got to be a fresh battery. So.
One question I have for you, James, is I was paying attention to the telemetry that we have up here in the booth, and I seen that cart number 40, the tire pressure for the right rear at 17 pounds, that seems to be a little bit low in perspective to the rest of the carts where they're up in the high 20s.
Yeah, cart 40 is the pace car.
Well, that makes a lot of sense then.
Yep.
Disregard. Doesn't really affect their
but
performance.
It is an interesting note. I mean, all these tires have tire pressure monitoring systems on them, and we can monitor them from the pit. So if there is something happening, we can tell.
Cart number 8, I just seen that it was showing with low pressure, like nearly flat tire low pressure settings. So not sure if cart number 8 is currently on the track or not. It looks like it is currently being charged, but just some interesting notes that we have up here in the booth. We are paying attention to battery telemetry as well as tire pressures for each individual cart. But checking in with the leaderboard, High Voltage putting up 3 laps on Redline Racing. And out of nowhere, Redline Racing, they were some 5 laps buried in this. In 6th place, I don't know how or why, but Redline Racing is finding themselves in 2nd place all of a sudden with 31 Motorsports back in 3rd, Supersonic in 4th, and Downhill Burrito being pushed back to the number 5 spot. And I just got word that Downhill Burrito has to serve 2 drive-through penalties in a row because they did not adhere to the drive-through warnings that they were given out there on the track.
That is a huge blow.
But the thing that I'm noticing, James, I didn't catch it. How did Redline Racing go from 6 laps behind in 6th place to 2nd place on nearly the lead lap?
Well, we do know that Rachel allowed him by on a few laps ago. So wouldn't that catch them up to the leader or the second pass? Okay, they have voided the 2nd penalty for Downhill Burrito, so just 1 drive-through penalty, which he served. So Oh, just as we cut away, we said some bumping action going on down there.
I would have sworn earlier in this race, Redline Racing was buried, and they almost had no shot at it, but now they find themselves up in second place, all of a sudden battling with 31 Motorsports. So I may be totally mistaken, but I do believe Redline Racing making a hard comeback here at about the 3.5 hour mark.
That is interesting. Trying to figure out if there's something that we might have missed there, but this is going to be an interesting release there. Looks like Dom was okay. He held to the left-hand side. They have to hold there for the blend line. Just made it tight for Mitch as he was coming through turn 1.
Catching back in with High Voltage Racing. They are 3 laps clear of Redline Racing and 31 Motorsports. Dominic D'Angelo, there we are on board with Dominic D'Angelo and Rachel Hart. That would have been a battle for the 3rd place position on track right now, as they are both about 3 laps off of the mark, and they've got Superfly right behind them. Superfly a lap behind this battle for 3rd place between D'Angelo and Rachel Hart. Rachel Hart, I want to say she's got more circuits here at K1 Speed than Dominic does, so she should be trying to find her way around. But there we've seen the karts hopping through these tight hairpin turns.
Yeah, Dom always has that problem. He's a lightweight driver, so that obviously doesn't help the situation, but the way he enters the corners and turns the wheel always tends to upset the kart. I mean, he seems to have that problem almost anything that he's driving.
And these
the drivers can adjust to that. They can kind of widen their lines up a little bit, but unfortunately that gives you more track space.
Just like a typical ATV, these karts are a solid rear axle?
No, they're not. They're split differentials.
Okay. So hopping would be typical on a solid axle because the tires are moving at different rates, but with the independent, they should be moving at the proper speeds around turns. So hopping definitely upsets the karts like you were mentioning, and when you're hopping, you're not gripping and you're losing time. So Dominic D'Angelo, I want to say it's just a matter of time before Rachel Hart will keep the rubber down and find that line around Dominic, and that would be good enough to put her in 3rd place. And trying to see that kart number 12 for Rachel versus Dominic D'Angelo's kart number 7. Not sure exactly how they will pan out because both of those karts seem to be about a fair match with one another as far as their state of charge lifespan is out there on the race course. So Rachel Hart just going to keep the pressure on the blue hood of Dominic D'Angelo, battling there for the number 3 spot. They have pulled away significantly from Team Superfly. Team Superfly, I believe, has was that Tristan Hartong out on the race course for them?
I'm waiting to see a shot here to see. No, we're back to Joey Valentine.
Back to Joey Valentine.
Yeah,
all right.
Tristan has not hit the track at all yet.
I didn't think we've seen him out there.
Nope. That might be one of these situations where they're saving him for the reverse direction, which we're a couple hours still away from that.
Yes, we are about 2 hours and 30 minutes away from the only competition caution that we have scheduled in the 3rd annual competition karting 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Balls Guarana, Track First, BTX Clothing, and Summit Racing helping us out for the 2025 running of this event. The pressure is still on between 31 Motorsports and Team Supersonic. This should be a great battle that we are paying attention to, and you can't count out the battle for 8th place between Ohio Drone Repair and ASR Racing. So we see one team coming in for a very quick pit. Brown Hoods, Porsche Beechwood coming in for a driver
swap. It should be Payson back on track.
Payson Lang. He does a lot of HDPE.
I had to look that up the other day.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, it's part of hard performance driving, so it's part of the NASA series where From my understanding, NASA has several divisions. You either race competitively in series, or you do like autocross type things, or you just do casual events where they host them at a particular track and you can just bring your own car.
NASA.
Yeah, the governing body is like the overarching entity, and then HPDE is a part of that. Oh, there comes that squeeze right there, but Rachel did the right thing, giving him the line, and she's going to squeeze him into one.
Running him wide, giving him nowhere to go except for to lift.
Rachel Hart on rails. She is directing that car exactly where she wants to go.
We'll see if Rachel Hart is able to put a couple of carts between her and Dominic D'Angelo after that aggressive move and leaving Dominic nowhere to go but to have to lift and relinquish the position to Rachel Hart. Rachel Hart now with Team Supersonic improving up to the number 3 position, looking to see if they can close in on the Green Hoods. Green Hood is Team Redline Racing, and again, I swear that team was off the mark an hour ago.
Yeah, one of the things that got questioned was whether his additional pit stop got triggered a lap count. So we're looking at that right now to try to see if... See, the pit lane timer is not supposed to trigger a lap, but there is a concern that something got triggered with his in-lap, especially when he had the long stint and he killed the battery back there.
Okay. So we are behind the scenes working on some telemetry thing or some technical things about laps.
As we go into replay of Rachel just masterclass of how to handle turn 1 and trying to defend in the most clean fashion.
Defended it well, giving him nowhere to go. So Supersonic now with some real estate as they are putting the pressure on Ohio Drone Repair. That is one of the black helmets for Ohio Drone Repair. Leave it at that. Not quite sure which one that one is. Very could be Chase McIntyre out there for Ohio Drone Repair. Here we have Rachel Hart still getting the pressure from Dominic D'Angelo, but Rachel Hart's now got nowhere to go but giving up the position to Dominic D'Angelo as Rachel Hart was all over the rear bumpers.
That's going to push Ohio Drone sideways as Joey's going to take advantage of that as well.
Yep.
And the pink Superfly.
Say Rachel Hart was bottlenecked right behind Ohio Drone Repair's cart, and that allowed Team 31 Motorsports to go up the inside of Team Supersonic and just slip by, making a 2-for-1 pass. And here comes Team Superfly really applying the pressure to Supersonic. Do hedgehogs eat bugs?
Good question.
Because that's the supers we're coming down to right now. Superfly versus Supersonic.
Rachel's probably the one to answer that since she's the Sonic.
The Superfly is one lap behind Supersonic, so this would be a battle of pride right now if Superfly, Joey Valentine, fueled by Reese Cups. He had himself a 4-pack, family pack between his last stint and now to give him the extra juice to try to make the move on Rachel Hart right now. So
I could really take a sponsorship from a Reese Cup right now. That'd be wonderful.
2025's Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Balls Guarana. Up here in the box.
We haven't been served that either, so just a note to race staff. We haven't sampled.
Got the variety of flavors. Here we are going to replay this pass that we were just talking about just a moment ago. Hart getting put behind Team Ohio Drone Repair, and 31 Motorsports going up the inside, making a 2-for-1 pass.
I believe that's Andrew Stevens in the... Yep, and then he's the one that gets pushed sideways there in the carousel.
It's one of the black helmets.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Well, maybe 5.
We have yet to see the Moto helmets from Ohio Drone Repair. That would be Dalton Kirby and Nick Shaika.
Of course, we don't have a picture of the Jimmy's helmet either, so...
He could have a black helmet, too.
It might as well be.
It's either black or white. One of the two.
Roger's the only one helping us out with the white helmet.
So maybe. I mean, Jimmy could have a white helmet too.
Maybe.
All right, back out here on track. The pressure is still getting applied between Rachel Hart and Team Superfly. That is Joey Valentine, fueled by the Reese Cups. And through the kink, they're still matching each other as we were looking earlier between 31 Motorsports and Supersonic, that battle shaped up to, Rachel Hart losing the rear tires on that kart. Going to have to put that thing into reverse to get going back the right way. Yellow lights are coming out on the race course. It turns back to greens, though, and we are back underway without losing any time into bringing out the pace kart. But High Voltage kind of silently just methodically working their way around. They were 2024's runner-up, or excuse me, 2024's third-place finisher and 2022's runner-up. And
I'd like to see if we can get a replay of that. One of the Supersonic team is actually asking if they could see how that spin happened. I think Downhill Burrito was in a similar situation, and nothing was called on it. So
yeah, I'm curious to see if we can get some replays of that action as well. But I am going to send things down to Dana in just a moment. But right now, just continuing to click off laps as we still have Redline Racing showing in the number 2 spot with 31 Motorsports in third, Supersonic in the number 4 spot. Here we've got a replay of that.
Oh, that was Joey getting down on the inside of her car and pushing her out.
She definitely lost traction in the rear.
We'll leave that up to the race director to see if anything does get called on that.
Yes, and again, I want to thank you guys for joining us for the 3rd annual running of Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Balls Guarana, and Track First. I want to send things down to Dana, who's in the paddock with one of the members of... Can't figure out if that's Redline Racing or not.
Joining me down here is Captain Curtis Harrington with Team Porsche. How's it going on out there?
We're having a blast. It's a lot of fun. This is our first time doing it, so we're racing on a Friday.
So first time, so newbies out here. How many guys are you racing with that have raced here before?
We got PJ and Katie that are the locals here, and then the past couple weeks, us 5 from Porsche have been coming up here and putting in laps. So very little experience, but we're having a blast.
Hey, sometimes little experience doesn't mean whoever is, the man to be or the woman to be out there is the way that it runs. So you have how many drivers with you?
We have a total of 7.
7. So that gives you a pretty good breaks in between. Like, how do you decide who jumps in next? Everyone gets a turn, or if somebody's feeling a little bit better than somebody else, they go in? How's that work?
We kind of built a little strategy kind of beforehand just to keep it, structured and all, but, kind of kept it quickest and people who can keep it out there for the longest, because whoever do the most laps is going to win, right?
So how many stints have you done already?
I've done 1. I think we're coming up on our 7th driver here shortly. So.
And that felt pretty good. How many laps you think you got in?
Probably between like 60 and 70 or so. So it felt good off the start.
Probably feeling kind of sore at that many, even with only 1 stint?
Yeah, back's a little sore, but we'll be all right.
I tell people it's a lot more physical than people think. I see a lot of people coming out with blisters on their hands. How are you going to feel in the morning after 12 hours?
I think we'll be just fine. We got 7 of us out here. We're all in good shape, so as long as we keep turning laps, we'll be fine.
And it'll feel great if you get on that podium, right?
That'd be even better,
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, and nice to meet you. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
My mistake to Curtis Harrington. I seen a red hat, and I assumed Team Redline Racing. My apologies to him. But back out here on the track, we are watching Team Downhill Burrito applying the pressure to Team Superfly. That is Jensen Janda out there for Downhill Burrito. Downhill Burrito, they were up at the front early. They slipped up, and now they're showing 4 laps back.
And they knew one of the difficulties they were going to have was pit stops during this race. They knew all the drivers had pace, but they have pit stops. So for those that are wondering at home about the Redline Racing, so we're still looking at that. The potential, this is just a theory that we have, when he came into the pits during the yellow flag and he stopped, he could have stopped and rolled back and forth on the pit entry trigger. We're just wondering if that might have had something to do with the lap counts. So trying to get that sorted out. That is a big hit for Joey, because there was no room left there for him to go, and he definitely didn't want to go in the pit lane. That would cause him to have to do a drive-through.
So Jensen Janda, relentless at letting He
Yeah.
wanted to make that pass for
Yep,
sure.
yep.
And Team High Voltage was right there to take up from the mistake of Superfly's hitting the wall.
And we interviewed Jensen earlier at the pit lane, and he's a reserved and shy kind of guy, but I doubt he meant to do that. Might just been a slip up, or maybe he just didn't get the wheel turned in hard enough in order to make that turn back there.
It's good to see the younger competitors coming out here and racing with us. You're going to get a replay of that. Joey
He was
Valentine turned in early and didn't see.
Yeah. Jensen wanted to take the inside, but Joey didn't leave any room either, so might just be classified a racing incident.
On both drivers'
sides,
accounts, yep. Nothing more than that, and that's why we've got these awesome bumpers here at K1 to keep the driver safe and to keep the track staff safe and keep us racing all day long.
We got a new heat map up on the track, which is showing just how warm it is to the garage doors out there. Ambient temperature has risen quite a bit. I had a note from the team that they were wondering about lap times and whether they were degrading or not. My suspicion is if they are seeing lap times go up, they might be just due to the heat and the greasiness of the track.
So looking at the last lap by 25.3, which is not that far off from the best lap that we've had of the day, which is like a 24.9.
And that was the other consideration too, is it doesn't look like it's that far off pace.
Not at all,
especially
in my
with the
opinion.
number of cars that are battling on track. Yeah, we've considered doing this race with 10 drivers, but maybe that's just too much.
10 teams?
Yeah.
That would be a lot.
That's a lot of traffic.
9 teams is a lot of traffic out there on the track as there is action going on non-stop, whether it's for track position or racing position. So we see Team Redline Racing coming in for a pit. It's going to allow 31 Motorsports to take over the number 2 spot. And we see Redline Racing, Savannah Weber, coming back out here on the circuit for her second stint. About 2 hours and 15 minutes till we're going to have our competition caution to reverse this direction.
Have we talked about the elephant in the room and why there's a huge drone sitting on the track?
Nobody has touched on it?
Nobody's touched it yet.
I thought I seen a gas tank on it.
I would like to have a remote for that thing.
I'm curious to know if it looks like it's a gas tank, but that could just be a plastic container to house all the electronic bits.
Or is it a payload? I know we have Ohio Drone here in the booth. I don't know if they're listening to us or not, but
ignoring
you
us
guys,
is
you guys
better.
have any stories on this this huge drone sitting on track? Agricultural. Okay, so it's for spraying crops.
So that is an actual tank on board, but that is for insecticides, pesticides.
How many gallons does that hold? 50 gallons. Okay. So that's a large payload for a drone. Because, I mean, what's water weigh? 3 pounds per gallon? So you're lifting 200 pounds easily, yeah.
50 gallons.
Wow. This is the kind of expertise you get from Ohio Drone
Like
Repair.
a 50-gallon drum. That's a lot of material that thing can move around. That is impressive.
Is it electric? Is it electric powered? Yes. That's still, wow. Yeah. Oh, but, I mean, at that point, you start adding a bunch of weight for the batteries as well, so.
50 gallons.
Downforce Media saying awesome racing so
Wow.
far, and we're definitely enjoying the overhead shots from Ohio Drone Repair. 12 Hours of Canton brought to you by them as our title sponsor this year. We appreciate their support as well as our participation in this race.
That's a big elephant in the room.
It is almost an elephant.
High Voltage still hanging on to the number 1 spot as Team 31 Motorsports has adopted the number 2 position. And here it looks like we've got some of the lap situations figured out with Redline Racing as they're showing
There
4
we go.
laps off.
Yes.
Back in the number 6 position, very similar to what they were a couple of hours ago. Team Supersonic really improving into the number 3 spot. Team Downhill Burrito sitting there in the number 4 position. And Superfly ups and downs through the day, but finding themselves here in the number 5 spot with 8 hours and 12 minutes of racing remaining. Thank you to the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Balls Guarana, Track First, and BTX Clothing and Apparel. We'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio Drone Repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone Repair, we give you more. Props on a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio Drone Repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone Repair, we give you more. Props on a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
to Ohio where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Bring your broken wings, we'll make them soar. At Ohio drone repair, we give you more. Props and a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
And we are back here at K1 Speed for Competition Karting's third annual 12 Hours of Canton St. Patrick's Day tradition here at K1 Speed, as we have been doing these races right around the midpoint, end point of March the past couple of years. It's great to be back here at K1 Speed, and we are picking back up with Team Supersonic, who is right there in the middle of Ohio Drone Repair and Team ASR, being chased down by Downhill Burrito. Downhill Burrito in the number 4 position, running significantly faster lap times than Team Supersonic. So you want to say it's just a matter of when we see Jensen close the gap.
Yeah, the thing that's hurting Downhill Burrito is their pit stops. They knew that going into this race. It's a little bit more difficult for the younger drivers to get their seats in and also get their pedals adjusted. But they knew that was going to be part of their strategy today. So they're trying to make up track time on track so that they can compensate for that additional time in the pits.
On board with Steve Madden with Team High Voltage Racing. They are your current race leaders. Clicking off laps, they have a comfortable about a lap gap over 31 Motorsports in second and Team Supersonic back there in the number 3 spot. But on board with Madden, he cannot find the line to make the pass on Team Porsche Beechwood Racing's, I believe that's Curtis Harrington?
Probably.
Perhaps.
Not sure, but I was looking at Steve Madden's charge because they completed a pit stop not too long ago here. It was another 100-plus stint for them.
Wow.
So that wasn't just a one-off thing they did at the beginning of the race. As we heard from Jacob Andrews in the interview with Dana, they are pretty much just planning on running 100 laps. I guess that's just going to be the status quo for them.
Did Mitch Shannon run 113 laps?
That was the one that Zach was running. The battery died, yes.
Okay.
In fact, I just talked to them. We were in the pits on our break, and they weren't even quite sure exactly how many laps they had run either. So as far as them just watching telemetry and maybe not so much the lap count as Rachel Hart comes in for her pit stop.
Got to think that Armand Deligny will be coming out next as we see that team making their way out on the race course. As we're back on with High Voltage chasing down Porsche Beechwood. Still not finding the line around them. They've been stuck up behind that Team Porsche Beechwood Racing's for quite some time. And there we see Armand Deligny making his way out on the race course. The Ghost himself slipping up, falling back a position.
He's going to enter into some traffic with Downhill Burrito there, as well as ASR Racing. Get the tires warmed up. First couple laps. Jensen's going to make that move down the inside. Armand's going to give him the space. Armand knows not to push the issue on the cold tires.
He's getting bumped from ASR Racing from behind. I believe that will be the purple side of the helmets for Team ASR Racing.
Are we back to
Drew
Ravi?
Williams?
Oh, we're back to Drew. Okay.
And once again, thank you for joining us for Competition Karting's third ever 12 Hours of Canton. I'm going to send things down to Dana, who is in the paddock with a member of Team ASR Racing.
All right, I have with me Aaron Puckett from Team ASR. So how's things going out there, Aaron?
Well, things are going great. This is our first 12 hours, and we're only about 3.5 or 4 hours in. It's incredible, but there's a lot going on. So for us, we're trying to manage driver stints, our pace. We had a couple self-owns and penalties, as well as a kart brake failure. So we're dealing with a lot, but we're making the best of it.
Hey, those of the best drivers are the ones that can deal with the adversity, right? And there's not a whole lot of drivers, I want to point out. There's only 2 of you, right?
Actually, we have 3. We have 3 drivers, yep. But it's a small team. So, any other team that's got 3, it's a tough rotation. I don't know how Marshall's doing it with 2. I don't know.
A lot of endurance. So how many have you done so far?
I've lost track, but we're doing about 1 stint every 35 or 40 minutes.
How many have you done personally?
4, I guess. Yeah, so I actually had to go in as an emergency stint because Ravi's kart's brakes died. So 7 laps in, where I was expecting to get a 40-minute rest, I had to jump in.
So I'm new to the sport. So when somebody's brakes die, is that from tapping them, or it could just be a faulty area of the kart?
We believe it was a mechanical failure. Yeah. So when you're going into the corner really fast, you want to slow the kart down, and if the brakes don't work, that's kind of hard to do.
So is the whole thought of try not to use your brakes at all?
So the way we're trying to use the brakes is to try and trail brake, so very slightly, enough so that you slow the cart down, that you scrub off enough speed so that you don't slide through the corner. So it's a very fine line where you're just activating the brake maybe 10 to 15%.
And how did you learn about this event, year one?
I saw the stream last year. So March of last year, I was sitting on my couch, and I was just scrolling through YouTube, and I'm like, wow, that looks like fun to do. So a year later, here we are.
12 hours of karting, K1 speed, place to be. Everyone I've talked to is definitely the best place to do the karting. And one quick shout out, you wanted to shout out maybe some of your sponsors there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to thank my dad, Timothy Puckett. He does remote educational services or in person, and he's actually helping us remotely watching the stream and letting us know sort of an eye in the sky of what's going on, because it's tough for us to pay attention here. So thanks for doing that.
Yeah, so thanks, Dad, and thanks for joining us, and we wish you the best today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Dana, for having Aaron in the hot seat there for a couple of minutes for Team ASR Racing. That is Auto Sport Refinement.
And
Thanks
there you
for what's
go.
up.
If you're sitting at home on the couch watching this race, maybe this will be you here next year racing this race. You never know. Aaron actually joined us from... Oh, we got debris on the track. So Aaron actually joined us for a couple endurance races, and he's been here now a couple times, making the drive from Michigan. I believe it's 5 or 6 hours for him to get here. He's come for our 30-minute races before, just to give him some track time and also some experience in this type of event.
That is true dedication to coming here.
Tremendous dedication.
Where does he hail from?
Like the middle part of Michigan, middle northern part. I said, what time do you normally arrive home? Because our endurance races sometimes finish around 9 o'clock at night. And he said, like 2 or 3 in the morning.
It's just another day.
Not a big deal.
So he drives past multiple other facilities that he has the opportunity to race at to just come here to K1 Speed Canton. That is pretty prestigious to come down here to do that.
We do consider that a huge compliment. We appreciate him doing that. He does have K1 Speeds in Michigan, Traverse City being the newest one up there, and then Oxford being the alternate location. And the K1 family is just growing and growing and growing.
And I remember coming into year number 1, I asked you the question that, did you enjoy doing this? Did you want to do this? Is this something that you've seen yourself doing? And you were kind of scratching your head, I don't know.
Yeah, Jensen Button taking the inside of turn 1. Yeah, it's a ton of work, especially that year 1. There were so many unknowns. I felt like we had so much to lose by showing this on a live stream, because we were risking batteries and mechanical carts and just running a 12-hour race. I mean, all the logistics involved made me really nervous.
It was a big gamble.
It was a huge gamble. Jason went for it, and here we are today, 3 years, hopefully a little bit more polished and refined. But, it gets a little bit easier as the years go on, but we've been pushing the envelope on what we're doing, and that's what gives us a good challenge.
Now, do you see this a staple in the future?
I think for us, yes. Now, can every center adopt this? Yeah, not necessarily. There's a huge investment in batteries and the telemetry system that we've got. I mean, you're talking many, many, many thousands of dollars. And it's hard to justify that when your revenue is basically driven on a rev and drive. The thing is, I just love the racing too much. This is awesome. This is great to see people like Jensen out on track. It is great to see companies getting together, teams of drivers like Ohio Drone Repair and ASR Racing coming from Michigan. Like that makes it all worth it. So regardless of whether this format applies in a lot of different situations or whatever, it's something that fits well for us, and I love the people who come to participate with it.
Spectacular. Do you know if any other facilities have adopted any of the monitoring that you have here at this location?
None that we're aware of. That's why we make that claim that we're the world's first. We don't know of anybody else who's able to do electric indoor karting at this length of time.
Because I have a friend that lives in Texas, and he participates in the endurance leagues at the K1 Speed in Texas.
Yeah.
But they have no way of knowing.
At K1, though.
Yes. So they have I believe some sort of an endurance race.
Yeah, there's a lot of endurance in the gas community for sure. And there's indoor gas endurance races for sure, yeah.
It was some sort of a league race that he was participating in.
Yeah.
But those drivers have no way of knowing how their kart is performing out there on track.
No, they don't. So
very, very exclusive to have here at K1 in Canton for the competition karting's 12 hours.
Tristan was in the background there of Superfly Racing, giving a good thumbs up to David Pons launching and releasing back out on track as we see more battles out on track. As Jensen's going to fight his way through there, not going to let off the throttle. Marshall giving a wave.
First look at Dalton Kirby. No information except for he has a dirt bike helmet. And that's my kind of ride.
He's getting banged up around there for sure, and Marshall is trying to talk through his helmet cover. Not sure that anybody could understand what that means, but
Dalton getting bullied a little bit out there with some cold tires. Representative for Team Ohio Drone Repair filing in just ahead of High Voltage Racing. And we just seen Dalton Kirby reaching down. I'm not sure if something was wrong with his belt or what was going on there, but he did reach down. Everything seems to be all good to go for the Silver Hoods.
I also noticed that we've got, looks like Steve Madden back at the driver's seat for High Voltage. Currently shown at the lead of this race with Downhill Burrito on the same lap.
I did see Steve was out there just a few moments ago, and his cart were showing 33, or cart number 33 at 100% state of charge.
Here's a replay of this. Go back to the action, and maybe the reason Marshall was upset was he just wanted that driver to give him some more room, but he was getting squeezed on both sides, and Marshall should have seen that because he was pretty much the spectator in that whole situation. But Jensen not giving up in turn number 2. He's just kept his foot on the throttle.
Yeah, there's some sort of telemetry, something going on with cart number 33. I'm showing a different percentage than what was listed on screen just a moment ago. It was showing full 100% state of charge for competition, or excuse me, for the driver for High Voltage.
Yeah, that's been particularly tricky for us. That the guys in the pits have to update those numbers for us, and if there's a chance that something didn't get changed, it might be out of date. Not sure.
Okay.
We'll wait and see if anything changes on it. Armand Deligny now going to squeeze by him, and he's going to get a bump by the number 24.
Team High Voltage, 566.
Oh, they're going to spin.
And that was Gavin Patterson taking a little bit of a ride.
This must be Gavin's outlap because we just saw Jensen out on track, so I assume that means they just made a driver swap. He came in on lap 563, which I believe is the current lap. So, yeah, this is the outlap.
1 minute, 23 second lap time would also account for a pit. So, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep, you're right.
So, the running order for Downhill Burrito so far has been Jensen, Gavin, Giovanni, Anthony, Jensen, Gavin. So, they're kind of running... I don't know, they're kind of mixing them up. So Giovanni only running one stint so far. We believe he's probably being saved for the second half of the race with the reverse direction. But they still threw him in for a stint, probably to make sure that all these drivers get a break.
I apologize for my silence there for a moment, James. I was just thinking that you were mentioning in the beginning of the show that Jason, our race director, was anticipating the top 5 or so teams being on the same lap at the 4-hour mark.
Right.
We are just past the 4-hour mark, and the top 6 teams only separated by 3 laps. So not that much variation for the top 6 teams out there.
Not bad at all.
So Jason's...
And really only 2 cautions and 1 lucky dog situation, I believe.
So that's pretty fair racing overall.
Yeah.
And Redline Racing, they found themselves deeper in the running order. We said it earlier in the show that they were buried like 5th. They found their way back to 2nd. All of a sudden, they were back to 6th, and they've clawed their way back into a top 3 ride.
Yeah, this whole mid-pack has been switching positions a lot due to their pit stop strategies.
ASR, qualifying in the number 6 position, has not backed up their qualifying claims as they have slipped back to the number 9 position on the race course. Porsche Beechwood qualifying in the number 8 position. They're running up in 7, so they're doing better than they were anticipating. Team Ohio Drone Repair also doing a little bit better than they were anticipating, running in the number 8th position.
We're following along with David Pons and Steve Madden right now. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, you're great. I just was trying to compare current running orders to qualifying positions, and Team Superfly Qualifying in second, currently running in 6th. Team Supersonic qualifying in 7th, currently running in the number 5 spot. Downhill Burrito not matching their qualifying result. They are running in 4th. They qualified on the pole.
And we're going to continue to talk about this battery strategy with high voltage racing. We're looking at the average lap stint for the teams, and they are the highest. In fact, they are the highest by about 10 laps. So most teams pitting around the 90 to 95 lap window. High voltage is average. Their average pit stop is 103 laps.
And looking at the current lap count at 574 laps of completion, they're about 30 more laps until they're thinking about coming in. 30 more laps, I'll say, they'll be thinking about coming in. And Team High Voltage, kart number 33, showing 47% state of charge. See if I can't get up a little bit more information. Their lowest cell, 3.15 volts. So,
what did you say it was?
Kart number 33.
Okay.
And
what was the voltage? I thought you said 1. I was like, no.
3.15.
Okay, 3.15. Yeah, that's fine.
I did say a 1 in there.
I just heard you wrong, and I thought, wow, 1 volt, that would be something.
You've got a lot more going on in your head than I've got going on in my head, so I don't fault you for mishearing anything today. Because you're monitoring way more than what I am just watching here with the great racing action. As you see, Pons going up the inside of Porsche Beechwood, setting himself up on the outside and then back on the inside, the preferred line. He will seal the deal, make the pass through the kink, and David Pons, just for track position, there's about 10 laps separating those two particular teams. So that's just for a little bit of bragging rights and clear real estate ahead of them.
Great execution there. If you can set them up through turn 1 and then you make the pass through 2 and 3, that will prevent you from having that huge inconvenient positioning in turn 4.
Absolutely. If you can be on the outside there in 2, just giving them being beside them enough to push them a little wide there in 3. Perfect execution. As we see White.
Aaron coming in.
Team ASR coming in for their swap. And
They're going to send Drew back out. That looks like Drew. Oh, no, it's Aaron coming out. I'm sorry. This is Aaron, and then Drew was the one who's coming in. So.
Yeah, we just had Dana talking to Aaron, so that would have been hard for him to be on the track and in the cart at the same time.
Oh, he can't be in 2 places? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm a parent. I'm expected to be in 2 places at the same time.
Yeah, I can imagine. All right.
So 7 hours and 45 minutes of racing action remain here as we are just checking in. Steve Madden working his way by Dalton Kirby.
Dalton taking the inside, and he's not on the faster pace. He's kind of all over the track there, and that's what's probably frustrating some of these drivers, especially Marshall waving his right hand at him.
Yeah,
but,
I don't see Marshall being too happy about some of the driving tactics from Ohio Drone Repair's current pilot.
Yeah, but it's an experience thing. See, Steve Madden is going to use that door that he opened, but his racing line's a little inconsistent, so that's where you hear some of this extra squealing of tires and the pushing of the bumpers.
Dalton Kirby, probably one of the younger representatives of Ohio Drone Repair, probably one of the pilots and the wrench turners back at Ohio Drone Repair's home base.
But he's going to get to experience a nice first stint in a 12-hour race. Nothing like throwing you to the fire.
I am envious of all of these drivers. I want to be out here competing. I am a competitor at heart. Yep. I want to be out here driving. And it looks like so much fun, so exhausting. That is half the fun is the exertion that you put in and the accomplishment that you feel at the end of the day. Marshall Miller finally clearing. He's got some clear track ahead of him now. So we're going to see if 31 Motorsports can close in. He's got high voltage, not too awful far behind him. So 31 Motorsports has a lot of ground to make up to even challenge for the current race lead. 31 Motorsports looking at that cart's number. That is cart number 4. We're going to try to get some information on that particular machine, as it is at 62%. He will be staying out there far longer than Team High Voltage will.
Who's that? Oh, we're getting word that Marshall, we're talking about him in the number 4, his communication systems may have fallen off his helmet. So he may not even be able to talk to his only other person on his team right now.
And I would almost be willing to guarantee that they did not bring a pit board, a marker board, and an expo to communicate the old-fashioned style in situations such as this.
Again, we'll be looking for Dom on the fence line to see if he actually did.
Waves, arms waving in the air, come in, as it's hard to tell how long you've been out there after you've been running 100 laps. They all start to feel the same at some point in time. That high voltage coming in for their swap, they didn't quite make that 100 laps this time.
Yeah, what is the lap counter here as we wait for it to cycle through? Looks like 583. Does that mean they only made it 68 laps?
Cart number 33, 38% state of charge, 3.12 volts is what is showing in cell number 13. So I am not sure.
I mean, that's not a warning zone by any means. They might not have been happy with the performance of it, and they decided to pit it. We've seen that before.
That was cart 33. We'll try to take side note of that and pay close attention to some of these machines.
It's going to change their pit, their stint average to a whole 97 laps. 68 laps on that last stint for Jacob.
As Billy Ray would say, "Don't break my achy breaky heart." Doing nearly 100 lap stints. That is far exceeding the next team out there. Nearly Porsche Beechwood's up there as well.
That's
with their
about
average.
20 laps longer than we drove last year with the other battery units.
But you see, Porsche Beechwood is noticing the trend of the battery life. So they have also started to extend their stints, 100, 102, and 100 laps respectively for their last three drivers. And their average has been boosted up to 95 laps.
We got a nice comment here from Ian, who joins us. He drove this last year. He was on Team Salen's team, and they kind of, I think the gist of it is he had family who was making the comment, oh, that's nice, a nice go-kart race. And then they actually came here and they did it, and they realized just the physicality involved in it.
Kind of missing Team Salen's, as
We do. We missed them this year. We're glad Porsche Beechwood is filling in that gap, but
had many a Salen's hot dog in the past few years after I heard about them for the first time ever.
Yep, the Nonamaker brothers, who knows, maybe they're watching us right now. Give us a thumbs up in the chat. We hope you guys are enjoying the start of a new racing season. And also, I heard you're instrumental in getting us Team Porsche Beechwood today, so if you made that contact, we'd love to know a little bit more information on how that happened.
I just had a chance to check out some of the lap times there. In 31 Motorsports, nearly a 25 flat for their previous lap.
And check out the shot here as Dom D'Angelo is looking past into the track, and there's no cardo on his helmet. So there's no communication currently to Marshall Miller, who's out on pits for Team 31.
So yeah, no communications, and just going to do it the old-fashioned way at this point in time. 31 Motorsports, they have nearly matched their early races best lap time. We're seeing about 25-second lap times, James, for the forward direction. Is the reverse direction same?
Good question. I think so. David's going to make a move here on Gavin. Just seeing if anything transpired there. So it seems to be a very similar lap time, yeah. Now, we haven't run extended races in the reverse direction before. We've only run it for the 30 minutes, and most of the time the lap times are about the same. So,
and how will this affect pitting for the final 6 hours? So they'll be coming in the pit box in reverse. Is there a stopping box?
So they'll be coming in the pits exactly the same way. It's just you can see as Marshall passed by the pit entry there, they're going to swing that corner and turn right. So instead of going straight, which is what they do now, they're going to come around the corner and turn right. So the pit-in direction remains exactly the same. And if you notice on the bottom of your screen there in that last shot, the barrier's been opened up so that we can provide basically an on-ramp for the reverse direction this year.
Okay, so you're entering and exiting the same track.
Exact same way. Yeah, drivers were really concerned about that apparently this week when we announced it. They said, how is this going to change? And we haven't practiced any of this stuff. And no, it doesn't change anything about your pit stops. It just it changes the direction that you exit. So that may also open the door for some passing opportunities later, because the drivers are going to have to swing that turn very wide to make the entrance into
the pit lane, so that's going to be interesting. We see I have a question. So at 6 hours when they put it in reverse, do they just stop the race and switch the direction? We have one scheduled competition caution where I believe we're going to bring the pace vehicle out on the track in the forward direction. We will bring them through the pit lane and then exit the racetrack in the reverse direction, run a caution lap, and then bring the pace cart in the pits and then resume racing in the reverse direction. We will bring the pace cart out, run a forward lap, cycle them through the pits, and then reverse them out there on the track. So we will have a competition caution at the 6 hour mark, bringing the pace cart out to reverse them and using the pit lane as part of like a figure eight.
And also worth noting that the pits will close 10 minutes before that 6 hour mark.
Because there is a little bit of work to do leading up to that.
Not too much, but sorry. Yeah, I was corrected. 5 minutes before the 6 hour mark, 10 minutes from the 12 hour mark. So pits are going to close 5 minutes before 6.
What you got, James?
I guess I've been giving some giveaway stuff, but I'm not sure how we're going to do it yet. So
interesting. You've got folding landing pad.
Give us just a minute. We'll tell you what it is, and then we'll tell you how we're going to enter.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a DJI Neo and a landing pad provided by Ohio Drone Repair. We'll get some information about that to you guys here in a little bit.
And how you may happen to find that in your passenger seat on the way home today.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that Derek doesn't steal it. That's all.
I got eyes.
I know. You tried to steal my Primal Life stuff last year, so.
Your mouth is not our mission this year.
Nope, not this year, but the teeth whitening and stuff, that was giveaway last year, so. I guess we'll figure out how that works.
Back out there on the racetrack, though, 31 Motorsports still consistently clicking off good laps right now. I mean, I did see it just a few moments ago, 25-0, 25-0. Backing up the consistent 25 flats is Marshall Miller for 31 Motorsports. And he will have to pit sooner than high voltage, but he does have 2 laps of a buffer. And we have seen Marshall Miller and Dominic D'Angelo really streamline their pits and make them very, very quick. So that is a chance for them to hang on to that number 1 spot or stay right there in contention in the number 1 or 2 positions after they make that pit. So that'll be very, very interesting to see here very soon.
And our camera guys and producers have been doing a great job of following this action for you. These are 3 very evenly matched drivers on track right now, just showing off the evenness of the cars, but also the great competition level that we've got here. These guys are just neck and neck, lap after lap after lap after lap.
And to piggyback on top of that, they are all on the same lap as well. So this is not only a battle on the track for track position, it's a battle for race position as well between Superfly, Downhill Burrito, and Supersonic. 3-way battle over 3rd place, the bottom step of the box.
3 great representatives in the cars for each one of those teams.
Got David Pons, Gavin Patterson, and Corey Salerno all out there for those 3 teams. Is that Armand?
Yes, it is Armand.
My mistake. I'm sorry, Ghost.
Daniel's in the chat said, and next year, if I want to do the 12 Hours of Canton, how would I enter? Is it if some team wants to sign me or not? So the way the sign-ups work is the team captain who first gets the registration completed is the one who secures the spot. So at this point, I mean, things could change in the next 11 months, so stand by. But if they don't change next year, it'll just be whoever does the first sign-ups, and it'll be allocation based on how many drivers, how many team spots we have that year.
And registration fees and everything else.
Yep. So, I mean, the hope is to continue to grow the sport.
10 teams would be a lot,
I don't know.
James.
I keep looking at that because I go, we still have to make it through this one. We have to make sure everything holds up, especially as far as batteries go. As we see the lap traffic again battling the number 24, but Armand's squeezing by. Oh, he still bumps him going into 2. So
Dalton Kirby, he has been a driver that a lot of other drivers have been shaking their fist at out there on the race course.
Yep.
Not exactly thrilled about his style. Got a great shot of some of our paddock.
So I was gonna say we got to make it through this race first. I mean, we're not even halfway yet. Got to make sure everything holds up, batteries and all that stuff. If the possibility exists to open it up to 10 teams, I'm really wondering, I mean, how just how crowded would this track get. I mean, we've got constant traffic here. It is constant battles on track. So I don't know. We'll see.
31 Motorsports putting an additional lap on Team Downhill Burrito. He is slowly working his way towards Team Superfly. That would put teams in 3rd, 4th, and 5th position an additional lap down. So that would be huge for 31 Motorsports. The more distance he can put between him and the rest of the pack, the more buffer he is going to have whenever they have to make their next pit stall. But here we see Armand Deligny still applying the pressure to Gavin Patterson from Team Downhill Burrito. Do you know how they got the name of that team?
The Downhill Burrito?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when they interviewed Giovanni, he talked about his BMX experience, and so he loves going downhill. I think that's a story he tells about his grandpa and which direction he wants to go. And then the burrito, he said, was just his favorite food at the time. So there you go, a combination of the two favorite things in Giovanni's life.
What a classic. What a classic. As we see Marshall Miller
stuck pretty well.
Trying to bring Gavin Patterson with him from Team Downhill Burrito, working their way through some traffic. Got Armand Deligny, got a representative from Porsche Beechwood right there in the mix, sandwiched between these drivers.
As we're on board now with Aaron Puckett, David Pons just getting the pass. We'll see if Aaron creates any gap. So he just went through turn 1 here, and this was something we keep seeing on the onboards. The right-hand side of turn 1, if we get a chance to stay with this, well, we will. I want you to watch where the barrier has been moved in anticipation of the reverse track. It's going to be our on-ramp, for lack of a better word. As you see, Team Redline Racing, there's Mitch Shannon in the shot. Watching the telemetry. There we go. Okay, so here on the left-hand side, see how that barrier is opened up? I was really interested to see if any driver was going to take that extra track space and try to open up turn 1 a little bit, maybe swing out wide left and then come back.
But the door's open big there.
Yeah, it's probably very risky. I wondered if maybe just on the offset that they lay some rubber down on that part of the track, if it would help slingshot their way through 1 and tighten the corner and help them into 2, but I don't think any drivers are taking that right now.
Do the old Scandi flick heading into turn 1.
It's a lot like turn 4, so he's going through 2 here, here's 3. Turn 4 is kind of like a little right then a left, like flick right, there you go, and then turn left. So I didn't know if that was going to apply to turn 1 or not. When we reverse direction, it's going to be a little bit more of a runoff area for them coming the opposite way. Don't think that one's going to affect the driver's lap times. A lot of the drivers know to keep that hugged in and tucked in a little bit more, but we'll see. There's just not a lot of momentum in the reverse direction to justify that extra runoff space.
This is going to be very interesting when it comes to the reverse direction and seeing the racing lines getting opened up. And if any of the track conditions have played a factor into the pace for the reverse directions, because everybody's pretty much running the same line. The heat is in certain sections of the concrete. Once we switch the direction of the track, the heat's going to be in different sections of the concrete. So the tires are going to be gripping the course differently. And like we mentioned earlier, there's the scrub from the tires skidding across the concrete surface that is basically debris on the surface.
Yeah. So that will be a challenge, especially the first couple laps. And I think it's just going to be a reprogramming of the drivers' minds because you'll be doing all these laps. I mean, the pace of the race has been, as far as I remember, exceeding years past. So, 615 laps on the board, you've gone one direction, then you're going to have to reset your brain.
That is going to be very, very tough for a lot of these drivers to contend with. Marshall Miller making his way by David Pons once again. That would put Pons 2 laps down. Got 2 full laps on the rest of the field now. Marshall Miller with cart number 4, 30% state of charge. No way of communicating this back and forth between him and D'Angelo.
Yeah, and the normal scoreboard that we use that has lap counters on them is not being used for this race because we do different transponders and different timing system. So it's really hard for Marshall to look up, even in this moment right here as he rounds turn 3, to find out what lap number he's on. Daniel's asking, what are the lap times looking for in reverse? Are they faster or slower? We anticipate them being very similar. I think teams will still be running these 23.5s and 25.3s and 25.5s.
Curious to see if you have the capability, James, to show us the best lap times of each of the
Sure, we can update
teams.
that.
Because so far, my memory holds correct. 31 Motorsports so far holds the fastest lap time with a high 24. I don't know if any other team has gone, 24?
24.8. So
28.
two teams have broken into the 24s. I believe that's the first time ever we've seen that. If any of the teams are watching, you can correct me, let me know.
And the one that I was kind of expecting to be, the fastest on the track, Downhill Burrito, only the 4th fastest time. So you got to think that it's Marshall Miller's mishaps early in this and getting held up by, I want to say it's Redline Racing that was qualifying. Who was the number 2 qualifier? Superfly. Marshall was getting held up by Joey Valentine there early in the race. That was it.
Yeah. And that just goes to show when we interviewed Marshall earlier, why the focus was the way that it was and why the disappointment was there for the qualification, because he feels like he's got the pace. He's proved it on the track so far. He's going to come in for a pit, though.
There he is, coming in for his swap. He's going to come into the pit box. He comes to a complete stop.
He unbuckles his seatbelt and leans up to make sure he doesn't pass that stop box line. It's an interesting tactic. I guess that's not part of the rules as far as the seatbelt goes, so might as well.
Here we see Dominic D'Angelo getting strapped into his machine. Wants to make sure all of his straps are tight before he even starts to roll away, and he is going to get back out there on the race course. Let's see if he loses any time. He's going to come right back on behind Superfly. High Voltage, I believe, is still behind him, so that very well could give 31 Motorsports the lead with a fresh kart. All right, showing High Voltage making their way into the number 1 spot, but it's not by much.
Seems like these pit stops just keep offsetting from each other as they tilt back and forth in competition, and it's going to come down to not only where any potential yellows fall, but the end of the race, how you time that last pit stop. As High Voltage now will assume the race lead at 622 laps. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams on 1 lap behind.
Yeah, we've got Team High Voltage now with your current race lead. They are on the lead lap with Superfly back there in the number 2 spot with 31 Motorsports after that quick exchange, only falling back to the number 3 spot, not that far off of the pace.
We're going to go in for a landing here?
Team Downhill Burrito Racing in the number 4 spot. And Team Supersonic currently rounding out our top 5. Again, I want to thank everybody for coming here, racing with us, watching with us, and being here for Competition Karting's 3rd annual 12 Hours of Canton.
Yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Bring your broken wings, we'll make them soar. At Ohio drone repair, we give you more. Drops in a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just one monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Hotel, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone repair, we give you more. Drops in a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just one monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
here at 12 for the 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed, brought to you by Competition Karting. Also want to give a huge shout out to Ohio Drone Repair.
As we see Tristan shoot out on track in the number 13 for the very first time today. Tristan's been sitting idly by. I'm sure he's been helping the team with strategy, but it's the first time we're seeing him for Team Superfly. Looks like their team now is the one settled in on the 101 lap stint on the batteries. So taking a cue from High Voltage from earlier in the day, we've now run 3 stints that are right around 101 laps.
Hey, you can spot. I got my wife
that your
and
family?
kids.
Nice.
Wife and kids still here hanging out. My wife and stepdaughter came here in October for my stepdaughter's birthday.
And how'd it go?
They loved it.
Good.
They loved it. They
Good.
were
They drive
talking
junior
about
carts?
it. What's that?
They drive junior carts?
No, I think they were big enough to drive the full-size
Adults?
carts.
Right, nice.
She's stop box penalty for Team Superfly. So,
is that a headsock or a roll hoop cover?
how young will you allow a passenger in the two-seater?
40 inches.
40 inches.
Which is not the correct answer to your question, but you have to be tall enough to make sure the seatbelt buckles safely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I have to measure my kid when I get home.
Yep.
It's
a good workout for you. So,
battle between 31 Motorsports and Team Supersonic. That will be second place and fifth place currently. That's a battle for track position as we see 2 laps separate those 2 teams, giving the advantage to Team 31 Motorsports. And currently piloting that kart is Dominic D'Angelo. But whoa, there we see a 3-car battle.
Zach Harmon's just going to sneak right in there. Look at that move as he goes down the front straightaway, number 14.
Nick
Wow.
Scheika out there for his stint as well.
That was a pro maneuver right there, maneuvering those 2 other cars and just picked them off at the same time.
2-for-1 special for Zach Harmon.
He saw the opportunity in the carousel and just stuck his nose in there and made it clean.
First stint we see for Nick Scheika for Team Ohio Drone Repair, as he is out there with one of those motocross helmets as well. We see
So there's Tristan going to serve this drive-through penalty once we figure out what it is. Now, usually when we see drivers go out on track and then immediately have a penalty, it's usually because the roll hoop cover was left on the previous car. We'll find out. That was Pons up there talking to track marshals as he gives him a high five. I guess
getting it figured out.
It is what it is, I guess. That was the body language that I read.
Back out there, it is still Team High Voltage Racing. 667 laps completed. They are on the same lap as 31 Motorsports, running in that number 2 spot.
Okay, so we've told you about the giveaways. We now have the website ready for you guys, ready to go. If it's not already in the chat, the giveaway is going to be 12hoursofcanton.com/giveaway. GIVEAWAY, all one word. You're going to enter some information there. We're going to take your information. We're going to hold it for a couple hours, and then we're going to draw a random winner. This time around is going to be the drone, sponsored by Ohio Drone Repair. Title sponsor of the event, bringing you the action today. Also, the number 8 spot on the track, involved in both facets. We appreciate their support. Now you get to be a part of that.
Corey Salerno slamming the door shut on Team Ohio Drone Repair. Nick Scheika was the driver that got the short end there, and that also allowed Team 31 Motorsport to make the pass as well. Again, battle between 31 Motorsport and Supersonic is just for track position, as they are on different laps. There's 2 laps separating those 2 particular teams. But 31 Motorsports, we did see them have the fastest lap of the event at a 24.8 and a change.
Blistering pace.
Absolutely phenomenal. The team, like I was mentioning earlier in the show, I was expecting to be up there. Downhill Burrito, only about the 3rd fastest lap with a 25 flat. So they're back there in the number 6 position. Current pilot for Team Downhill Burrito is one of their younger members.
Okay. It looks like the penalty for Superfly was because of a stop box violation. We have not seen a lot of those today. In fact, have we had anybody stop box?
No stop box penalty so far in the event. That's Giovanni Blackerby, mind you, by
so
driving
4 hours into the event, and we have our first stop box violation. So
5 hours into the event.
5 hours? Yeah, I told you I can't do math.
What math?
Yeah.
Well, we do have Marshall Miller, the duo from 31 Motorsports down there trackside. He's really feeling it so far. How's it going for you so far in the day, Marshall?
So far so good. Back hurts, but that's okay. Nothing else. Other than that, we're doing good.
So we realized that you did not have your communications device out there on your last stint. Did they just stop working altogether? Did you forget them? Did they fall off? What was the issue out there?
Cart 27, which is gray, and cart 10, which is white, hit me, and it knocked off my helmet.
Oh. Have you got that fixed, and are you communicating back with D'Angelo now?
Yes, I am. We're good now.
Okay. So was there a little bit of a miscommunication while you came in just a couple of laps early, or did you just feel like it was a time to come in?
I can't hear him. Hold on, guys. For some reason, I hit a button.
Do you got us back now?
Yes, I do.
All right, cool. He was asking if it was miscommunication or not.
Yes. I thought I pitted Dom on lap 520, but I actually pitted him on 540. So I thought I was on 100 laps, which I was technically on 80.
80, yep.
And that's why I pitted early.
100 circuits all gets to be the same when it's all said and done after you're out there for a while.
Yeah. I don't know. I should have stayed out longer, but we didn't have communication, so.
Are you kind of evolving your strategy to make sure to try to extend your pit windows?
No.
No.
I'm just.
Is that what it's been from the beginning?
Are you?
I mean, because you've averaged 94 laps on average, but that's obviously with one of your stints with Dom or with you being 100 laps. So.
Yeah, most of my stints I think have been around 85 to 90. I know the very first stint was I think 80 or 70. I can't remember because the cart was dying off and I felt it. I wasn't going to risk it. Then Dom's stint, I had him stay out a little bit later. And then my third stint, I stayed out later because the cart was good. And I had Dom pit early on his last stint so I could get Kurt 4 again because that was my only way to get back up into the lead. So I took advantage of that. That's why I changed my strategy there.
Is it getting bumpy out there, or is it just normal racing?
It's retards, if you want my honest opinion.
We saw you kind of getting upset with one of the fellow competitors. Is that the team you're referring to?
I didn't get... who did I get upset with? I got upset with white and gray because they're should know better.
Yeah, you were having some issues with Dalton Kirby with Team Ohio Drone Repair, the driver with the motocross helmet. It looked like you guys were just not quite happy with his all-over-the-track style.
Yeah, can you guys check my cart battery, cart 16, please?
Us?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Cart 16 showing 44% state of charge remaining with the lowest cell at 3.15 volts.
All right.
If that helps you.
I guess we'll be fair since you're on the interview with us. So
it's all right. Yeah, thank you guys. Because he's over here looking at me and it's pissing me off.
Transparency between Marshall Miller trackside and us up here in the box.
But no, we're doing good. Dom got that drive-through penalty. He probably got his feelings hurt.
You learn your lessons the hard way, and those are lessons to be learned that you won't have to experience again. I see that you were disappointed with your qualifying time, and you slipped up there a little bit early and worked your way back towards the front. Surprised to all of that happened?
No. I was surprised on my quality time. I was just mad at myself, and then I knew I'd get back up in the front.
Like you were having some difficulties passing Team Superfly there early.
Yeah, I don't want to say that on live. Yes, it was difficult.
Driving a wide cart, they were making it difficult to pass.
Yeah, let's just say wide cart.
All right. Anything else you want to add, Marshall, so far? Going good? Anything else?
No, not really. We're going good. I need to go make sure what's wrong with Dom because he's dropping by and I don't like it.
Hey, you've got your hands full, only a duo of drivers, so take this opportunity to go back there, analyze some stuff, and get back out there and be a captain that you need.
Thank you, guys. Have fun.
All right, buddy. Marshall Miller, animated today.
Yep. The emotions run high on this race for sure. And the stress, I mean, just again, we keep talking about two drivers. It's enough on your plate to just worry about driving. It's another to manage the team and the strategy all in one go.
Ohio drone replayer is all over Superfly for track position. And hey, T06. Go Ghost.
Tristan getting mixed up in the track position system because of the drive-through penalty here earlier at the beginning of his stint.
Showing high voltage over 31 Motorsports. So yes, it is showing that 31 is slipping back a little bit in comparison to Team High Voltage. So they're just right there on the cusp of the 1 lap to 2 laps. So they must be battling between those two teams, the blue team and the orange team out there.
Yeah.
We'll try to get them in frame.
I believe the battle is for 31 to even stay on the same lap that they are before High Voltage passes them again. So
yeah, there's about 10 seconds, I want to say, separating Team High Voltage from Team 31 Motorsports as they cross the start-finish line.
And we got Giovanni back in the seat. This is the second stint we've seen for him during this 6 hours.
Jacob Andrew, I believe this is his 4th time he's been out there. He's been out there quite a few times as he is applying the pressure to Giovanni for Team Downhill Burrito.
Yeah, this is Jacob's 3rd stint. But they're following their order. Jacob, Nate, Steve, Jacob, Nate, Steve, Jacob. So
there we see Redline Racing also slipping back a little bit. We've seen them slip back early. They clawed their way back towards the front. They've slipped back through the field once again, and they have pretty well cemented themselves at the tail end of the lead pack. Just a little bit off the pace.
The man in the white helmet there in the orange roll hoop cover is Jacob. We had an interview with him earlier. So he's going to go down the inside, turn 5. Clean pass. Dana asked him if he basically does anything as far as the pit stops go, and he's like, nope, I just do whatever my team tells me to do, and I just follow orders. I got in a groove. I had a good stint last time, and I just had my head down and just drove.
Comparing last lap times, Team High Voltage leaps and bounds faster than any other team, nearly 0.4 of a second. That's a half a second when you're counting it like that. And we see Team High Voltage now coming in for a pit. This will be at lap count 690.
Putting 107 laps on the stint. So continuing to push the envelope.
Wow, 107.
Yep.
108. They were really paying attention. I didn't quite catch the machine that they were piloting last time to see how low they let it go. But Marshall Miller jumping right back into it. He's going to come out here for Team 31 Motorsports. They are right behind Team High Voltage. So that's the distance. That's the gap between the lead. High Voltage and 31 Motorsports. High Voltage just came in. They're both on very fresh karts.
Yep.
This will be the battle right now. Will Marshall Miller, Salerno getting Salerno'd
by Shannon.
These were the two drivers we were talking about earlier.
Yep, exactly. These guys are always up to mischief on the track, always making those kind of moves.
Here we've got Downhill Burrito between the two.
I didn't even see much of a reaction out of both of those drivers. They just kind of expected that was what's going to happen. Oh no, does Corey have a problem with his kart? It seems like he is off pace. The car is rolling to a start, hammering down on the throttle.
Kart number 2.
That is not going to change anything. He's got to make sure that if it's shut off, that he gives it a second to reboot, basically.
47% state of charge, 3.16 on the voltage. So Corey Salerno.
Has he tried power cycling the car yet? Because it doesn't look like he attempted to do that. The way that they hit the barriers, it might have activated the G-force sensor on the car. I would like for him to try to power cycle that thing. There we go. Because he's not trying anything, so
is non-operational with that machine. You want to take a second run down there and pull the plugs and push them back in for him, James?
I guess. I'm not very far from him, but so they're going to shut it off first. And
disastrous.
We can make evaluation on whether that was actually a mechanical issue or not. But I just don't remember. I was watching to see if he was going to touch the power button, and I didn't see it.
Yeah, I want to know if we can get a replay of some of that.
With rough contact, with enough force, the computer will shut the car off, and power cycling it will usually fix that.
we've seen some drivers take some pretty nasty licks so far in this event, and the vehicles haven't power cycled. So
Armand quick to jump in the hot seat.
My guess is as good as yours at this point, James.
Yep. We'll try to find out more information from the pits, but
Corey has not had very good luck of karts. As I was talking to his wife when I went down there to grab dinner for my wife, and it sounded like the kart that Corey was driving earlier in the event was not up to snuff or up to his caliber. So
yeah, he's pretty picky about the car he drives.
Back to high voltage, still ahead. The distance between your race leader and 31 Motorsports is the orange hood to the blue hood. That is first to second, and after nearly 5 hours and 10 minutes of competition, we have two teams on the same lap, two teams 1 lap off of the mark. No, three teams on the same lap, one team off the mark by 1 lap, and in Redline Racing is 2 laps down right now. So Supersonic, with that disastrous kart malfunction, comes into the pits. They were up inside, I want to say, the top 3, maybe back and forth. They have fallen back to 6th, allowing Redline Racing to take over the number 5 spot.
Yeah, we're being told that they're looking at true mechanical failure for that kart, but that was, Jason told the drivers, all right, here's the hit, here's the contact, here's how it starts. That's the spin sideways. Now we get more contact as they go across the front straight, and I think there's more to that replay too.
More action going on.
Yeah, we see Giovanni in his in live shot.
Giovanni's a very crafty young driver. Yeah. I was surprised with him last year. I'll be transparent with you, James. I was not expecting much out of Giovanni last year. He impressed me, and he is continuing to impress me for 2025.
Yeah, the maturity just keeps growing with this kid, and the confidence is building too. So he's going to be venturing into some gas karting this summer, and looking forward to see what he can do in the next series.
Giovanni is moving at only 1 lap off of the leaders.
I would still like to see if we get, I think we're working on a longer replay for that, because there was more contact around turns 2 and 3 that I think played a role in whatever mechanical happened on that car.
Here we got Team ASR coming out on the track. Don't want to say I've seen something without seeing it for certain, but they do have pretty clear visors, so they're very difficult to tell if they are down at all, but it's down there. Oh! Team Ohio Drone Repair coming in on Redline Racing. That's just a battle for track position. And we've seen Nick Scheika and Dalton Kirby, both the drivers with the motocross helmets, drive interesting.
Playing motocross.
Yeah.
It is a little bit different, so we'll see if things adapt as they go on.
There's no ruts out there to hold these karts in their lines. We have to manually pick where they go.
Yeah.
10 seconds separates High Voltage and 31 Motorsports. We have, I believe, Nate Groh piloting High Voltage and Marshall Miller piloting 31 Motorsports, trying to see if the gap is extending or if it is shrinking. I mean, it was about 10 seconds on the previous. High Voltage running about 1/10 of a second quicker laps than 31 Motorsports. Downhill Burrito, great race as well in the number 3 spot with Superfly back and forth.
They just keep coming back, don't they? So the pit stops set them back, and then they advance again. And so they've been repeating this process over and over throughout the entire day.
So we have 42 minutes of racing, James, before pits will close.
Yep.
So 42 minutes of racing remain before pits will close. We'll have our competition caution coming out at the 6-hour mark. We'll bring... Here we got the more of that same replay, perhaps?
I think... Okay, so yeah, this is where we start with this train of cars. Corey goes on the inside. Mitch doesn't have much room. They get spun sideways. We're going to go all the way down the front straightaway. Tensions are getting high. Corey doesn't leave any room. Giovanni gets into the mix.
And it seems like Corey's already underpowered.
Yep. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be at the contact point that I thought it was. So
it was just kind of slowly slowing.
I mean, it's still the contact could have broken something. So I guess we'll try to find out here in a little bit. Thanks for getting the replayed for us, guys.
Very appreciative as Armand Deligny taking over for a quick stint. Wasn't planning on coming back out here on the track this quick. So he's going to be a little bit, I wouldn't say winded, because they're not exerting,
I know that I'm trying to think of the word you're looking for.
They're rubbery at this point. Well, their arms are not.
I don't know if that's the term we should use, but
they're definitely feeling.
Cardio.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's still a pretty heavy cardio workout.
They're definitely feeling the exertion this deep into the race, though.
That is Porsche Beechwood's pit start right there. They're probably going to wave hi to us. Hi, guys.
Great view of the paddock there.
They have something that looks like delicious food sitting on their table. It looks amazing. Maybe we can get that delivered. They said you can call us Porsche Beechwood, or you can call us Penske Cleveland. So either one.
That's very
full day of racing action as we see Katie Wise now back on track for that team, Porsche Beechwood.
I went to buy a new Porsche, ended up renting a Penske truck.
Happens to the best of us.
So there it is. 10 seconds still separates High Voltage from 31 Motorsports. That's first and second. And it just depends on where each of these drivers are on the track. It's either showing a lap or 10 seconds, the gap. So here we're going to have Team High Voltage coming through the carousel in just a second. There he is. That is Nate Grove for Team High Voltage making his way down the starter straightaway. That'll click him off another lap, put 31 Motorsports behind. But here comes Marshall Miller right into view as he will make his way down the starter straightaway, and he will put himself back on the lead lap. It's like these drivers are just evenly matched halfway across the track from one another.
They do, and they all seem to have the same pace regardless of what car they're in to some extent, because we're looking at Katie on track, and I saw Armand. I believe Armand was the back of her. Maybe it wasn't.
Armand is for Team Supersonic currently.
Yeah, I was looking to see if he was running up against Katie Wise, but maybe it wasn't.
It is Tristan Hartong out there for Team Superfly currently putting in some good laps as he is starting to work his way back up towards the front of the leaderboard. He is only showing one lap off the lead with Downhill Burrito running just ahead of him. Try to catch sight of the red hoods.
That got a little risky. I always worry about the tailing driver coming down into 5 and whether the lead driver knows about it. Armand was able to pull it off. Now Tristan's got a battle with that same lap traffic and try to keep Armand in his sights. So that's who they're competing with.
Making their way by as Team Ohio Drone Repair's pilot Nick Scheika opening the door up to allow this battle by. 31 Motorsports, one lap ahead of Superfly. But that's irrelevant because that was Team Supersonic battling with Superfly. So Supersonic is what's showing 4 laps off of the mark. If we do have a mechanical failure for one of these carts and it causes a situation such as what Salerno went through earlier, what are we going to do about that?
I started talking about what Jason informed the drivers of. So True Mechanical is cart has a random failure and they get a cart swap and they get their position or their laps back. However, the caveat to that was if you cause your own mechanical failure, in other words, you're battling or you hit somebody or you hit a wall or something that caused the mechanical, then that's on you. So far, we haven't heard any calls. We haven't seen any lap adjustments. My guess is that the mechanical is going to go back on the driver, but we'll keep you posted if we hear otherwise. If you're just joining us on the stream, make sure you check out 12hoursofcanton.com/giveaway. It's the number 12hoursofcanton.com/giveaway. Enter some information there, and we are giving away a drone courtesy of Ohio Drone Repair, as well as a landing pad.
Very cool. If you are just getting into drones for a hobby, that DJI is a Neo?
A Neo, yeah.
Is a very neat.
Looks like a neat
little
copter to little fly.
Yeah. Those are technically considered quadcopters, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. Got lots of you guys participating in that, so you have your submissions, and we'll draw that here in a little bit. We'll have a couple more giveaways throughout the competition. So.
Very good. High Voltage still hanging on to the number 1 spot over 31 Motorsports with Downhill Burrito. Back in 3rd, Superfly in 4th with Red Line Racing, 3 laps off of the lead in the number 5 spot. Now it's 12 seconds separating High Voltage from 31 Motorsports. So Marshall Miller is losing time. There we got David Pons. Good view. Always full of energy. But 31 Motorsports is losing time to Team High Voltage. Both of those karts came out on the track at the same time. I want to try to catch High Voltage's kart's number as they come through.
Oh, it's going to be tough on that shot. Yeah. Was it 14? No.
23?
20. I don't know. I was also checking out the weather. Obviously, this is an indoor circuit, but outdoor ambient today is 77 degrees. Highly unusual for us here in Northeast Ohio at this time of year. We've never run this race this warm. The equipment is so far holding up, battery charging and discharge so far as scheduled.
Kart number 20 for Team High Voltage showing 71% state of charge. I'm trying to compare that to Marshall Miller's kart to see what it is, because both of those karts came out on the same time.
Yep.
Essentially, they're on the same lap. So it's going to come down to pit strategy to see who's going to capitalize and hang on to the number 1 spot. We just seen Miller come into frame rate. He's making his way through the pit lane turn right now, coming into the carousel. So we'll try to catch his number. Great battle, though, between Supersonic and Superfly. Those drivers on what is showing the same lap now. So it looks like Supersonic has been gifted back a couple of laps as a result from that mechanical failure. So that is a battle for the number 4 spot and a battle on the track as well.
Going back to the point you made with High Voltage and 31 Motorsports, it's interesting to note that 31 Motorsports actually has 1 additional pit stop on High Voltage. So for that 10-second, 11-second gap wherever we're sitting, 31 Motorsports is showing great pace to be able to have an entire pit stop on the other team.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, is it might come down to being on the bubble for pit strategies. Being off pit cycle might play a factor, but now they're not only off pit cycle, but they are ahead on pit cycles, and they are tied up with kart performance, essentially, with 31 Motorsports. David Pons, though, he's down there trackside analyzing all of the ins and outs that's going on for Team Superfly. What's going on, Ponzi?
Sorry, no, I had the other guy talking in my ear, so I really... What'd you ask me? Try again.
How's it all going for you down there trackside?
Honestly, it's pretty fun. I live for this shit, so...
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You're good.
Showing? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just to say, I mean, we've gone too long without an interview from David Pons, so we just had to figure out what was going on. But I had to ask you, like, the drive-through penalty when Tristan went out there, was that your fault?
Yeah, I goofed.
All right.
Totally on me.
Blew the stop box?
I should have zigged when I zagged when I should have zigged, and I just blew it.
Better own up to it.
Yeah. No, it's totally on me. Like, these guys are doing everything they can so that I don't die on track, and that's the most important thing.
Absolutely.
I'd rather take a drive-through penalty than have a kart die right here, which is usually where it happens to me.
Yeah.
I die right here, and then I have to go halfway around the world to get back to the pit before I can get another teammate in. So I'd much rather have the drive-through happen to me rather than have a cart die. So
we don't want to give you any announcer's curse. We don't want to.
No,
we've still got
please
over
don't.
6 hours of racing to go.
No, please don't.
I've given the announcer's curse to too many riders this past wintertime racing in the indoor series, so I don't want to do that. I'm not that guy.
When you were on track with Marshall Miller, I was kind of reminiscing about you guys being in GP and basically being in similar situations where it's either you or him leading, and you were teaching your team how to defend in those situations. Was your team proud of how you performed?
Tyler Covell says hi.
Hi, Tyler Covell. We'll talk to him next.
Yeah. No, that last stint I was in is the pinnacle of our success at this point. We got in, I think it was in 6th, battled all the way to 2nd, and yeah, I kind of blew it with the stop box, but no, I was having the time of my life driving my race car out there. That's what I'm at.
Great. That's what it's all about.
All right, I got to get off. I'm being yelled at.
Have a good day.
I'm being yelled at by my own team, so.
All right, we'll see
All
you.
right.
Getting yelled at by his own team.
Thanks, David Pons. Always entertaining. Always great personality to have here at K1 Speed.
Yeah, I think he forgot to incorporate the Daytona references, the Talladega Nights. He was going to put all the lines, he said, in his interviews, but he hasn't done those yet.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yep.
High Voltage still hanging on to the number 1 spot. 31 Motorsports in the number 2 position. Only a lap off the mark is Team Downhill Burrito. They have to be, kind of battling with High Voltage, and I think I just seen Downhill Burrito come across the finish line.
High Voltage is going to be dealing with ASR Racing right ahead.
My apologies, that was Superfly that I thought was Downhill Burrito. Oh!
There's another one of those moves. Yeah, we keep seeing that over and over again. I mean, it's a good passing spot, but the leading driver very rarely knows that the driver behind is going to take that.
The theoretical racing line and the actual racing line are two different things.
Sure. And they evolve as the track evolves and as the temperature evolves and
so the racing line,
as the aggression evolves,
you have to make the passes. Racing is racing, and you don't win unless you make the passes. So the racing line is different than the fastest line around some particular corners. I'm curious to know.
I just saw the LED sign say, "Be careful." That's the communications to the team now. Be careful.
30 minutes is what these drivers have to cycle out a potential cart before the pits will close.
Yeah, they've got to be making that determination now whether they can make it all the way through that 5-minute and reverse track swap. So if you're getting close on your battery, your next few minutes is going to be key. Keep an eye on your other teammates too, because if they all need to pit at the same time, then you need to pick accordingly.
As far as your cart dying during an actual debris or accident caution on the track is one thing. If you know about a competition caution and when the pits are going to be closed and your cart dies, it is your responsibility to account for all of those things that are going to be set in place at that point in time. So these drivers need to know that their carts will survive that anticipated competition caution in 30 minutes from now.
Yep, and getting set up. So if you guys are just joining us, the race is going to change direction halfway through the race. So not only do you need to have the battery power to get on around the track, but you're also going to need to come to the pits, and you're also going to need to complete a few laps under caution without dying.
And will it be just a quick competition caution, or will it be an extended potential 5-minute?
Yeah, it depends on how clean we can make this. So that ideally, it only takes like one lap to make this all happen, but there could be some complications, or if the driver doesn't follow directions or something. We'll see.
Will this affect timing and scoring at all whenever they make that cycle through the pits?
It obviously will give them a different lap time, but they're going to come into the pits, pit lane speed, basically complete a pit stop. I mean, they're not going to stop, but I mean, the timing-wise. Then when they exit, they're going to go the opposite direction, so we're not going to see it trigger like the fastest lap of the race.
And hopefully all of these drivers will turn the corners properly whenever they're entering and exiting and making that whole switcheroo that we don't have any drivers stop and have to back up during caution. That'd be kind of...
So it's funny you mentioned that, because if one of our cameras can pick up a shot of what that pit exit looks like with that barrier, I'll explain a little bit about the discussions we had making this race work. There's going to be a red barrier and a white barrier. See, the white barrier is going to become the racing line, and then the red barrier is the gate. So the gate's going to swing the opposite way so that it's going to cover and protect the pits during the reverse track section. And then what the drivers are going to need to do is they need to come down pit lane. They need to turn a very hard right, stay up against the white barrier to go in reverse. So we were actually having this discussion. You do not want to have a penalty because in the second half of the race, because you're going to come down this pit lane, the first pit one, the cars can't turn that tight. So I think what they're going to do, we'll see if they have this set up. They're going to be moving the drive-through penalty over to the other lane, like where the car 31 is sitting right now, to give the cars like a bigger turning radius.
Gotcha.
If they don't, those guys are going to be having to hit the reverse button for drive-through penalties.
That would be disastrous, as we see driver Anthony Narowski for Team Downhill Burrito making his way into the cart, lowering his visor, and he is away. See if he can't make up some ground that he was down.
Wow, look at that. Okay, when do we get served that? That's my question. Big thanks to Nana Makers for making that possible, and Subway. We thank them for their patronage and for helping us keep alive.
Thank you very much to those that supplied the delicious Subway. And we are continuing action out there. Still is over 10 seconds that separates Marshall Miller from Team High Voltage. Again, I'm going to try to get the numbers on Team High Voltage's cart and Team 31 Motorsports cart to see what theirs are. 20%, or excuse me, cart number 20 for Team High Voltage is showing at 49% state of charge. Looking for Team 31 Motorsports because, again, they pit at the same time. Last pit cycle, you mentioned, James, that they have pit one extra time and are still in contention for the race lead.
Yeah, absolutely. They've run consistently 15 to 20 laps shorter than High Voltage has. So they've added a pit stop, and here they are still sitting at number 2 on the board. That shows where their race pace is.
It is up there, and I'm just wondering if they will be pitting at the same time and are going to leave things down to Steve Madden and D'Angelo to battle it out, see who's going to hold on to the number 1 spot there.
But remember, Downhill Burrito now has Anthony on track, and every time Anthony has come out, he's been able to gain back on the field. So now that they've cycled through their drivers, his pace is going to be becoming evident. We'll see if Downhill Burrito, it's currently in the number 5 spot, has anywhere to move.
They have been leaps and bounds faster than the rest of the competition, as we see Tristan Hartong for Team Superfly make his way in the pits.
That's going to be a pretty short stint for him. It looks like about 86 laps between Tristan and I think David's going to be back in the car just after conducting his interview with us.
There we see the Ghost applying pressure to Team High Voltage. That would give him 1 lap back, putting him on the same lap as 31 Motorsports, and just has to remake up the 1 lap to be on the same lap as High Voltage. So that would be huge for Team Supersonic to make this pass on Team High Voltage. He's got some pressure from Team Ohio Drone Repair, who is right there in the mix as well, but the Ghost going to clear Ohio Drone Repair, set his sights back on the orange hood being piloted by by Nate Groh for Team High Voltage. Armand, he's closing it. He's closing the gap. Yeah, it's going to be just a battle for track position.
And keep an eye out for that red roll hoop cover for Downhill Burrito.
And we will see him coming into the sights and closing the gap as well, as he has been one of the fastest drivers of the day. Craftiest.
Gotta get squeezed there.
With good racing lines, but he's going to be set up right there for the inside.
The discipline of braking into turn 1. You're better off to slow up the car than get spun out.
Armand all over Nate Groh for Team High Voltage, trying to get this lap back. Armand pushing, going to try to go up the inside. Doors open, and Armand Deligny going to make the move on Team High Voltage. That will bring him back up to just 1 lap down. Still has a lot of work to do, though.
Absolutely. I'm on the Ghost. Joke that he is the man who doesn't fit in a go-kart. So any of you guys who are saying, oh, I'm too tall to drive these things, Armand's about 6'2", still sets some of the fastest laps here at K1 Canton.
He's tall and lanky.
Just look at how difficult it is to get the steering wheel position with his arms. Like, that's
it's between his knees.
It's not a Sunday drive by any stretch of the imagination.
He makes it work for him, and he is continuing to pull away from Team High Voltage Racing. And that was just a battle for track position. 1 lap separates them in the grand scheme of things. It's showing 2 laps there on our leaderboard, but there's only 1 realistic lap that separates them. Good to see that Marshall Miller, he was about 13 seconds, 14 seconds off the mark of Team High Voltage. He has reeled it back into just about 10 seconds. I still haven't caught what cart number Marshall Miller is driving. Looks like number 11 potentially. So we're looking at cart number 11 and cart number 20. 40% and 45% state of charge. So it looks like Miller's cart is in a little bit better position to outlast High Voltage for this particular stint. So if Marshall Miller comes into the pits the same time as Team High Voltage, that put him right back up there.
And also worth noting that Marshall Miller's time in the 25.4s is matching that of Downhill Burrito's Anthony Narofsky on track. Now, Anthony snuck in there a couple 25.3.8s and a 25.3.9s, but those guys pretty much running the same pace right now. I heard the slowdown of somebody hitting the pit lane. Is that going to be Redline Racing? Yeah, it is. Mitch Shannon coming in for his stop.
Makes his complete stop in the pit box. He is good to go. That's going to allow
another short fill for Redline Racing. Redline now going to be
Jared McFadden.
Yeah, but they're also going to be the team with the most pit stops so far. This will be 10th driver on track for them. They've cycled through all 4 of their drivers.
At this point in time, Marshall Miller's just out for a Sunday drive. He only has 1 hand on the steering wheel, just kind of, Yep, he's just flowing right now.
Just relaxing it.
Wrist pain is what it looks like. He's trying to rotate his hand a little bit.
I can only imagine. I mean, we're not even halfway through this race yet.
Release some pressure built up in his wrists. I can imagine that these drivers' wrists feel the same as my ankles and knees do from riding dirt bikes.
Yeah.
Vibrations, and it just all goes through your wrists.
And as he's doing this, let me check lap times and see. Let's see if it's affecting him at all. Last lap by was
he is
25
closing on High Voltage.
Okay, so his last lap by was a 26.2, so he lost a little over half a second on that last one. But
maybe to Downhill Burrito's lap time in comparison to Team High Voltage, he is still closing the gap, because now he is less than 10 seconds off of the lead.
Yeah, Anthony hit a 25.3 last time by, so every 10th counts.
About 0.3 of a second is what Marshall is making up every lap on Team High Voltage. So I wonder if the cart is slowly starting to expire for Team High Voltage, and that is allowing Marshall Miller's consistency to just allow him to flow closer and closer, than not stabbing the gas, the easy flow on, flow off of just lifting and not having to apply the brakes. Perhaps, just a theory, maybe conserving a little bit of battery.
Okay, it has come out in the driver's chat that when they switch to reverse halfway through, the drive-through will now be in row 2. Okay, so the issue we addressed earlier about doing reverse and stuff is not going to come to fruition. I thought that'd be fun to watch, but that's better for the team, so.
So they're going to be going through that middle row?
Middle row, yeah.
Okay.
Make it a little bit easier to arc the corner and turn right. one of the recommendations that I don't know who came up with this. I don't know if it was Jason or the racers, but that was to get a chat set up so that the teams have communications with the race director during the race. And that's been instrumental in making all this stuff work. It's really helped with some of the frustrations and aggravation. We know everybody gets hot under the collar during race, but having the communications, being able to ask questions, say, hey, what happened to this lap time? Or what is the situation going on with this? And him being able to explain it and everybody sees and hears the exact same message has been instrumental in this race being successful. Marshall going to go down the inside of Jared. Jared going to hold on. Now he's going to wave by Marshall. But Marshall didn't have a lot of momentum. He lost quite a bit of space there. Now he's going to be able to pull out the lead. Jared McFadden, one of the sponsors of Team Redline Racing. We appreciate him helping support. He is a real estate person, so if you're looking around, he's probably your guy. If you're a racer, probably even more so.
Thank you to all of our sponsors for helping us out for the 3rd annual running of Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton. Thank you to the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Balls Guarana, Track First, BTX Clothing and Apparel, and Summit Racing for helping us stay seated throughout the day. The gap is closing. Marshall Miller only 8 seconds off of High Voltage as we are looking at Kart 11 and Kart 20 is showing...
Getting spicy back there with Katie Hart or Katie Wise on the track again.
31's kart lasting just a little bit longer than High Voltage as he has now brought it within 7 seconds, separating High Voltage from 31 Motorsports. Superfly back there in the number 5 position. We were talking about them perhaps improving a little bit, and Downhill Burrito, that was the team that we were definitely talking about with Anthony Narovsky behind the wheel right now. Every time that particular driver has been behind the wheel, he has been working his way towards the front. And now 3 laps behind, looking for the red hood to see if he can make some passes on the orange hood to regain some laps.
We're going to put the scoreboard, lock it in on the last lap time, because I just want to keep watching these 2 drivers on track. Well, 3, really. I mean, you can factor in High Voltage as well. And we'll just see as they progress where these guys are sitting.
25.3 for Downhill Burrito and 25.4 for Team Superfly. Those are your 2 fastest karts on course. They are about 0.2 of a second faster, maybe even 0.3 of a second faster than 31 Motorsports being piloted by Marshall Miller, who currently runs 2nd. And now he has some traffic. Looks like OD, Ohio Drone Repair, is going to be coming in for a pit. Just seen the old school pit board, Expo and Dry Erase pit ODR now.
I'm noticing now, I know if you apologize if you mentioned this earlier, but since ASR Racing is so similar with their uniforms, they actually have colors on their helmets.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm just now catching on to that. So we got Drew on track.
Yep.
All right. Drew with the pink, Ravi with the green, and Aaron with no color, I guess.
Yep.
So, because everything's similar. I mean, they got the same helmets, the same uniforms, everything. So,
Team Ohio Drone Repair coming out. I believe that's Chase McIntyre with the reflective carbon fiber helmet coming on track for ODR. Interesting to see how he stacks up against the rest of the field. He's been out there 2 or 3 times already. Last time I seen times, it was about 7.5 seconds. It is less than that now between High Voltage and 31 Motorsports. High Voltage able to pick up their lap times about 0.1 of a second over 31 Motorsports now. So really cementing themselves, but the team to look for, definitely Downhill Burrito. In traffic, still the fastest kart. David Pons out there for Team Superfly, putting some pressure on ASR Racing.
David's going to look again. Turn 1. He didn't get the move done last lap. Wasn't quite the right spot. But he's going to be stuck behind Drew again on this next lap. Not enough room to make a turn here in 5 as XL Forest says, I'm here supporting High Voltage. Well, you're in luck because High Voltage has been leading, so...
High Voltage has been looking exceptional here for the 3rd annual running of the 12 Hours of Canton. They've been consistently up front.
They've had
managing
They've
pit
had
strategy.
a 2nd place and a 3rd place, and I bet they would love nothing more than to complete that trifecta of having a 1st place.
That would wrap up the trophy cabinet back home at High Voltage.
Yep, we talked about Marshall Miller being the only guy who has won both times. I would think that's probably your 2nd best result, is being able to knock out 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Same 31 Motorsports. They are showing about a half a second a lap faster than High Voltage. It was in the 7-second range last time I happened to catch the gap. I believe it will be even less now, as the lap times are still faster for 31 Motorsports. And we're looking at cart number 11 and cart number 20. 20% state of charge, High Voltage. 23% state of charge, 31 Motorsports. That's just a snippet of what these drivers will be looking at. So we would expect to see Dominic D'Angelo getting suited up back in the paddock to potentially head out there for his next stint. We are just about 10 minutes away from pits closing before the competition caution that will come out, and we will reverse directions.
And as we're watching this battle between Drew and David on track, I have to give compliments to Drew on how he's really cleaned up his car control. We've talked about how this is a different discipline, and the cars react differently, and the motors and everything. To be able to keep up and keep pace and set down the laps that he's doing right now is big compliments to him with having the experience level he has on this track. It seems like he's cleaned up the racing line, and he's being very defensive on David, which I know is probably frustrating, but he's doing it well. David's going to possibly look down the inside of 1, not going to have anywhere enough space. Can't blame him for trying, though. Oh, he's going to try and turn 2. That's not going to work. No, he's going to have to give him that spot. Anthony's going to be right there behind him.
And here comes Anthony Narovsky.
Anthony Narovsky from Downhill Burrito now caught the field.
At least this duo that we have been following the past couple of laps, as that would put him into clear track position to close the gap on Redline Racing, which would be another rider to get out of the way.
And
he's working his way towards the front.
Going to put the pressure on David Pons, because you don't want to be the driver to open the door for Anthony to slip on by. David wants to keep him behind so that they don't continue to make pace on their team.
I'm just waiting to see the distance between Marshall Miller and High Voltage. There's Marshall Miller. There's High Voltage. They are getting close for this battle for the race lead. About a half a second is the gap per lap that Marshall is overcoming on Team High Voltage. Nate Groh, currently that pilot. And they're flirting with it now as cart number 20. That would be Team High Voltage's cart, 15% state of charge. They're monitoring the cell life at 3 volts, though.
They're on that edge, especially with the pits closing in 10 minutes. As I think that's possibly Sarah rooting on Puckett. I just missed the chat real quick, but yeah. So we're showing now a gap to next. So distance from High Voltage to triple 31 Motorsports, 2.8 seconds.
It is dropping like a rock, though. Cell 13 for Team High Voltage. It is now at 3.00. It was at 3.15 just when I started talking to you, so that has been no time flat. I would expect him to come in for his pit, his exchange, before the pits officially close, because if your pit comes in...
There he goes.
Yep.
Good move on High Voltage. We saw earlier he just barely made it to the stop box. It was that close on the battery. I died just feet before. With the way that this was dropping, it was definitely time to pit. Now, only 96 laps on the stint.
Waiting to see. Marshall Miller did not come in. So Marshall Miller will overtake the race lead. We will see if 31 Motorsports is able to have a lightning fast pit stop to capitalize and take back over the race lead, because they'll be coming on the track.
Here comes High Voltage right behind Supersonic and Ohio Drone.
Waiting to see. And when did Supersonic take over second place from 31 Motorsports?
Don't think they did. They might have another lap counter problem with that. So one of the issues that we tested against, because this year we have a more sensitive receiver that does get attached to the driver's ankles, was the problem of when they come, obviously they go past the start-finish line, then when they change direction, they come back near the start-finish line, it was triggering a second lap. That should have been all eliminated because we were able to program that out. But we keep seeing an incident where some potential lap time issues.
Just catching some things from up here in the box, as you may be noticing them at home in your seats as well, questioning us here for the 12 Hours of Canton, and we want to assure you that we in the box are wondering some stuff as well. So we're just in as much confusion as you guys are as well. So until we work through that, we'll just assume that High Voltage Racing is still over 31 Motorsports, and there's just some sort of a comms error with Team Supersonic's transponders. Waiting to see if Marshall Miller comes in, though. Marshall Miller was in cart number 11, I believe.
Oh, it looks like High Voltage was going to make a move down there in 5. I think we just cut away from it. Yep, he did make the pass in turn 5. If you're wondering why the drivers wear the transponders, it's because they drive so many different cars throughout the event. So there's no way of attaching a transponder to the cart, because every team could potentially use any cart in the fleet.
Exactly.
So therefore, it's got to be attached to the driver. So the teams get 3 transponders, 1 for on track, 1 for on deck, and 1 as a spare. And then they rotate, and they're responsible for strapping those to their ankles. Interestingly enough, we require them to wear it on the right-hand side of the right ankle, because we don't want anybody playing with lap times. We need them to be on the throttle with their foot in the proper position every time they go by the start-finish line, so that their times are representative of what they're actually doing on track.
And we're going to be seeing some interesting stuff going on here in the next couple of minutes, as pits will be closing in 5 minutes. And some of these drivers may have to make a quick pit stop.
Looking at last lap times for Downhill Burrito, 25.38, 25.36, 25.36, 25.39.
Consistency.
Anthony Narofsky with a clean track, ladies and gentlemen.
He has now closed it back into the same lap as High Voltage and 31 Motorsports. Looks like we may be getting some issues with Team Supersonic's transponders situated right now, as we have Rachel Hart coming out on the track for Supersonic. And we're showing Downhill Burrito in 3rd place, right behind High Voltage and 31 Motorsports. 31 Motorsports and High Voltage with fresh carts. Downhill Burrito's a little bit more used than those 2 fresh machines ahead of him, though. But that's still nothing to be too concerned about, as he is closing the gap. And if he can make a pass and pull away from High Voltage and 31 Motorsports, then Anthony Narofsky with Downhill Burrito will be setting his team up for success in the reverse direction.
That was a great stint for Armand and Supersonic. He registered 103 laps by our count. That's going to help make up a little bit of ground to the shorter stints that Corey had run for whatever reason, the mechanical or whatever the case may be. But definitely good. Anytime you exceed, as we're seeing in this race unfolds, over 100 laps, you're doing very well. Either energy conservation or you're just driving the car really well.
And what was that? I see 148 laps for Drew in Team AMR. What was that particular... You recall what was going on there? If that was just an exceptional kart, or if we missed a transition?
I think what happened was that was the one where they pitted that car really early due to a brake problem or reported brake problem, and I don't think the lap got counted correctly.
Correct. All right.
So there's probably a gap here we need to bridge.
Probably didn't do 148 laps, did
Yeah, not quite possible.
There we see Team ASR coming into the pits. We'll see Drew swapping out. Wonder if Aaron's going to be coming back on.
It does show Aaron's going to be next on the docket.
And it is Aaron coming on the track.
Yep, first thing team has to do, roll the roll hoop cover onto the top of the car. Then you get in, adjust your pedals, make sure you grab your seat belts. All four ends of the seat belt have to be touched, top, bottom, right, left, in order for you to be able to move the car. We saw earlier today, Supersonic Racing got a penalty because they moved the car before all 4 points of contact were touched. And that'll send him on his way.
And he is off. That will be Aaron Puckett, the captain for Team ASR, sponsored by Balls Guarana, Timothy Puckett Educational Services, and Horizon Insurance. And I also want to give a shout out to Grafana Labs.
That was, yeah, absolutely. Grafana helping us out with telemetry. That was a really good stint for Aaron, too. So the longest stint so far we've registered for AMR has been 105 laps. That one was 98 for Aaron, or for Drew, sorry.
Pits will be closing in 2.5 minutes, and we will be heading into our only scheduled competition caution here for the third annual. Oh, problems for
Anthony Narofsky in the number 17, reporting a mechanical problem with both hands in the air.
17, kart number 17, 49% state of charge. 3.0 volts on cell number 9.
As the frustration mounts and he sits there.
That seems to be reading low in comparison to the adjoining cells next to it.
So since it's a car stopped on track, they're going to go ahead and roll the pace cart. This is going to mix up potentially some strategies. If there was any team that needed to pit in that last minute, the pits are still going to close 5 minutes before the 6-hour mark. So we'll gather the field and assess what happened to Anthony's cart.
See what was going on with it. Yeah, that is.
So according to that battery, it's not battery power. So it didn't report an error or a drop in voltage. So we'll have to see if anything happened to that on the front straightaway. It's a very unusual position to be in, to just come coasting to a stop.
And the worst possible position on the track imaginable for that to happen.
So if you're wondering what the difference is, when the battery dies, the car still has enough power in limp mode to get back to the pits. They don't have to roll the pace car for that. They will throw out caution lights to let everybody on the track know that there is a slow car on track. But in this case, you had somebody stopped in turn 1, so the pace car had to roll. Good heads up driving by Kyle Weber, the pace car driver today. Adam Weaver, his sidekick.
I am just taking note of what we mentioned earlier. We do have monitors on the tire pressures of all of these carts. And I seen cart number 40, the pace cart. It had some pretty low tire pressures. I also see cart number 8. I haven't seen it out on track, but it is eligible as far as showing, on our batteries. So if that is a cart that may be in the cycle, might want to take note of some tire pressures on it.
Yeah, they could take a look at it. The guys in the pits have access to the same information we do up here in the booth, so
I don't know if that one's on rotation or not.
Yeah.
Is this are these?
You're looking at any active warnings, yes.
Okay, so we just got word that they are going to stay under yellows during this caution for the stopped cart. We're going to carry that caution through the scheduled competition yellow. So the pits are now officially closed. What I was trying to say, James, is this telemetry we are taking note of up here, is this all of the carts, including the junior carts?
No, junior carts don't use the same system.
Okay. 36 potential carts are eligible for these drivers to choose from. And now we're going to see the field tightening up. We've got Team High Voltage leading over Team 31 Motorsports with pretty similar state of charges and life on those particular machines. We have Team Superfly Racing in the number 3 position. Supersonic back in 4th after that spectacular run from Armand Deligny. Team Redline Racing showing in the number 5 spot, and then disaster for Downhill Burrito. After stopping on course, they were up in 3rd place, clawing their way back to a top 3, only to go
Pace car's going to roll off. We will go back green before the competition yellow at the 6-hour mark. So
disregard what I just said.
Yeah, teams are going to be bunched back up for the start of the race. PJ Mannypenny's going to be second in line there behind Jacob Andrews. And then we're going to go catch the field again for changing the track direction.
I am relaying the information as it gets told to me, and then the information gets changed after I speak it.
Yep.
It happens.
It happens. So at this point, pits should be closed. I was checking to see if there was any cars on track that are potentially low. Nothing seemingly out of the ordinary.
I think just about all of the teams have taken account for this.
It looks like they already did adjust laps for Downhill Burrito. If it was determined to be a complete mechanical failure and it's out of their control, they would get their laps back.
So that puts them right there in contention. And now with a fresher cart, hypothetically, than 31 Motorsports in High Voltage, they will be right there to springboard into the hot seat. And Downhill Burrito going to find themselves in a good position once again.
Looking down the field for any close gaps. That's the one that you just zoomed in on. You had David Pons on the back of, I believe, that's Redline Racing.
Supersonic and Superfly battling over position. We've got Rachel Hart out there for Team Supersonic losing touch to David Pons. Pons has a Redline Racing cart just ahead of him. Redline Racing back in the number 6 position, so that would be a lapped cart in comparison. But Pons trying to close in on the top trio, trying to get that lap back. Once again, the pits are officially closed, so we will be bringing that pace cart onto the circuit any moment and reversing the direction.
Oh, so Jared going to get pushed wide by David on that. Almost got pushed into the pit entry, actually.
So picking back up, Team High Voltage, about 4 seconds over Downhill Burrito. They've got about 4 seconds, High Voltage over 31 Motorsports by about 4 seconds. It's about 4 seconds further back to Downhill Burrito. And these first couple of laps after the reverse in direction are going to be interesting. As we were talking about tire scrub, we were talking about the heat in the surface itself and some drivers' unaccustomedness to driving in that reverse direction and the racing lines being altogether different.
Yep, we're going to open up almost a whole new race at this halfway point.
I believe our Rachel Hart having some issues with that machine.
She does have a broken front left.
Yes.
Yep, that one's clear mechanical. So, yep, that one's definitely mechanical.
Got a tie rod.
But the pace car will roll anyway. She's frantically waving, but that's okay because the yellow lights have got to come out right now. So she's offline. Yep, it's just a toe link on the left-hand side that's broken. So
have you seen that mechanical?
It's a very common thing on these carts because of the wear and tear they get and the strain they get by going in and out of the corners.
So an unfortunate common mishap for Rachel Hart, as she will be exchanging her machine.
She waved her hand. She knew that something broke to signify to the drivers behind that she was going to have a problem, and then that's what kind of drove her to the outside of the track, and barriers caught her.
Better the barriers than the walls. So now we're going to see Rachel rejoining the rest of the field. And that was a true mechanical failure, and here we got a replay of it.
Right there, it snaps on her, and then she knows, and then boom, up against the barrier. So
it happened to her coming into the carousel.
Yeah, you can see the severe angle of the tire, and obviously you're really animated because you're in the heat of the moment. Like as a driver, it's very frustrating, but it was a pretty clear problem. So
now that should be a sheer failure. There should not be any debris on the track. That was just the sheer force separating two pieces of metal.
Worst case, you end up with a piece of the bolt and maybe the nut attachment on there. So yeah, it's hard to tell.
Okay. So I wonder if they're going to file Rachel in line. But we will be reversing the direction for these drivers in just a moment. I believe our pit crews also have to move a whole row of carts to open up that middle pit lane.
Yeah, I don't know if they were working on that while we're talking or not. I think that was the idea behind the 5-minute warning closing pits.
We will find out as much of that information as we can as it is developing for us, but we do see...
They've already cleared it out.
Good. So we are ready to go for reverse directions once the track...
They're also going to flip
changed
around some of the track lights, too. That way they're more visible for the reverse direction.
On board right now with ASR Racing's Aaron Puckett.
This gives an opportunity for everybody to reset as a team.
I want to thank you guys for joining us here at K1 Speed in Canton for Competition Karting's 3rd annual 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Balls Guarana, Track First, BTX Clothing and Apparel, and Summit Racing for keeping us comfortably sat through the duration of the day, just working on a couple of switches on the race course. Spectacular looking pace kart. You have to be 42 inches to ride along?
40 inches to ride.
40 inches.
Yep.
Hence kart number 40.
Yeah, that's what we did.
Sure.
I tried to program those front headlights to flash under caution, but unfortunately it didn't work out for us. But it does have headlights. Yeah, and the other thing, if you want to come and drive that car, you can drive, obviously, another junior, not a problem. But if you want to drive another adult, if you are a pro-level driver, basically you set a 27-second or lower lap time on the track, you're allowed to drive other adults around the racetrack. So a lot of these guys, like the Marshall Millers and the Tristan Hartongs, they've brought friends in and had them ride along, and it's a fun race, to say the least.
It's a hoot. I can imagine.
Your steering wheels are tied together, so if you want to fight somebody on it, you can fight. The only thing that doesn't work on the passenger side is the throttle. It's dead. The brake does work, though, so if the passenger wants to slam on the brakes, there you go.
So one driver, you could have one person operating the pedals and one person operating the steering wheel. That would be an interesting sensation.
We thought about that as a potential qualifier for this race, but I didn't think that it's fit enough standards for racing etiquette or decorum.
That would be the ultimate team work there. That's like the cars you see mounted on top of each other, and the person down below is operating the pedals, and the dude up top is operating the steering.
Did that one time. Yep.
Yeah, be like that in a whole different realm. So we're just wrapping up with a couple of track alterations before we switch the alternative direction of these karts. The running order as they are: high voltage over 31 Motorsports, downhill burrito, Superfly in 4th, Supersonic rounding out the top 5 with Redline Racing in the number 6 position. Back to the field a little bit further in 7th, newcomers to the 12 hours, Porsche Beechwood Racing in the number 7 spot, Ohio Drone Repair in 8th, and ASR Racing rounding out the field. So do you know, will they be coming in the pits in the forward direction?
Yes.
Okay.
And
And
that's the plan. We've been proven wrong before, but they'll should come into the pits and come down the center lane and then turn right and go out.
could potentially be happening in this lap. As I believe most everything is taken care of out there on the track. So we'll see when the switch will occur. Things should be tightening up in the field whenever they head into the pits. Nope, they're going to run another one. So running order on the track is Team High Voltage over Team Porsche Beechwood, with Team 31 Motorsports third place on the track. Fourth place on the track, we have the White Hoods. That is ASR Racing. They are followed by the Pink Hoods of Superfly. Following them up, Ohio Drone Repair, Green Hoods, Redline Racing, Red Hoods of Downhill Burrito, and at the tail end of the field, we have Rachel Hart with Team Supersonic.
Oh, so they're going to give out some lucky dogs before they do the track direction, apparently. Which means before that is done, then you have to make sure all the current laps are correct.
So we're just taking notes of all of the lucky dog penalties that have been considered.
Yeah, it's not really a penalty.
Or lucky dog assessments.
Yep. Looks like what the call is everybody but the leader is going to go around. So High Voltage will stay, and then everybody gets the wave around.
So would that hypothetically put Team 31 Motorsports in the lead? It should.
Well, no, it should be still High Voltage.
They were both on the same lap.
But track position-wise, it should be behind them, right?
Because Team High Voltage was the first cart behind the pace cart. That would put Team 31 Motorsports in the lead right now, but at the back of the pack. Don't hold me to that, but I believe that they were on the same lap coming into this competition caution. That's why we have our race director and our track staff down there just assessing everything and making sure that lap counts are 100% correct before we reverse the direction and pull that pace cart off and resume racing. This is the one opportunity that we have as the race directors to officially analyze everything, as all of the other cautions are debris, accident related.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about. Yep. You were correct. 31 Motorsports is going to be scored in the lead. Downhill Burrito can be on the same lead lap, and then High Voltage is going to be one lap down. But track position-wise, they're going to have the lead.
Correct. So we are just, again, addressing and assessing a couple of things before we get just trying to get renourished up here in the box as we are at the halfway point and trying to get.
Oh, you mean this isn't where the B team comes in?
What? Another day in the life for us up here in the booth.
You're used to these long days, though. You've done announcing for hours on end, haven't you?
I've pulled quite a few 14, 16-hour days, 2 days in a row, and even pulled a 12-hour day on a Friday leading into the Friday or Saturday, Sunday. So yeah, this is a day in the life for me too. Glad to be here. I am a little bit out of my element, though. I will be the first to admit that, as I am used to seeing a color of a bike and a number. So that's what I'm really accustomed to, but I'm getting thrown for a little bit of a ringer as I have to look for a hood and then a helmet. So it's a little bit of a different perspective up here for me personally. But I enjoy it every year, and I'm glad that you guys gave me the call to come back for the 3rd annual 12 Hours of Canton.
Yeah, we're happy to have you here for sure.
I'm curious to know if race directors were aware of the lucky dog there and allowing 31 Motorsports and Downhill Burrito to what would then be taking over the #1 spot. I'm wondering if they were aware of that and if that was intended. Because generally it is everybody but the leader, like you mentioned, but that would be unfair to the leader if they were all on the same lap.
True.
Working through some different things.
That is new to me, so I'm not sure I'm 100% on that. I don't know.
Jason. Got to ask him some questions.
Jason. Oh, yeah.
Have we heard how many more laps that they are? Okay, they did hear us up here in the box, and they are what is appearing to reassess the lap counts. There we go. High voltage, 31 Motorsports, Downhill Burrito. Everything has been adjusted. Running order on the track is reflecting...
That makes a lot more sense.
...the race order.
Yeah.
Running order on the track is reflecting race order. Okay. So I think that we've got it all straightened away.
Looks like the pace cart's picked up some pace. There might be a pit in on this lap, I would anticipate. Again, we're trying to get the track reversed. Oh, they're still rearranging Supersonic. Trying to get everybody on their the scoreboard order, I would imagine. So that you're positioned according to your lap counts.
I would assume that is what we are doing. But again, we are out of touch as to everything that's going down there trackside.
Yeah, let's just go thermal cam. That's all we need.
Very cool look.
Make a mental note of where this looks, or what this looks like, and then we'll see how it changes. I would expect, especially in this corner here, the wide carousel, you're going to see some drivers running really wide.
Mm-hmm.
Now, our more experienced drivers are going to be holding this nice and tight where this existing racing line, that hot racetrack is. But I would fully expect, again, guys more from a traditional road racing background to be wanting to swing this really wide. So we'll see some track temp come in there, I think.
The shortest distance from point A to point B is a straight line, so you're going to see the more crafty drivers using the short distance. And here we see the pace cart coming into the pits. They're going to make their way down the middle lane.
And for the very first time, the 12 Hours of Canton is going to reverse direction.
Changing things up for these drivers as they are making the horseshoe turn and heading out on the track in reverse. So here they go, reverse direction. But some of these drivers are getting anxious behind the helmets, as this is something that they were not maybe prepared for. Did all of these drivers know that this was coming in?
They all did, yeah.
Okay.
It was pretty short notice, but they all found out about it about a week ago.
And all of these drivers have experience driving this track in reverse, mostly.
Most of them do. I don't know if every driver has. We've definitely had a lot of people here practicing reverse races over the last week or two, especially since it was announced. But, especially guys from ASR Racing not being from the area. Now, they've come and run endurance races before. Oh, you can see where the clag on the track is right there. Everybody picking that up. That's going to make a very tricky first lap if that doesn't all get picked up in these yellow laps. So anyway, yeah, ASR has been here for... I know Aaron's run reverse. I just don't know if Ravi or Drew have. Even at that, the number of laps is definitely smaller
than the forward direction.
Than forward, yeah. Primary.
I would anticipate them coming into the pit.
Yeah, I think the hands up for Adam Weaver, which will signify they're going to roll in.
And he's pulling away from the rest of the field a little bit more to widen out that entrance to pit road, and we are going to be racing.
Now wait, they got to wait for the green. They got to wait for the timing line. You're not allowed to pass before that. You're going to have Jacob Andrews and Dom D'Angelo, followed by Anthony Narofsky, your first three. And the track goes green in the reverse direction for the last 6 hours.
And here we go.
Watch for cars as they go sideways through the carousel, carrying a lot of speed. Can they hold on to it?
Looks like most of the drivers are handling.
Yes, most drivers getting through cleanly.
They're fortunate enough to keep the tires on the concrete during that entire yellow to keep most of the heat in the tires. So that will be in their benefits. These carts aren't cold coming out after that caution.
It's true. That does help quite a bit.
But the tires will be grabbing these little marbles.
Yeah.
And that's then marbles in turns.
And just like any other racing, it takes several corners to get that scrubbed off. The interesting thing here is Dom D'Angelo and Jacob Andrews, haven't seen a lot of them battle it out together on the track, have we?
No.
Trying to think of when we have seen them battle, but now I guess this is the benefit of doing Lucky Dogs, is because you now get to see these guys in the first three positions actually battle against each other.
Now I am curious to switch from the gaps between the drivers to lap times to see if the lap times are going to be about the same, if they're slowing down a little bit. I would anticipate they're probably in the mid-26s early until things get ironed out.
We'll keep an eye out for it. We'll get it refreshed here in just a second, and we'll see.
We see Jacob Andrews pulling away from Dominic D'Angelo just a little bit early in this one.
Yeah, the gaps between first through five are pretty consistent. Everybody has adapted really well.
And if I recall correctly, Downhill Burrito is on a fresher cart than High Voltage and 31 Motorsports. Cart number 1 for 31 Motorsports.
Yeah, DHB pitting around lap 740. What was the other one you were looking for?
The Blue Squad, Team 31 Motorsports, they are in cart number 1 with 59% state of charge.
They pitted around lap 785.
Cart
so
number
about 40 laps difference between them.
7, Downhill Burrito, they are at 76% state of charge. So I did think that would have been the case. If High Voltage and 31 Motorsports run this out, that's going to allow Downhill Burrito to adopt the number 1 spot.
Yeah, well, 31 and High Voltage pitted around the same lap time. That's what you mean? Yep.
But Downhill Burrito pitted much later. And gained a lot of time to be in that third place position, so they will be in the number 1 position after.
No, they pitted earlier, so they were lap 740 versus 780.
But according to what we've got right here, Downhill Burrito, which is the red squad, cart number 7, I believe, is what they are currently piloting. Cart number 7, 75% state of charge versus cart number 1, 56% state of charge. Cart number 1 is 31 Motorsports. So they have a 20% fresher cart.
So they just have more juice in the bag, yeah. Okay.
Than the top 2.
All right.
Yeah. I will say
this is a very interesting mix of drivers. I'm amazed not only how consistent they are, but that they're all staying right in line, because not very often you get Rachel just nails Anthony Narofsky in the back. You get Pons and Hart and Narofsky and D'Angelo all on track at the same time. So all of them are experienced drivers, and they've all run endurance and everything, but they're not all at the same group like this.
This will be developing as the race continues. But I do want to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors for the 2025 running of the competition karting's 12 Hours of Canton. Thank you to the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Balls Guarana, Track First for helping us out for this year.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio Drone Repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone Repair, we give you more. Props on a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio Drone Repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone Repair, we give you more. Props on a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night.
And we are back here at K1 Speed for the 3rd annual competition karting 12 Hours of Canton. And we have some stuff going on up front as Team High Voltage continues to lead the way over the rest of the field. But look for Team Downhill Burrito Racing. Anthony Narovsky is working his way by. He made his way by temporarily on 31 Motorsports, but he has just allowed that pass back. I heard some bumps out there on the race course. I don't know if they have had a little bit of an incident out there, but there we just seen Team High Voltage come through frame. Team 31 Motorsports came through frame, and there is Team Downhill Burrito. So they are still in that order as they were just a few moments ago. We are now focusing on this battle between Team ASR and Team Redline Racing. That will just be for track position, as those drivers on those two teams are on significantly different lap counts, as Redline Racing out of nowhere has clawed their way back into things. In the number 6 position, they are just about 5 laps off of the mark, so they're I don't want to say they're out of it, but their chance at the top 5 is becoming slimmer and slimmer as the laps continue to click. All of that being said, the top 5 have tightened up significantly, as we seen just before the break. Team Supersonic, being piloted by Rachel Hart, had an issue, and she broke a tie rod end or something along on her machine, and she had to stop. She had a fresh cart pulled onto the track for her. So that has allowed a Supersonic to have a fresh machine in that number 5 position. But now I see Downhill Burrito. Not sure what happened. I thought they had a fresher machine, but now they are falling back through the field and are now in the number 4 spot. So Downhill Burrito was at one point in time, just a few moments ago, in 2nd, has fallen back to 4th. So Superfly adopting 3rd. High Voltage still leading 31 Motorsports in the number 2 spot, but a 1/10 of a second separates those lap times. So something happened with Team Supersonic now. I see that they were on the lead lap. Now they're 2 laps behind, so I'm not sure what happened in the matter of just them crossing the finish line the last couple of times. But also, Downhill Burrito losing a spot to Superfly Racing. So there we're in on Marshall Miller and Superfly. That is the battle for the number 2 spot. And we have Marshall Miller in cart number 4. He just came out with that machine. That thing is pretty fresh. He's being chased down by cart number
Joey Valentine.
21, I believe?
Yep, Joey Valentine back in for Superfly Racing. And Marshall substituting for Dom D'Angelo.
Cart number 8. Oh, cart number 8. That is that machine that I believe I was talking about having tire pressures that were a little bit abnormal. And it is out there right now. Cart number 8 is showing its right rear about 7 pounds less than the rest of the tires. That could affect its handling, but it does not look like it is slowing him down at all.
Yeah, in actuality, we've done several different tire pressure levels on this and had drivers run various different types of laps.
With different pressures
It's
and whatnot.
not huge difference, yeah. So it is very possible that he won't notice that. If you never told him, he may not know.
My concern is it would potentially throw off the balance of the cart.
Yeah.
And here we see the battle continuing between Ohio Drone.
He waved him by, and then he just spun him. And he's
what's going on between these two guys?
Yeah, if he's going to give you room, then I'll pass him. So
here we got High Voltage trying to work their way by all the while. But we do have, I believe, Rachel Hart with Team Supersonic joining us there trackside. Hopefully she can fill us in on what was going on out there, Rachel. You had some problems.
Yeah, so the first cart that I was in, coming through when we changed into reverse, the bottom of the A-arm, it split off, so my entire tire just went sideways, lost steering. So they gave me another cart, which when I got into the pits, my team told me that that cart had died at about 50% previously, so it wouldn't have been one that we chose. And it started to lose power. I felt like I was on speed 2. And so we had to come off and take a pit stop.
Understand. And I know that Corey Salerno with Team Supersonic, he was having some issues with a couple of his carts earlier in the evening as well. Can you elaborate on that at all?
Yeah, so we had kind of a similar thing. He was sitting at 47%. He rolled across the finish line and his cart just kind of died. They couldn't figure out why, so they gave us a mechanical and we got our position back. So I'm not sure. The batteries don't be heating up. The mechanic told me the motors weren't heating up, so I'm not sure if there's some electrical fault or something that might be happening. But I can only hope that they get better through the rest of the race.
I know that Team Supersonic, also known as Team Excel, you guys are taking note of all of these nuances of these different carts.
Yeah, we noticed, I think it was the very first that somebody pitted at 40% and they told us their cart died, so immediately that goes to our spreadsheet. So hopefully we don't have to take that cart back out.
James, you got anything for her?
No, I'm good.
So goals then, Rachel, you're sitting in the number 5 spot, 2 laps off of the mark right now. What are you going to have to do to find yourself back up front once again?
So, like Armand said in the beginning, it's going to come down to pit stops. You got to be fast. You can't have penalties, especially in reverse. This pit exit's a little bit tougher in reverse. And then just fast laps as much as we can and hope for good carts.
And we saw that in your very first stint, too. That was one of the things that jumped you up really early in the race, was that very fast pit stop.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Who's all helping you guys out and getting you guys to the track this weekend?
So Track First is our local track supply store. They helped us out with sets of gloves. They work with a company that does all kinds of custom suits and gloves. And then I have a racing page if you want to follow me on Racing with Rachel. And then Salerno's Primescapes is Corey's company.
If you guys need your grass cut, call Salerno Primescapes.
He's the guy.
All right. Thanks very much, Rachel, and best of luck to you guys to rebound here in the second half.
Thank you.
Excellent. Back out there on the track, we see Corey Salerno with Team Supersonic getting the pressure from 31 Motorsports, who has taken, Marshall Miller coming in the inside of Corey Salerno. These drivers they're friendly with one another. They're friends off the track, as they once were on the same team a couple of years ago. There's no real bad blood between them. They just decided to part ways. But now they're getting bumped from Team Superfly.
And the more he tries to muscle that car around and try to throw it through the corners, the worse it's going to get. This is why your lap times drop when you think the car is bad. And that's a common thing with Corey. And see, he's going to start getting pushed sideways, and he's just going to blame the cart because it's just the muscling of it that just gets worse and worse and worse.
And here we see Joey Valentine with Team Supersonic taking advantage of Marshall Miller bumping into Corey Salerno. This is going to be the bump and passing technique, as we have Team High Voltage right there. And all of a sudden, it was 31 Motorsports over High Voltage and Superfly, but now it's showing as 31 Motorsports back and forth all of a sudden.
Well, the drivers want to keep pointing at the different drivers, but I don't think that's going to change anything, because ultimately they're the ones that are battling it on the track. So they're not going to call penalties for this kind of stuff.
And these are some of the fastest drivers that we have of the event out here in this shot. Corey Salerno, Joey Valentine, Marshall Miller. Also have for Team High Voltage, Jacob Andrews on the track. I mean, these drivers are no slouches. Anthony Narowski out there.
I see more and more jerking of the steering wheel and maneuvers like that with sliding out on the sideways. Because the tensions are so high, the driving styles have just they've degraded completely. And so the more and more drivers do this, the slower they go, the more frustrated they get, the more they hit other drivers, and it just goes. So everybody just needs to calm down, and they need to reset, and they just need to realize that we're just now halfway through this race.
And we kind of anticipated this happening in the reverse direction. It's an entirely new race now.
It's probably really frustrating because if they're setting their pace, that they want to maintain their same positions, but if they're not good at the reverse track, they definitely don't want to give up a position, but they also need to realize they just need to either be nicer to the cars or they need to drive a smoother line.
And here we see Corey Salerno putting the cart straight once again and finding himself hanging on to it, but now he's getting pressure once again from Team
that's
Superfly.
Not going to be good for Corey, who get pushed out sideways, and Joey's not going to have any room to respond to that. So
and Marshall Miller as well.
Same thing here. So he's going to get pushed to the outside, and then Marshall's going to take advantage of that. They're going to have that barrier pushed into the pit entry here in a couple laps. And see, you're just not giving anybody room.
Oh.
That is ridiculous.
Oh, that was a nasty lick.
We hope he's okay. We hope he's okay.
Superfly, as the helmet
they're going to go check
visor is off of Joey Valentine, who took a nasty lick there between Marshall Miller, Joey Valentine, all coming together really hard there just after the start-finish line. You gotta think out for Joey Valentine there.
Yep, we hope he's okay because those hits can be hard, as you see the drivers discussing amongst themselves.
So let's definitely keep Joey in our thoughts as we'll try to get some more information, and we'll be back in just a few moments after we reset the field here for the 12 Hours of Canton.
All right, there we go. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. Thanks, guys.
I think we got some technical stuff figured
All
out. All right. Again, we're getting these carts back into the pits.
Oh,
okay. So we have pulled all of the carts back into the pits. And can you elaborate what's going on?
Yeah, tough situation. So we saw a lot of heated battles that were happening right before that incident. First of all, Joey is okay. He left. He's going to get some attention to him, but he was alert, awake, and joking around as Joey always does. So we're thankful for that, first of all.
A couple of Reese Cups on the ride.
Yeah, probably.
Get him back into action. But
the concern, though, and what took so long and what we reviewed, and I reviewed with Jason, is we took a look at the replays and the action that led up to that. There was a lot of bumping and grinding. There was a lot of side-by-side action. However, there was one move in particular that basically put one car almost perpendicular to another car to drive them straight into a barrier, and that was severe. So that we took that as too high of a retaliation rate. The driver admitted that, and obviously was frustrated because of 4 or 5 moves prior to that move, which is understandable, but the retaliation was way too severe. And so that driver has been disqualified from the 12 hours. And because that driver is part of a 2-man team, the team is going to be disqualified because you have to have at least 2 drivers in order to maintain your position. So if you're looking around the scoreboard and stuff, there were some drivers that were walking around the timing lines and stuff, so we'll get that sorted out here in a little bit. But unfortunately, it's a tough decision, but the move was very high in the severity rate. So
unfortunately, just as we alluded to earlier, actions have equal and opposite reactions.
They do, yeah. And so I'm sure a lot of drivers they do have complaints about actions taken by other drivers going into various turns and the maneuvers that they put on them and pushing and that kind of stuff. Obviously, that needs to be knocked out as well. But, it's a little different. So anyway, we're going to continue. The clock does remain ticking because the only way we go to stop the clock is severe acts of God, like loss of power or something where we cannot operate. But otherwise, we have to maintain a schedule here. So
just like a middle school basketball game, the clock must run.
The clock must run, yeah. So the teams will get up and running here in a little bit. While I was down there, I heard a couple batteries beeping, which means there's some people who were in desperate needs of pit stops because the batteries beep when they get below, I think it's 20% charge. And so we'll be sorting that out.
So even while those carts were sitting idle on the track, they were in the on position, draining some of the potential battery.
They use a little bit of juice, yeah. Not much to keep them turned on.
But it was severe enough that we're going to give the full everybody new carts.
That I'm not sure about. I know we're watching some camera action, or some action on the pits.
I don't see anybody on track.
But,
so I don't know if they are lined up in that middle lane in the reverse order or exactly what is going on.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to find out.
Whenever we get the information, we will relay it back to everybody else.
Yeah, 2 drivers asked about whether we're going to continue in reverse direction. I said, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't matter whether we're going in standard direction and that action is so driver pushes another driver off like that. It doesn't matter. I mean, there are posts around this track that are not going to move. Most of them are spring-loaded, but in that situation, it doesn't matter whether you're going forward or reverse. So
there we go.
We will definitely continue reverse.
So it looks like just based on a little bit of looking there, we were under about a 30-minute delay as a result of that mishap on the race course. So like you said, the clock does continue, and we will pick up racing in just a few moments whenever the drivers get back behind the drivers.
And I think the good news into this is it's going to be everybody's going to reset. Everybody's got some time to think. Everybody's got some time to cool off. We can get back to some good racing, and we can enjoy the last 4 hours or however much time is left on the event. So
there we go. Thank you to everybody for joining us once again for Competition Karting's 3rd annual 12 Hours of Canton here at K1 Speed, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Balls Guarana, Track First, BTX Clothing and Apparel, and Summit Racing for keeping all of our track staff comfortably sat in their posts all day long. Where there we see the very interesting looking 2-seat cart.
Yep.
You know, we should get
pace
you.
Car.
We should get you. Next time there's a yellow flag, you should be down there.
To run all the way down there and jump in.
Yeah. Just do a impromptu.
Kyle did
trackside.
offer me a ride when I was down there in the pits.
Be pretty interesting. Yeah. I did. Side note: I had a broken collarbone, and I was at a racetrack in Ross County, Ohio, called Chillytown Motocross, and it was for a week-long motocross event. There were 3 announcers at the event, and they had a helicopter doing just random tours for whoever was at the racetrack that wanted to take a helicopter ride. It was just one of those things that, and since
can never turn down a helicopter ride,
I was in the position. They're like, "Hey, take a microphone with you. Go up in a helicopter and announce a race from in the helicopter." It's like, don't have to tell me twice, broken collarbone or not. I'm going to strap myself in that heliocopter and take me a ride. And boy, did I ever. And they said that I actually came through while I was up in the chopper, hovering over the track. So that was a pretty cool experience.
Yeah, I've had one other ride in a helicopter before. What an experience those things are. It's very, very unique. It's not like fixed wing aircraft.
I rode in a helicopter with a broken collarbone, but I didn't ride in a helicopter as a result of the broken collarbone.
Oh. Okay.
Good. Yeah, I was in a pretty severe dirt bike crash at a local track here in Malvern, Ohio, and was making a last lap pass with only 2 turns left to go, and tried to jump past one of my competitors, and jumped and landed just a little bit sideways, and next thing I knew, I was tumbling and was trackside with a broken collarbone.
Wow,
took me an ambulance ride. Yeah,
fun times.
So the carts are moving once again here at K1 Speed for the 12 Hours of Canton. We have updated all of the timing and scoring, it appears. We do have Team Downhill Burrito with the race lead over Team Superfly, with Redline Racing in 3rd place. They are all on the lead lap, with High Voltage now 1 lap off of the mark, with Team Supersonic rounding out the top 5. And with a little bit of adjustments there, that is going to put Porsche Beechwood in the number 6 spot, with Ohio Drone Repair back in 7th, and ASR Racing in the number 8 spot.
Yeah. So to answer your question, like, I don't know, were you able to keep track of which cars were or were not swapped, or did it matter?
I personally did not keep track of what tracks or what carts were exchanged for the drivers, but they're just out there putting some heat in the tires right now, and we'll pull the cart back in and the pace cart back in just a couple of moments. So we have stopped the pace cart just momentarily as they're getting some words from our race marshal. Trying to figure out what's going on, but the race order the running order once again is unchanged, with Downhill Burrito leading Superfly, Redline, High Voltage in 4th, Supersonic in the number 5 spot. So maybe things did change a little bit there between the last time that I did spoke.
Interesting little tidbit. So, we'd be talking about some of the lap times that kind of came in and out abnormally.
Yes.
So, never thought about this. When the drivers were getting out of the cars, they were walking over by the timing line. So, because they wear ankle bracelets, they were triggering laps. So, as a behind-the-scenes little factoid for you, don't wear your transponder over by the timing line.
The things you don't think about.
Yeah.
Or the things you don't think about until you're forced to think about them.
Yeah, never dawned on me that would be a potential issue, so.
So the yellow flags do continue to fly for the competitors as they are getting the laps figured out. Pace cart continues. And that is sitting passenger
Adam Weaver.
He is still an employee here at K1 Speed?
He is. He's our resident manager and track official or / track enforcer / organizer /
And he's no slouch behind the steering wheel as well.
No, he's won his own races, competed here in the Endurance Series last couple rounds. Had a good time with him racing in these karts.
If I'm not mistaken, he was on a team last year.
No, he wasn't. Yeah,
no?
he helped with the 12 hours, but yeah, he wasn't on a team. So.
Okay, my mistake. It was the other event that I announced that he was competing in.
Oh, yeah, Exhibition of Speed.
Yes, the Exhibition of Speed.
Yep.
He was a
wow,
competitor.
You remembered
now.
his name. That's impressive. So, yeah, it was a couple of years ago now, a little over a year. So
that was just after year 1 of 12 Hours of Speed. So we're just trying to do some different things in that Exhibition of Speed. So that was a pretty cool event. I hope to have that one in the future.
Definitely is fun. We mixed that up with different things, so different track layouts, different kinds of competition. We ran it again this year in September, or last September, and plan on running it again. It was a pretty successful event. Love the drivers that come out for that. So it was a weird rule, but we excluded like our top 5 GP competitors because we wanted this to be something open and inviting to our quote-unquote average drivers or guys that maybe don't put as much time behind the wheel. And it made for a great event because the competition was good and it was a good opportunity for drivers to mix up their skills.
And weather depending, outdoors comes effect.
To try to do outdoors whenever possible. So
we're just clicking off some pace laps. I did see the green flags illuminated just momentarily. And yep, that green flag is signaling to the pace cart that they will be pulling in one more lap. And we'll get racing action back underway with Team High Voltage up front. Looks like we might be getting underway.
All right, so they're going to stay yellow. Pace car was not supposed to come in, so he decided last second to stay out. Wasn't ready for the field. We'll stay yellow. Catch the pace cart again.
And one more lap, and we'll get back underway here for the 12 Hours of Speed. Redline Racing showing as the race leaders.
That's probably what they're going to fix before getting back to start. So
there we go. Superfly, just adjusting everything around before we get it back underway. So possibly seeing the pace car pulling in. They did say overcomes one more lap and they'll be pulling in, and a mistake was made and they pulled him back out on the track. So waiting to see.
He tried to get their attention to the last second. He's like, no, stay out, but it's too late.
So they are continuing to run pace laps.
There we go. Now high voltage is corrected. Downhill Burrito, Supersonic Racing, and Superfly.
And Redline Racing rounding out the top 5, all showing on lead laps with 4 hours, 30 minutes, and 50 seconds remaining of competition. In the reverse direction, pace cart is pulling in. The field will be making their way around the circuit and onto the start straightaway, and the green flag will fly. And we'll be back underway.
This is what I thought was going to be interesting to see with this number of turns, how the drivers stay organized. It looks like they're going to be clean as they come around, and we are once again underway.
Clean restart for the field as we see the pace cart pulling in the distance. High voltage with a clean jump. Downhill Burrito in the number 2 spot. For Team High Voltage is still Jacob Andrew out on the course. We still have Team Downhill Burrito in the number 2 spot, and that is the pilot of Anthony Narowski. Got Corey Salerno out there for Team Supersonic. Team Superfly being piloted
back to Tyler Stevenson.
Stevenson, yeah. And Redline Racing also showing on the lead lap, and they have, where is that team? We have Mitch Shannon out there for them. So we did lose one driver due to some incidents out there. Joey Valentine, we wish him a speedy recovery and a couple of Reese Cups before making his way back to the track, and hopefully we'll be back to seeing him very soon. So they will be one driver down, leaving Team Superfly with only 3 drivers now to choose from.
Already back to the driver discussions. Anthony Narowski pointing at the driver with that lead pass. We should cue that up replay. I think we were looking at our notes, so
we got Corey Salerno over Stevenson and Narowski there in 2, 3, and 4 for Team Supersonic, Superfly, and Downhill Burrito. Back a little bit further, we have Redline Racing leading.
Tyler Stevenson's going to look on the inside.
Salerno is going to have the setup for the preferred line, as Narowski going to file right back in 3rd place in this tight little battle that we have.
Reverse carousel is a lot of fun with carrying that amount of speed and trying to get the right racing line going into the reverse turn of 5.
Door's going to get opened up here coming into the kink, as Salerno is going to have to possibly lift.
That is hard for the opposing driver to go into turn 4. Salerno doesn't want to give up, but unfortunately that's going to lead to a bumping battle. And again, this is what causes the Corey Salerno's the issue is he started wide, he made a mistake. The other drivers are trying to capitalize on that, and he has to basically relinquish that spot. So
he loses.
That's going to allow Narowski and Tyler Stevenson to check out a little bit.
Yeah, now that has also allowed Redline Racing and that group behind them to close right back up in. So it was once spread out. It's tightened back in here as they were trying to battle, making passes. Stevenson checking out a little bit now as Narowski trying to close the gap. Corey Salerno is going to put his head down and try to remount a charge. Good look there at Porsche Beechwood and Ohio Drone Repair at the end of this field. Great racing action there deeper in this pack.
Yeah, as you can see now, you're going to the gap is going to continue to pull out because Corey Salerno just didn't have the pace to maintain the lead for that particular group of drivers right there. And right there, see, he's scrubbing a lot of speed in the reverse of turn 5. Got to run that smooth as possible.
Something happened there with laps because I did see Superfly's last lap time at 2.3 seconds. That is very unrealistic, and that put them at the race lead, which I don't believe them being up front right now. I think it is still Team High Voltage.
Yeah, there they got it corrected. So Jason said they were going to go back and continue reviewing some of the previous laps to see if any points needed to be assessed prior to our red flag incident. And you'll see now Aaron Puckett pushing the back of course Salerno, but that's not going to give good a setup for him as Mitch Shannon's going to take that spot.
Those switchbacks there just before the finish line now is being the part of the track where it's just tightening everybody back up and bumping hard there before the finish line.
There's a point as a driver you realize that you don't have the pace of people that are around you. So almost in some ways you're better off to let them pass, but especially when you're not battling them for position. They're doing an unfamiliar track layout, so
something's going on with Team Superfly, as I believe.
Yeah, I think they're working on their
High Voltage is still the leader, and Superfly has caught 4 laps.
Yeah, well, they're adjusting them here in real time, so we'll probably see a few more adjustments there, avoiding some lap times.
Just keeping us up on our toes here.
That's right.
There has to be some sort of a transponder issue because they're continuing to run like 5-second laps. But there we see in the distance, High Voltage pulling away from the rest of the field, making their way across the finish line right now.
Good move there from the guy from Ohio Drone Repair to just temporarily let off the throttle, allow the Porsche Beechwood driver by.
Team Downhill Burrito still running back there in the number 3 spot with Supersonic on the lead lap in 4th, and Redline Racing still rounding out our top 5.
And now I think we are now considered, we're at a point now where everybody's at their pace. So we've seen the gaps develop. The drivers have gotten around the people who are not of the same pace.
Maybe.
Yeah. As the Mitch Shannon continues to battle with ASR Racing.
Through the kink, the battle deeper in the field goes between Team Redline Racing and Team ASR. Team Autosport Refinement, powered by Balls Guarana, Spark, DCW Woodcraft, and Lenovo also helping out Team ASR. Trying to follow this battle for track position between Salerno, ASR, and Team Redline Racing. Got a good trio making their way through the carousel backwards. Great view from Ohio Drone Repair. So I want to try to catch back in with Team High Voltage as they have been running consistent laps, holding on to that race lead, pulling away from Team Superfly. About 0.2 of a second separates High Voltage from Downhill Burrito, and that just shows the racing experience at running consistent laps, even in the different direction. The drivers behind him trying to iron out where they are, but High Voltage just finding the line, sticking to it, and pulling away.
Yeah, somewhat consistent. I mean, Jacob Andrews last time was 25.5, but before that was a 26.1 and then 27.2. And
so
then
consistently inconsistent.
He's knocked out a bunch of 25.5, so you are correct. Maybe just a couple laps there.
25.5 also for Team Superfly, still sitting in second with Downhill Burrito in third. Say something's got to be going on with Team Superfly's transponders as they're reading 10-second laps very frequently, and we have to make the adjustments to account for that. So something's going on with Superfly's transponder system.
Yeah, that's true. The interesting thing, though, is that the system is programmed to exclude laps that are less than 15 seconds. So I thought it would be because they're going back to adjust the laps, but you might be right. It might be triggered somehow, somewhere. Because obviously you can't make it around here any faster than 15 laps or 15 seconds. So
4 hours, 21 minutes remaining of competition as we see the muscle strain on Corey Salerno in these tight switchbacks before the finish line. ASR Racing closing the gap, and Redline Racing not out of it as well. And that's just a battle for track position as Supersonic has quite a few laps on ASR Racing just behind him, but Redline Racing on the same lap as Supersonic. So if ASR and Supersonic get into it, Supersonic finds themselves not facing forwards. That could allow Redline Racing to make a pass inside the top 5. But Salerno just driving a very wide kart, making it very tough for Aaron Puckett to try to pass. But Puckett applying the pressure, trying to go up the inside, gives Salerno a little bump heading into the turns before the finish line, the hairpin turns before the finish line. They'll file back in single file down the starter straightaway. Salerno's going to open up the carousel, allowing Aaron Puckett to make the pass by cleanly. Salerno opened that door just for Aaron Puckett to go by, but now Salerno can't lift anymore because he has one of his competitors just behind him. That's Redline Racing. Redline Racing has Mitch Shannon out on the track for them, and Shannon's been doing very well for Team Redline. They're running in the mid-26s, so they're about a second off of the mark in comparison to Team High Voltage and Team Superfly running 1 and 2. Team Downhill Burrito. The forward direction was definitely Narovsky's specialty, as since we have seen the direction get turned into reverse, he is about 2/10 off of the top 2's lap times. So that's interesting to see that Narovsky is not able to back up his claims of the fastest driver, or one of the fastest drivers here today, as he is definitely off the pace in the reverse direction, showing that since he has just started driving here at K1 Speed in 2024, just last year in August of 2024, November. Yeah, started coming to the Canton location in the middle of 2024, November. So Narovsky does not have as much experience altogether in the reverse direction. So he is struggling, and it's showing as Team Downhill Burrito's times are not matching what they had in the first 6. But check out this battle between Redline Racing's Mitch Shannon and Supersonic's Corey Salerno. That will be for the number 4 spot on the track. Salerno making it very difficult for Shannon to attempt a wheel. High voltage Superfly, Downhill Burrito, Supersonic, Redline Racing. And there's the battle for 4th between Salerno and Shannon. Now I'm going to take a look at carts, as Shannon on cart number 10 showing 68% state of charge. Corey Salerno's cart is cart number 29, showing 67% state of charge. So they're just breaking into it for these two carts. They'll be hooked up out there together for quite a while yet, battling for this number 4 spot. Great view from Ohio Drone Repair up above. And there we can see we have opened up the center lane to allow for the drive-through penalties to be assessed. Battle continues there for 4th between Shannon and Salerno for 5th and 4th place. Shannon applying the pressure in the switchbacks before the finish line. Salerno going to pull away a couple of feet from Shannon, heading into the carousel in the reverse direction. Shannon closing back in. Great drive for Aaron Puckett, though, as he has pulled away from this group. Aaron Puckett, 25.5s for Team ASR Racing. 8th place on the board, is one of the fastest karts in the reverse direction. Very, very impressive for Aaron Puckett. Super fast lap, though, there for Team High Voltage Racing. 25.3. That'll be the fastest lap I have seen in the reverse direction, by about 0.2, making it happen that time by. But the consistency of Team ASR is very notable. As he pulled away from the battle for 4th place between Supersonic and Redline Racing. So you have to think, if we started this race in the reverse direction with that 6th place qualifying time of 25.2, Team ASR could be in the top 3 if we would have reversed it at the start. So again, if we would have ran this thing backwards at the start in the first 6 hours, the rate at which Team ASR is running right now would put them up in the top 3. That's very, very impressive. But being buried 25 plus laps with only 4 hours and 15 minutes of racing to go, that is going to be very, very difficult for that team to overcome that much ground. So something to take note of, and a little fly in the cap of Aaron. All the while, Team High Voltage is closing the gap on this duo right here. So Team High Voltage will be putting Redline Racing and Supersonic potentially a lap down very, very soon.
So I'm back. Thanks for holding out for me in our quest to ever resolve transponder questions.
Figure anything out?
So the transponder for Superfly is triggering twice because that driver is carrying 2 transponders with him. Our best guess is that he maybe picked up Joey's and maybe put in his pocket or something. So we're literally seeing 2 different transponder numbers being triggered. So they're just deleting the laps as they go by. There's no way we can squelch that out because it's literally supposed to be the way the system works, is 2 transponders work. So that's why we keep seeing those fast lap times. Once we get that driver out and do a pit stop, should resolve the issue.
Fingers crossed.
Yep.
Fingers crossed. There we see Corey Salerno pulling away from Mitch Shannon with Team Redline Racing. Just about a kart length there. But while we continue to watch that, High Voltage closing in fast to put those drivers a lap down. So we see David Pons in the pits don't know what he was trying to take a look at, but I don't believe a driver should be anywhere but behind the fences.
Yeah, I don't know where it was. Maybe they were looking for something for Joey. Don't know.
That could be. That very well could be. There we see one driver coming in for a pit, having to swing it in the reverse direction. Didn't catch which driver that was or which team that was, but making the first scheduled pit stop in the reverse direction that we have seen. So we'll see them coming back out on the track in just a moment in that reverse direction. Perhaps Team Ohio Drone Repair coming in for that pit. Jacob Andrew gotta be thinking that he is the anchor of this team right now for High Voltage, as he is putting stiff competition a lap down right now all over Redline and Supersonic.
Yeah, we're really seeing them come to the front of the field, literally and metaphorically, just repeatedly. So he's going to look down the inside of Mitch Shannon and take that inside of turn 3. Clean pass there. That's how you do it.
That was beautiful. That was a beautiful pass.
And
Great.
also, credit to Mitch, too, because he saw him coming and he gave him that little bit of space.
It's heads-up racing.
Yep.
And now applying the pressure on Corey Salerno. I want to think that this is going to be a little bit more of a difficult pass for Jacob to potentially make, but all it takes is a run down there into the hairpins, and he could set the pass up just like he did on Mitch Shannon one lap prior.
And, we had questions earlier about whether the lap times would be any different. Jacob Andrews, 25.4, 25.5, 25.9, 25.8, 25.7, 25.8. So there's a couple of fours in there that indicate they were doing the same times in the standard direction.
Yeah, the difference is negligible at this point. It's the consistency
That's right.
of them being able to pull those laps in a racing situation that we have such as this.
And only one small mistake that we know of so far, and that was the battery died right before the pit box.
Yep.
So it didn't cost him, in the grand scheme of things, a huge amount of time. But then again, we're just now entering the 2/3 of the way mark. A lot of racing still to go.
So Jacob Andrews still applying the pressure to Corey Salerno. And it's going to take a wide entrance into one of the turns for Jacob Andrew to show Salerno a wheel, and trying to set him up outside, inside. Beautiful setup for Jacob Andrew on Corey Salerno.
It's not going to be easy in 4, though. Mitch Shannon's going to come right back at him. He's going to wave up Tyler Stevenson right by. Perfect heads-up driving there.
That was a great setup.
It was a good setup. Just hard to pull off that spot.
In that one particular location as the kink.
Yeah, if
will
it was
favor that inside line.
If it was probably any other corner on the track, it would have been good.
Once again, going to try to get the run into the hairpins to show Salerno a wheel up the inside, but Salerno with great racecraft able to notice that pressure coming from Team High Voltage. Where did Superfly come from in this?
Same place they've always been, hunting.
I did not see Tyler Stevenson.
That last little
creeping
bit
in.
was when Jacob and Corey went at it in turn 3. It was that last little bit that Tyler needed to close the gap.
That was good racing for Team Superfly there. Superfly, he is right there in the mix. He has made the pass on Redline Racing. That is adopting 4th place. Supersonic improving up to 3rd place. So had to be a pit there for one of the teams. Possibly.
I have to imagine that Supersonic is pretty close to the end of their stint. I mean, we may not have gotten the right information on whether he swapped the car or not, but his last pit stop was around 8:78. So he's filtering right around the 93 lap mark. Jacob Andrews going to take a look on the inside this time. He's going to be squeezed on the barrier. Corey's going to take it right back. Tyler's going to be on the outside. Everybody's got to turn the wheel extra sharp there in turn 1.
Hypothetically, do you think that with that relax during our break, is that giving the batteries a chance to cool down, and could that potentially extend their lifespan and run more laps?
Very slightly. Maybe not so much of the cooling, because so far we've seen no evidence of heat being an issue on the battery side. But they do get a chance to relax, and the balancers do kick in, so it takes every cell and starts trying to equalize them. So, yeah, that never hurts. We always talk about what the weakest cell is in the battery is your weakest link. And if you have a balancer sitting there for 30 minutes and it equalizes them out, then yeah, absolutely. You might be at, I don't know, it might be worth a half a lap. It may not be that much.
3.13 is the lowest cell voltage for Corey Salerno's kart. As we are following along with him on the race course currently, that is kart number 29. He's being chased by kart number 25, which is Team Superfly.
So what is the status with Jacob Andrews on 21?
It's 50.
50. So these guys had to have started fresh then.
50, 43, and 45 for those 3 drivers we were just focusing on.
If we have a pit reporter somewhere, they would love to get some information on the actual information down there.
Pressure's on, though, as here we see Superfly up the inside of Supersonic, bumping the inside barricade, but that's leaving Superfly with the advantage into the switchbacks before the finish line, and he will seal the pass and make his way up into the top 3.
Tyler not leaving a lot of room for him, but he did have the line going into 3.
And, wow, Superfly worked his way through all 3 of those drivers, and Team High Voltage has still been hung up behind Salerno.
Yeah, that is true.
That's impressive.
Now the Superfly just probably wishes a yellow would come out and they'd get their lap back, and they would be in good spot.
I was going to say,
because they are 1 lap off of High Voltage. Everybody is 1 lap down.
Impressive for Superfly in that reverse direction, as well as Aaron Puckett with ASR in that reverse direction. Great times going backwards here at K1 speed. 25.3. That's got to be one of the fastest times we've seen in the backwards direction in the day. And that is for Superfly.
Yep. And speaking of which, you've now got Jacob around. All right. Yeah, I was waiting for this shot. I was really interested to see if we were going to see any remnants of the old racing line lingering around. And, maybe this is just because it's in contrast to the non-racing line, but we don't really see that. I mean, this corner, yeah, that one's got a couple, this turn 5's got a couple different ways to go in. You can see the tire scrub on the right-hand side of the turn as they turn in. That adds some heat to the concrete. But no, maybe not as defined as always.
It's a great shot, seeing the immediate transition of heat from the rubber on the tires onto the concrete. You can see it in real time.
Even the corner of the barrier there has a rub mark on it from people hitting it. Like, there's even heat in there. Everybody pushing the boundaries.
The backside of your
scoreboard
glowing.
It's a pretty consistent heat mark. Tyler's going to look on the inside of ASR Racing as well. He's going to take that position fairly handily. Number 25 just continues on the move.
Oh,
ASR dipped in.
Yeah, that's a scary pit entrance coming into that wide, leaving the inside of your kart open. It's a little bit intimidating.
Well, that's why the driver's supposed to raise their hands to give the trailing driver behind information about what their good intentions are. As long as they do that, I've raced that racing line. It's not too bad.
So, still working on some transponder issues. I want to say Team High Voltage, still your number 1 kart on track. Downhill Burrito, still second. I believe Supersonic.
I mean, would there be anybody else who would have picked up Joey's transponder?
It's got to be Tyler.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I forgot Tyler was still on track, so. Okay.
Thank you to all of our sponsors for helping us out for the 2025 running of Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton. Want to thank the folks at Balls Guarana, Track First, and we have one of the members of Ohio Drone Repair down there trackside. And we have with Ohio Drone Repair.
Yeah, the captain, Roger Mortar.
Mortar.
Sorry. Roger, can you hear us okay?
He might be dealing with the same thing as what we are right now. Hey, James.
There we go, Roger. So we'll talk to you on this headset. How about that? You can hear us okay?
It's hard to hear. It's very mumbled.
You kind of can't hear or you can hear?
That is a little bit better.
A little bit better, okay. It sounds a little bit muffled, though. Is that what you're getting on your side?
It sounds clearer now. It's about 75%.
Okay.
Man of numbers right there. Roger Mortimer with Team Ohio Drone Repair. Things are not going exactly the way that you are hoping this year, but still having some fun racing at 12 hours. Glad to be back this year.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back. I mean, we are doing better than last year. I think last year we were like 40 to 60 laps down, and I don't know as of right now if we're in last place or second to last. That's definitely still a win in our books.
So you're looking at the leaderboard, you're about 25 laps off of the mark right now. What are Team Ohio Drone Repair's goals coming into this event? Are you trying to get up there on the podium, or are you just trying to get your name out?
I think it'll be pretty hard for us to get up on the podium unless we see some penalties or other delays from the drivers. So as long as we can kind of fight in the last couple spots and not end up in last, I mean, that'll be better for this year, and we can shoot for next year what we could do.
So do you guys come here pretty consistently to run some laps, or is this just a hobby that you come in maybe once a month to do?
It seems like some of the drivers have been pretty consistent. We've been trying to put some of our faster drivers in just to kind of keep up and just kind of prioritizing it, kind of changing what we were doing from before.
And what has your role been today as team captain? Have you been out there on the track as much, or you've been trying to put everybody in the right places all day?
A lot of it is trying to figure out all the logistics of it. I was going to go out actually this run right now, but we decided we're going to put some faster people in. I'm just not hitting the same time as I was doing last year. I need to get back out here a little bit more. So I'm just trying to find out who's the fastest drivers, trying to also figure out which are the best karts to choose and when's the right time to pull off and get the drivers out there. So I've been doing a little bit more on the logistics side, which I've kind of been used to, just on the business side of things. So it definitely is a fitting role for me.
And with the reverse direction changeup for 2025, was that a exciting change that you were looking forward to, or was this something that you're kind of dreading coming into today?
To be honest with you, I think I heard that we're changing directions halfway through last week. I was not really good at keeping up with the correspondence of the event, but it was a little bit of a shocking surprise, but we're kind of keeping up with it. We are adapting as quick as possible. It's, adapt or die, and we're going to try to adapt so we don't die.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you get back to it. Roger Mortimer with Ohio Drone Repair, thanks for coming out. Anybody else helping you guys get here today?
Yeah, we had some of the other people who joined our team from some of the other businesses like Northeast Power Sports, AMS Landscaping. Have to, give them the credit where it's due. But, we're happy where everything's at, and we're going to keep on fighting forward.
Right on, man. Roger Mortimer, thank you very much. Best of luck to you guys here in the last 4 hours.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Team High Voltage. Going to check back in with the running order.
Yeah, as we were seeing Porsche Beechwood giving the heat to Mitch Shannon, who's now going to give them the wave-a-bye or, whatever the gesture is on that. But you got Jensen back on track for Downhill Burrito. He's now piloting the number 13 machine as Mitch Shannon, I believe, is going to dip off.
Yeah, I just seen one of the drivers dipping off there. And did you happen to mention anything about Team Superfly? Nope, they are still out there with Tyler Stevenson. So I'm looking to see when that particular cart may be pulling in, because it's getting a little annoying.
Yeah, it was like they were out there for the stint
order,
and then they got reset. So
kind of anticipating him coming in, Tyler Stevenson.
Mitch Shannon having a little bit of disgust with that. I don't know if it's because of the performance or just because of the traffic on the chart, but they'll send Savannah back out to pick up where Redline Racing picked off.
Salerno's cart, Team Supersonic, 24% state of charge, 3.07 volts is the lowest of the cell count.
So he's still running strong.
And that's for third place right now. Battling with Superfly, at least on the leaderboard. There we see one of the young drivers for Team Downhill Burrito, Jensen Janda. Jensen Janda, that's what I said. Right? That's what I heard.
Jada.
Jensen Janda having a great run as he is putting his cart just outside of the top 5, putting the pressure on Team Redline Racing there. into the carousel in reverse.
Jensen really getting after it. Opportunity to make that pass on Savannah, and he took on it right away.
1,000 laps. We have just clicked off at the 8 hour, just past the 8 hours mark.
So at 2/3 way, I mean, that means we're on pace for that 1,500 laps somewhere in there.
Even with the slight delay that we had.
Right. Yeah, we've seen in years past probably a couple more yellows than what we've seen so far. As we get towards the end of the race, sometimes cautions breed cautions. So
That
see where we end up.
We had a little mishap from Ohio Drone Repair last year that led to a little bit of a delay. We had a drone hit a pole.
That was our question that we put out on the YouTube channels. It said, how long are you going to watch the 12 Hours of Canton? It was either 12 hours, 7,200 minutes, or until a drone crashes.
All great answers. Savannah Weber, they're getting tires chirping, not getting full traction as she's making her way through the carousel in reverse. And
Tyler Stevenson's going to join in on the party, though. Drivers have to adapt to that hopping. They have to adapt to their racing line and their style and the way they steer the car in order to eliminate that. We talked about that with Dom D'Angelo in pretty much every car he drives. In order for this to be successful for Savannah, she's got to stay out there for a good stint. You don't want to pit too early. It'll cost you a lot of time.
Yeah, cart number 25, that is Team Superfly right there. Tyler Stevenson, he has about 19% state of charge remaining in that particular machine with 3.06 volts in cell 13. Have you seen a particular cell? It was last year, cell 8, right? It was the bad one?
Cell 8 was always the weakest link because it was reading the voltage through the wire on the back of the truck, or the back of the car. So it would naturally drop voltage, and the second half of the pack wasn't reading properly. And to top it all off, they didn't have built-in balancers. So every cell was subject to getting improper balance or just out of balance. And so therefore, you always had that one cell that was always dragging the rest of the pack down.
So with the new 16 cell pack, have you seen a particular individual cell being a culprit?
So there is a little bit of a voltage drop on cell 9 if you are watching that one, especially while it's charging, as Porsche Beechwood makes their pit stop clean in number 14. The cell 9, so that one's going to be the one that usually reads lowest. However, they're pretty consistent, or the point where the cell 9 isn't just dropping off so significantly that it won't kill itself because of just that one cell. I mean, we had to adjust the thresholds last year to about a half a volt to compensate for that cell 8 problem. We don't have that problem this year with the cell 9.
So in reality, has there been much change in these carts with the automotive electrification in the recent?
Not to us. No, I mean, they're still the same carts we had when we originally opened 3 years ago, if that's what you mean.
Essentially, yes.
Yeah.
Didn't know if there has been advances in the electronic, in the battery-powered cart industry that has reflected advances here.
Gotcha. Yeah, the OTL cart, this is the Super Leggero model, really hasn't, it's gone through a few changes as time has gone on. Like they've added different seat belts, or they've changed the thickness of the fenders, or whatever the case is. So those modifications are there. But as far as driveline, motors, still pretty much the core machine. This car was launched about 5 years ago, so it's not too old in the whole scheme of things.
Is the 16-cell prismatic pack, is that a direct reflection of some of the battery technology that has come out with the automotive industry? Do you know?
I don't think it was a direct correlation. They definitely designed this pack with the go-kart intention in mind. So in other words, it's got a little bit more structural rigidity to it to take impacts and hits. But other than that, I mean, no, the core design of the battery is very much a standard configuration.
This is, let me try to redneckify it a little bit. This is more of a souped-up RC car battery pack than a downgraded automotive car battery pack.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of saying it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. There we go. Corey Salerno coming into the pits. They were getting pretty low, the 10% reading, but he was also getting to the 2.8 volume or 2.8 reading on the voltage.
3 carts coming into the pit lane at one time. This is a definite issue as we see one driver making his way into the pit box cleanly and stopped. We have 2 drivers coming into the pit box cleanly, and they are stopping. There. And our track staff has to be on his toes as he has to know that there is multiple carts coming into the pits at one time.
Yep.
And Tyler Stevenson with Team Superfly, we'll have him check his pockets whenever he gets out of that cart.
Causing us all these issues up here. Now, this is about as clean of a stop as you can get for 3 drivers with them clearing out the clearing out the space. But Ohio Drone is going to get out just fractions earlier than David Pons in Superfly.
Great look there at the Ghost himself. He's almost transparent, is he not? Armand Deligny, always a staple here at K1 Speed. Thank you for coming out here and racing with us once again, and just being a smiling face in the paddock. Always good to talk to.
Yeah. The whole team, great organization to be around as he's coaching Rachel around the circuit now. They've got a 99% charge on a new kart, car 36. And I believe, at the 1,011 lap mark. Yeah, that definitely, that leaves you at 133 laps at the last pit stop, so that was definitely a kart change after the red flag.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
So we'll see if High Voltage is able to keep this gap over Team Superfly with Downhill Burrito just about 2 laps off of the mark. Supersonic back in the number 4 spot with Redline Racing now rounding out your top 5. Thank you to the folks at Ohio Drone Repair and Track First. We'll be back in just a moment with the final 3 hours and 45 minutes of the 12 hours of speed here at K1 Speed Canton.
Pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Hotel, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio Drone Repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Drone Repair, we give you more. Props in a twist. Welcome to Ohio, where the drones take flight. mixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the buzz just to watch it spin. Bring your broken wings, we'll make them soar. At Ohio drone repair, we give you more. Props in a twist.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for global motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
And we are back here at Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton, and we are on board with Nate Groh. And I was watching his onboard before we came back on live, and we alluded to possibly opening up that carousel turn going in reverse, and it did appear like he was opening up the entrance to swing it in.
Yeah. Yes, guys will take different lines in back there, so we'll be curious to watch as time goes on. Some guys have figured out that they hold the line really close and maybe add a little bit of break to it, and some guys are going to wash out really wide and just carry the momentum. So both have been kind of successful lines, although the one that holds close is traditionally the usually faster lap, just by tenths of a second maybe.
Wow. 25.1 for Team Downhill Burrito in the reverse direction. I'm curious to know who their pilot is. It appeared to be one of the dark helmets, signifying that it's one of the kids. So we've seen Anthony Narowski having some issues with the reverse direction.
Still Jensen on Downhill Burrito.
Jensen Janda in the reverse direction. Incredible lap times for the youngster as he is lightning in a bottle in the reverse direction. Should have been saving his skills for this last 6-hour stint because he is very, very fast. Superfly, no slouch as well with 25.2 second laps, so they are looking very, very good, applying the pressure to Team High Voltage, who is just about a lap ahead of them. Half a lap, give or take, looking to see where the orange hoods are in respect to the red and pink hoods. There we see Zach
Harmon and Rachel Hart.
Rachel Hart, yeah. Rachel Hart duking it out, battling, banging with Zach Harmon there for Team Redline Racing. So that's relentless.
Yeah.
That is for fourth place, track position and racing position.
Absolutely. And he's going to give that position back to David Pons to spin him sideways. So, all right, I think we're going to be talking to a member from ASR. Who do we got down there?
And it looks like we have perhaps Aaron Puckett with Team ASR down there with
so you'll be using that guy.
headset on. See how things are going for them here late in the day.
And
Aaron, do we have a copy down there?
All right. When you're live, and then at the top of the page.
Okay, you got us, Aaron? You copy?
I got you loud and clear, James.
All right, great. So you're sitting in front of your Lenovo computers with the, what is that, like a 70-inch ultra-wide monitor?
Yeah, I wish it was the 57-inch. It's only 49. It's the best I could do.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I suppose that's good enough for an indoor track, you know. You said you had more monitors than I would know what to do with, so I'll take your word on that.
Yeah, I still have a couple in my bag I haven't even pulled out yet.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just checking in with you to see how your race has been going and any updates from your team so far.
Yeah, so I'm really proud about our pace. As you know, we're from out of state, so we had very limited practice. So our goal was not last, and it looks like we're going to get not last. The pace that we're running in reverse is a lot better than forward. I myself prefer the reverse track. I know Drew likes it. Robbie's hitting good times. So I feel like the second half of the race is really coming to us.
Yeah, we thought so too. So Derek was making a comment about you guys potentially picking up the pace in reverse. So we figured that might be a potential for some teams to pick up that natural flow in reverse. So it's good to see you guys doing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, we'll let you get back to strategizing on all your different monitors here. Well, I guess before we leave you, though, so any key technology you guys are using today?
Yeah, so we're using Grafana as our dashboard. Knock on wood, we haven't let the cart die yet. That is critical to maintaining the battery state of charge and cell voltages that we're all watching. We're leveraging some Lenovo end-user compute monitors for all of the displays. And again, we've got to get race chat up. We've got to get the timing, our comms, and our strategy. So we need all the displays we can get.
Awesome. Well, you see, you're utilizing all the sponsors. So good luck to you guys. We'll check in with you maybe a little later.
Awesome. Sounds good.
checking back in with them trackside. I believe Team High Voltage still out there with the nod over the rest of the field, but the impressive driver to look out for is Jensen Janda for Team Downhill Burrito. There we see Rachel Hart finally clearing Zach Harmon for Team Redline Racing as they were bumping there for a couple of laps, just trying to situate each other out.
Yeah, you guys were asking in the chat about picking a winner, so we're going to be doing that momentarily here. That's going to be for the DJI drone, donated by Ohio Drone Repair.
One DJI Neo drone and 2 landing pads. Back out there on track, Team High Voltage with a 25.7. They are still in the race lead ahead of Team Downhill Burrito. Superfly Racing in the number 3 spot with Supersonic in 4th. Trying to find, there is the orange hood all by himself, trying to work his way by ASR Racing's Ravi Sharma. Ravi likes playing Gran Turismo between changing diapers, and I feel it. I feel it doing what you can in your free time as a dad between having to do your dad duties. I totally get it. I get to turn a wrench every now and then, so I'm right there with you, man, with you, Ravi. Rachel Hart raising her hands up to Ohio Drone Repair's pilot, saying, "Hey, didn't you see me? I was up the inside." Rachel Hart for Team Supersonic getting bumped from behind as she is going through the kink backwards on board with Hart. Track first, reaching with Rachel and Salerno's Primescapes helping out Supersonic Racing. Still on board with Rachel Hart.
All right, so we just got the results back from that drawing, and congratulations to Jeremy Briner. He is the winner of the DJI drone, as well as that landing pad, which I believe there might be 2 landing pads in that pack, according to the website. So, square one and us round one, maybe. So, congratulations to Jeremy.
Awesome.
To get in contact with Competition Karting, you can email 12hoursofcanton@gmail.com. We'll confirm your information and get that prize out to you.
Watching the battle between Superfly and Redline Racing. That is just a battle on track. And we have David Pons, captain for Team Superfly Racing, working his way through the field. David Pons has really honed in his racecraft since first starting here at K1 Speed for the 12 Hours a couple of years ago. He was on the 3rd place finishing team, I believe, in year 1. No, he wasn't on Team High Voltage. He was on
Button with the slide move right there in turn 1. That was perfect right there. Sorry, go ahead.
Nonetheless, I have seen David Pons progress his racecraft through the past couple of years, and now on his own with Team Superfly. He was on Team Supersonic last year, and he picked up a couple of things that they were implementing in their camp, and a couple of tactics for driving these karts fast, and it's showing.
He's taken up all kinds of different responsibilities, from driver to team lead to manager to coordinator, all the above.
And team celebrity. As he's always looking cool and always a staple in the paddock here at K1.
Makes it interesting for us.
So he's a local person. I seen he has Cat's Tires hats on. That's a local company.
Yep.
So good to have him.
So do you know what his actual occupation is?
It shows that he is a driver for hire. Maybe
Well,
that's-
yeah, he jokes around for
Okay.
that as far as the
No, I do not.
thing. But no, his real life job is a train engineer. He drives trains.
That is pretty
Fun-
cool.
Fun little fact. Not a very common occupation, so. If you guys are just joining us, let's bring you up to speed. I know some of you guys maybe just joining us, maybe on the West Coast. I don't know how far our reach is, but if it's 5 o'clock and you're just getting off work, you've joined us at K1 Speed Canton. We are running the world's first indoor electric go-kart endurance race, the 12 Hours of Canton. My name is James, and I've got Derek alongside.
Thank you very much.
Got lots of team drivers and production staff trying to bring you coverage of this unique event. We hope you enjoy it. Biggest compliment you can give us is by watching another video. So if you enjoy this kind of racing, as a niche as it may be, feel free to check out the channel, look back on some of our old endurance series, or maybe our GP events as well.
So a lot of these drivers that you see racing today will be represented in some of those other races in the YouTube library. So definitely check out other competition karting YouTube reels or YouTube clips to some great inside looks as to what goes on here at K1 Speed. See the battle continue between David Pons and Zach Harmon for Redline Racing, and ASR coming in the pits.
Who gave Owen the job of pit box? I want to know. We must have run out of volunteers.
And now we see for Team ASR, Drew Williams coming back in the hot seat. And we see Tyler Stevenson coming back in the hot seat. Hopefully we have had somebody relay the message to empty his pockets between then and now.
No extra transponders. So I guess the question is, they're pitting him early, aren't they? Let's check our driver tracking sheet to see when David was launched. Yeah, at lap 1073, that only puts us at 60 laps, so they must be pitting for some particular reason. Unless Tyler just wants to go back out for fun, you never know.
And he's coming out on that kart 8. We talked about it having some low tire pressure, but that was not going to affect.
Yeah, it won't bother them.
Kart number 32 only showing 20% state of charge, but it's also showing offline. So what does that mean whenever it's showing offline for these drivers whenever they're looking at the telemetry?
Which part of the telemetry?
Offline versus being online.
Some of them may have missed a couple beacons, and so therefore they show.
Okay, so that very well could be a reason why David Pons came in, because they did not know where that vehicle sat in its state of charge.
Maybe, but they were only 60 laps in, so I would think they would know, based on lap counts, but I guess we'll try to find out for you.
Downhill Burrito still, changing things up. It was high voltage. It is now Team Downhill Burrito with your race lead over high voltage. So I did not catch what happened to result in that.
That was the replay that
change.
Nate was throwing up his arms about because Jensen had made the pass on him for the lead. So that was the replay that we just picked up from the production team here a minute ago.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I didn't catch what that was all about until now. So that is a huge change up.
Jensen Button I keep Jensen Button. Yeah.
Jensen
Janda, on a tear today.
Red Hood Team Downhill Burrito. He turned like a 25.1 last lap time. I'm curious to know what his lap times are consistently.
So prior to that was 25.4, and then a couple 25.7s, but then also a 25.2, a 25.1. So he's
low
had,
25s.
He's had 25.1s on the last couple stints. So this guy is hooked up in reverse. Interesting. I think DHB was kind of not counting on him being a fast driver in reverse. I think he was one of the ones who struggled a little bit more. So that'll be interesting because
he's not looking that way now.
In race trim, he's looking great.
Exactly. I want to say it's Narowski, the one other driver we've seen drive in the reverse direction. I don't know if we've seen Gavin Patterson in the reverse direction yet. We definitely have seen Giovanni Blackerby. Here we see Team Superfly going down the inside of Team Redline Racing, making a pass for track position. 2 laps separate those two teams out there on the field. Blistering pace for Jensen Janda out there with Team Downhill Burrito with the red hoods. Running just behind this duo that we see. That would put those two an additional lap down. And Janda out there with cart number 13. 22% state of charge, 3.08 volts. He's coming to the end of his stint out there. I'm wondering who they're going to have going in next for that team. As we see Salerno just trying to take a breather. I feel it.
He had a long stint, that's for sure.
He was out there for a very long time.
Yeah, with that red flag and mixed in the middle, he was out there for about 133 laps according to our tracker. That is a long time.
Nate Groh putting the thumbs through the steering wheel. I don't know if I particularly like that driving style, as if that's more or less with power steering. If you get the kickback, you get the thumbs.
Yeah, maybe.
Hurting. But with the one-to-one connection with the steering, may not be such a factor. But gripping the steering wheel very tightly is your driver for Team High Voltage, Nate Groh. But Downhill Burrito pulling away after taking over the number 1 spot. But you have to think that Jensen Janda will be coming in very soon, as I am monitoring his cart up here in the booth. 19% state of charge, 3.06 volts for its lowest cell, that being cell number 13. So Jensen Janda, you got to think he's going to be coming in very soon.
Yeah.
Rachel Hart applying
still
pressure
knocking off a 25.2 on that last lap. Look at the difference. You got Superfly and Redline who are doing the 25.3s, but the trailing teams at 25.6 explains why Jensen was able to gain that position. So after about 1,000 laps, is this the first time we've seen Downhill Burrito back in the lead?
Yes.
Because I think ever since their penalty, they've been sitting in second or lower until right about now.
They led early. They led big early.
Yeah, your pole sitter today.
Then they fell to around a podium position, if not deeper, but then have since clawed their way back towards the front. But they have to come in for a pit very soon, which will exchange their cart for a fresh car. Oh, Rachel Hart's GoPro getting bumped a little bit sideways.
Oh, no. Going to be side by side going to turn 1. Let's see who gets the better line coming out of here.
Drew Williams not wanting to give up the line, but letting Rachel Hart by and filing right in behind.
And I don't think she's going to have any problem getting out ahead of him because of the pace, but that was a challenge getting by him.
Is Jensen Janda going to come in? He is still out there. 16%, 3.03 volts is his state of charge. I seen him give a wave as he came across the finish line. So I'm not sure if he's going to be coming in this lap or if he's going to be pulling in very soon.
I think that was a wave to possibly Zach.
That very well could have been. Getting pressure from Zach. Yeah, that could have been a wave as he was making his way by Zach Harmon.
There we go.
There he is,
now
putting his hand up, pulling in the pits.
Now he's going to bring it in. All right, this will be a really important pit stop for DHB. We'll see what happens here.
These are extended pit stops. Not as convenient as you have to come down the pit lane in the reverse direction, opposite of traffic. So traffic's coming by a lot faster. They're gaining ground on you as you're coming down the pit box.
And we'll get a good look at Giovanni in the pit stop maneuver he's got to follow in order to jump in the 18 machine, get those belts going.
Pulls the shoulders before pulling the laps.
Little opposite normal direction, but all right, there we go. All good. Visor down, turn right.
I don't mind that tactic for Giovanni. It works for him.
Yep.
Very smooth. Down, down. And he's going to file just ahead of the white helmet. That's Jacob Andrew for Team High Voltage. Is who he's going to come out just ahead of. No, check that. That is Porsche Beechwood running just ahead of. So now we got Giovanni Blackerby out there for Team Downhill Burrito Racing, sitting in the number 2 spot. 1 lap off of the mark versus Team High Voltage, your current race leader. But Team High Voltage, I will catch in with that particular kart in just a moment to monitor how it currently is sitting on course. Nate Groh pretty deep into his stint, so you have to think that Team High Voltage should be coming in fairly soon. Again, I have to get which kart number he is going to be racing. Checking back in with Giovanni Blackerby. We'll see how his lap times are in comparison to his teammate Jensen Janda.
I just heard somebody in the pit over here. We'll check and see who that is. Who's entering the pits? Was it? Nope. Okay, that was Supersonic.
Nearly have the GoPro falling off of the roll cage.
Hey, just tilt your head sideways. It's fine.
Still hanging.
Yep.
Looks like Team Superfly has got the memo to remove the additional transponder from the pocket of
I haven't seen that issue.
Tyler Stevenson.
They claimed they didn't, but I don't know. Maybe they need to double check on them.
Here we got Armand Deligny.
Or maybe it was a elaborate prank for somebody else to pick up Joey's transponder. You never know.
Making his way out there on the track for Team Supersonic. Nate Groh showing 29% state of charge for his particular machine. That must be kart number 19. Monitor that for a little while. Go fast, take chances. Team Downhill. No, that is for Team Porsche Beechwood.
No, I think that's Burrito. I think you had it right.
Did I?
I think so, yeah, because they're over there on the left-hand side of the pits.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so lowest cell for High Voltage still sitting above the 3 volts. They're not quite the danger zone yet. I just saw a shot of Ryan down there. Massive thanks to both of our Ryan mechanics who have been working hard on these cars to try to prepare them for this event. Man, if you've ever had a race weekend where you had to prepare your own car, just multiply that by 36 and we'll tell you what it's like to try to make an event like this happen. So we definitely appreciate them on all the hours they put in order to make the karts as good as possible.
Yeah, just after that very nasty crash that caused our red flag situation, I went down there into the pits, talked to one of the mechanics, and seen some of the damage. And I'm like, does this break your heart whenever you see damage like this that you have to repair? And he's like, it's just another day.
Just another day.
Part of the job. Got to fix broken stuff.
Yeah, in some ways, the wear and tear on the karts in this environment's not as bad as what we see on a normal day, but
you get all kinds that come in for the arrive and drives.
We do. Yep.
Which we welcome.
We're thankful
everybody
for them. Yep, absolutely.
To come and experience racing action here at K1 Speed.
Sometimes they don't necessarily understand why you have to slow them down, for their own safety purposes, but that's what we're... Oh, no! That is going to be a drive-through penalty. Past the line. No doubt about that one.
Ohio Drone Repair going to have to pay a drive-through penalty, and that'll be Dalton Kirby having to go out on the track, come right back in the pits, pay that drive-through penalty, and go back out. That'll be costly, especially in this reverse direction. Just like I mentioned, they're going to be going
This may give ASR a chance to bump into the number 7 spot.
That very well could, because this is a costly mistake for Ohio Drone Repair.
It is a long way around, yeah.
Like I mentioned, you have to go or down the pit box, reverse from the track. So the competition is coming at you twice as fast as it would be.
There's the sign for a drive-through penalty.
So you're losing a ton of time with each and every pit that you have to take. Team High Voltage still hanging on to the race lead after picking up that number 1 spot from Downhill Burrito, who had to come in to exchange carts.
Yeah, so they're gonna show the sign to him again, but for some reason he did not serve that penalty. We'll see if he gets the sign this time by. Well, that's a common mistake. The drivers kind of go, why? Well, it's not your fault. Unfortunately, it was your teammate's fault from before. So, oh no, he's still not pitting. That drive-through needs to be served very quickly. Otherwise, he may be looking at yet another penalty as Tyler Stevenson go down on the inside.
Team Ohio Drone Repair needs to be communicating that message with his teammate behind the wheel. We'll see if he will be making that pit this time. Dalton Kirby for Team Ohio Drone Repair, slowing and making his way into the pits. Not happy about having to come into the pits, but he will.
Yeah, the entering driver doesn't see necessarily what happens in the back. They just see a sign from the pit stop worker, and they just jump in the car, because that's what they're programmed to do. So hopefully he understands this is drive-through. Keep going, keep going. Oh, and they are going to be going down lane number 1. So I think this is going to be our first drive-through penalty where you're going to see having to go all the way around in this very tight corner. So you're going to have to hit the reverse button for just a second. Very costly for that in the reverse direction.
Very surprised to see them run him down that lane.
Yeah, because we thought row 2 had been cleared out for that purpose, but something must have happened.
Well, maybe that was his slap on the wrist for not obeying the drive-through penalty the first time he was warned.
I don't know.
So instead of having to pay 2 drive-through penalties, maybe he's just paying 1. I don't know.
Giovanni with a little bit of a slipstream there.
They're following along with Team Downhill Burrito. Giovanni Blackerby making the move on Drew Williams with Team ASR, powered by Balls Guarana. Now we're sitting on board with Nate Groh with Team High Voltage, seeing his 17% state of charge, 3.05 volts in cell number 13. That's been the common one that I've been talking about. You mentioned cell 9, I believe, being the problematic cell, but we've been following 13 on quite a few of these different carts.
Okay. Yeah, it can vary from pack to pack of the imbalance, and it could also be more consistent 13 too. It's very possible.
Very well could be. How long have you had these 16 cell packs in these machines?
About 11 months. So we got them a month right after the 12 hours last year.
Timing is unfortunate.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, they were on order, but they just weren't.
Yeah, they had been ordered like December before the 12 hours, but they just didn't make it out onto the boat in time.
And there we are following along with Armand Deligny, who is running just ahead of Team High Voltage.
Yeah, update on the gap between Downhill Burrito and High Voltage. So last laps by, Downhill Burrito, a couple 25.5s and then a 25.1, a 25.1, 25.0. Actually 2-3 laps at 25.0.
For Burrito?
That gap is widening for Downhill Burrito, yeah. So even though High Voltage hasn't made their stop yet, they are quickly losing ground to Downhill Burrito.
So Giovanni Blackerby in the reverse direction, excelling for Team Downhill Burrito Racing. So they've got 2 youngsters who are seemingly besting the field in the reverse direction, and with 3 hours and 7 minutes of competition remaining in the reverse direction alone, they're looking pretty good. And they've got Anthony Narowski, who is super fast in the forward direction.
Yep.
It's looking pretty good for Downhill Burrito right now.
And this was their game plan. They wanted to save Giovanni till a little bit after so that he would run more stints on the last half of the race. So I think we only saw him 1 time early on the first 6 hours. And now we might see him out on multiple stints, depending upon how many drivers they need to swap through at the end of the race.
And yeah, I see his name only one time.
It's almost like they gave him a warm-up lap, just to keep him out there racing.
Keep him coherent throughout the day and being part of the team.
A nice 97-lap cruiser there.
But Giovanni Blackerby, all by himself, clear real estate ahead, clear real estate behind. He can put his head down and just drive some good laps. 25.4 that last time by.
And there we go. There's High Voltage. I was just going to... I saw their telemetry. They were in the danger zone. Did he blow the stop box? What did it look like to you?
You asked me after the camera changed.
Switched. Okay.
So I apologize. I did not catch where he exactly stopped, but here we have Steve Madden, the captain, coming into the hot seat.
Might have just been our perspective, so we'll have to see. We are sitting on the onboard camera, so sometimes the angle on the line is not good. We'll check it out.
So there we see David Pons with cart number 33 in the front row. He's saying 35. Get 35.
So this is going to be Tristan coming on board. Is that what you mean?
I seen Pons.
Oh, he was
in the he's in the paddock there, and he gestured to Tristan Hartong to get cart 35, not 33. I see him shaking his head. He understands the assignment.
He is ready. Look at the focus. Now, we're not sure where Superfly is on track, but we are anticipating them to be coming in for a pit stop any moment now.
They're not out of it, as they are still on the lead lap.
That's right.
Coming into this pit, that might slow them down a little bit. They might fall maybe to fourth, allowing Supersonic up inside the top three, but great battle with 3 hours and 5 minutes remaining. 4 teams, 1 lap apart, with Redline Racing clawing back at it. They were 4 laps out of it, 5 laps out of it, not too awful long ago, and they're only about 2.5, maybe 3 laps out of it at this point in time, so they're reeling back in. Armand Deligny with Team Supersonic putting on a charge towards Team ASR.
We'll switch here to gap to leader so we can see what the time is from downhill to high voltage. Just about 9.5 seconds.
So Superfly and high voltage pretty close out there on the track then.
Superfly still in lead lap.
We will have to find the orange and the pink hoods, as that should be a battle on the track. Last time by, there was only about 1 second separating them, and there they are. They're making their way across the finish line, and it is Tyler Stevenson and Steve Madden battling. This is for second place on the track. Tyler Stevenson, his cart is more...
He's been out longer.
He's been out longer.
Yep. He's going to take a look down the inside of Steve and take that turn 2 nice and tight. Textbook turn back there.
Tires are still getting warmed up for Team High Voltage. But I just happened to log in at cart number 8. It's Team Superfly. He's going to have to come in very soon.
Yep, that's what we were waiting for with Tristan in the pits.
Cell voltage 2.96 and dropping, but making a spike there at the end. Is that an anomaly that we see?
Usually the spike is when they come off the throttle or when they come into the pits. Yeah, he's in the pit box, so the load is taken off the electric system, and so the voltage returns back to normal.
Coming back in with cart number 35 is Team Superfly. Tristan Hartong piloting. Pons giving him some words of encouragement as their team manager sitting there trackside as well, just trying to analyze what's going on. So that will relinquish a position for Team Superfly to Team Supersonic, who will improve up into the number 3 spot after that pit. Armand Deligny piloting cart number 12. Pretty fresh, as he is still
making it work for him here inside the top 5.
Decent gesture there from Zach Harmon, who pushed. Is it Payson back on the seat for Porsche? Sorry, and
Team
letting him
Porsche?
back there, so. Yeah, Team Porsche. Zach's going to come in for the pits.
It's very difficult to tell. It's either Curtis.
I think Payson is just a lot taller, so that's what I'm looking for with the white helmet to see.
It's very difficult to tell. The only difference between those helmets is the color of the visors, essentially. But like you mentioned, we see Zach Harmon coming in the pits. They've got Mitch Shannon, Jared McFadden, and Savannah Weber to choose from. See the white helmet, Jared McFadden making his way out on the track. Realtor himself. My motto is home is where the heart is. Let's find your heart. That's his motto. That's what it says.
That's all that. Also, checking on the last laps. Okay, we're not going to have a good number on Redline Racing because it seemed like Zach had been out there for quite a while, but
Superfly making the move on Supersonic. Tristan Hartong out there for Team Superfly.
yeah. So let's follow the third and fourth drivers here because it looked like they've been mixing it up back and forth. Yeah, Armand's going to get back by him, just passing back and forth. We were waiting for the scoring to update on that last lap. But that is a definite spot for position.
Just seen Team High Voltage making his way across the screen, sitting there in the number 2 spot. But Team Downhill Burrito, Giovanni Blackerby, very impressive as he and Jensen Janda have been proving themselves in the reverse direction. 14 seconds separate Burrito from High Voltage. So there we are, still seeing the laps getting clicked off pretty cleanly as we have just crossed the 3 hours remaining mark here for the 3rd annual running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair. Thanks for helping us out this year.
Fixing up quads from morning till night. DJ Untitled, yeah, we got it all. Making sure your birds don't stumble and fall. Ohio drone repair, we're the ones you need. Building up the bus just to watch it spin. Bring your broken wings, we'll make them soar. Ohio drone repair, we can't ignore.
Introducing an all-inclusive technology platform to pursue your motorsports career right from home. Select from 3 levels of professional-grade simulators, and we will expertly pair you with a world-class coach, with training software, exclusive tracks, and technical support all included. And as a true entry point for motorsports, all members will enjoy access to exclusive real-world driving experiences. From aspiring drivers to those already competing in professional ranks, Spark is everything you need to maximize your potential as a real-world racing driver, all with just 1 monthly membership. At Spark, our mission is to develop world-class drivers while building the premier talent pool for the world of motorsports, all starting from home. The first memberships will be invite only, so apply today and take the next step in your motorsports career. Welcome to Spark, the world's first driver development platform.
And we are back here at K1 Speed for the third annual Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton. And checking back in with the leaderboard, I do believe Ohio Drone Repair and Team Downhill Burrito, Team High Voltage and Downhill Burrito still duking it out over that number 1 spot, with Downhill Burrito a lap ahead of High Voltage. Superfly back in third. They are tied up on the leaderboard with Supersonic and Redline Racing in the number 5 position, 3 laps off of the mark right now. Has 2 hours and 45 minutes remain in competition. Team High Voltage, they have just crossed the finish line to be on the same lap as Team Downhill Burrito. And we've got one driver out there for Team Ohio Drone Repair, Dalton Kirby. We've seen him out there a couple of times earlier, raising a couple of other drivers alert. But we see the yellow lights going off out there on the track. I'm not sure if there is a caution due to debris or if there is a spun out debris due to GoPro. There it is, GoPro sitting trackside. We will scoop that up and clip it back onto the next cart that comes into the pits. I don't believe we're going to bring the pace cart out there for that quick debris. There we are, back to green lights all throughout the track. Checking back in, Team Superfly. 1 lap off of the mark, showing 3 teams all on the same lap. High Voltage, Superfly, and Supersonic. So pretty close competition out there with only 2 hours and 45 minutes remaining. But here we see now Armand Deligny coming in for Supersonic. Rachel Hart jumping in the hot seat for cart number 26. Touching all 4 points of contact. We mentioned that earlier in the show. Great view of the Porsche Beechwood and Penske Porsche Beechwood GT4 RS. There we got your race leader, Giovanni Blackerby, with Team Downhill Burrito applying the pressure to ASR Racing. ASR Racing's got Drew Williams currently in the hot seat. He opens the door up for Giovanni Blackerby to make the pass by. So Blackerby's got some clear real estate ahead of him. Cart number 18 for Giovanni. He will be looking to be making a pit stop pretty soon, within, I want to say, the next 10 laps or so, with 29% state of charge and 3.09 volts being the lowest cell. And that's the cell that we monitor, as James alluded to earlier in the program, that these carts will automatically shut down and go into, quote, limp mode at 2.5 volts. And we've got Drew Williams with ASR Racing coming into the pits. We'll see if it will be Aaron or Ravi coming out next. Aaron making his way on the track again. He's been showing some pace here in the reverse direction. And when he was talking to James in the interview that he was having just a little while ago, I did not have a chance to hear what Aaron was saying because my headset was not in operation at the moment, but I could tell that they were talking about that reverse direction and how Aaron was excelling at it. So that's something to be watching now to see if he can't click off a couple of heaters and close the gap on Ohio Drone Repair to maybe move up into that number 7 spot. There we have in the corner of the screen, Team Downhill Burrito closing in on Team High Voltage. That would put Team High Voltage 1 lap down. Blackerby crossing the finish line, coming through the carousel in the reverse direction, making his way towards the back straightaway with the kink in it. High Voltage at the end of that straightaway with Downhill Burrito at the entrance of that straightaway. Now we see them both at the apexes of the hairpins just before that finish line. So we'll take that little note into consideration to see if Blackerby is closing the gap in this view that we have on screen right now. And great view of the heat in the concrete as they're continuing to put temperature from the tires onto the racing surface. And it took about an hour and a half for these drivers to really get acclimated to the reverse direction as the racing lines were really changing from the forward direction. And since we've had a while for all of these drivers to take full grasp, I'll say, of the track and the changes that has been made to it, the action's kind of slowed down a little bit. Things were very, very heated there in the first 30 minutes, first 35, 40 minutes, even hour of racing in that reverse direction, which led into some plastic banging plastic. And there we see Steve Madden with Team High Voltage going up the inside of Team Ohio Drone Repair, putting that driver an additional lap down. But I'm really trying to compare the distance between the orange hood and the red hood, as the orange hood was at the end of the back straightaway and the red hood was at the start of the back straightaway a little while ago. Giovanni Blackerby is closing in on Steve Madden. Kart number 18 for Giovanni Blackerby. 21% state of charge. I mentioned that a little while ago, so we'll see if Blackerby will have to be coming in a little bit sooner than Team High Voltage. And yes, they will, with about 20% differential in their state of charges right now. It's looking like Blackerby's going to have to come in for a swap. Not sure if they're going to put Jensen back out. Probably not. They may put Narowski back out there on the track for a second stint in the reverse direction, but they very well could pull Gavin out and put him in the hot seat for that reverse direction. So I'm not sure who Team Downhill Burrito has lined up to go into the kart next, but you want to put a heater in there to put some distance between them and Team High Voltage Racing, who is only one lap off the mark right now. And even Team Superfly not too far out of it as well, but a lap and a half off the mark of Downhill Burrito. And Superfly currently has David Pons in the hot seat, the captain, leading the way. All right, we have James down there in the pits giving us an up-close and personal look at some of the interworkings of these karts we have competing today.
Yeah, I figured we've been on track long enough. We probably should explain some of the components we talk about all the time, right? So here are the battery packs. We got one on driver's left, one on driver's right. This is the key to this particular battery's success. So this was instrumental in making sure that this particular race ran really well. So this is a giant heat sink. A heat sink basically just extracts heat out of the battery box. If you remember, a long time ago, we did a segment where we showed the existing battery box where it had a fan on this side and also on the back. Well, as you can imagine, with all the tire spins and stuff like here, we had a lot of tire debris that would get into those fans and then they would get clogged. The other problem with that is you don't get a lot of airflow through this box, so cooling was an absolute nightmare. The best we could do is try to force air through the front of the box. If you go back to last year's stream, you'll see we actually had fans set up specifically for this, and that tried to push as much air through here as possible. It wasn't much, but every little bit helped. So this battery's been redesigned. It is now a closed box. This heat sink is butted right up against the cells inside the battery. They're all lined up this way. These are the 8 cells we've been talking about, and the other 8 cells over there. And so this heat sink, which to my touch, it's warm, but it's not overly hot, is helping not only airflow while the drivers are on track, but also while they're sitting here charging with the lids lifted up to try to extract as much of that heat as possible.
Are those batteries ran in series or ran in parallel?
It's series parallel. So you'll have a set of cells that are grouped together that make up the cell 1 and the cell 2 and the cell 3. So it's both.
All right. Very cool information there for the battery technology. I know that you mentioned earlier that these are unlike the gas-powered counterparts where they have a chain driving a solid rear axle. These have independent necessarily in the rear?
Yeah, so there is a split differential right here where the drive shaft can spin opposite right left-hand sides. It helps a lot with the arrive and drive racing because, as you can imagine, like a solid rear axle is a pretty lively axle. It's very easy to spin out, that kind of thing.
That's what a lot of drivers do to their cars when they're going to go drift mode, we'll say.
Yeah, exactly.
They weld the rear ends to make the back end slide out a little bit more. So that is a very accommodating thing to have for these arrive and drive style carts. We did also have a brake failure earlier. These are
pneumatic, yeah.
Just like you have on your car, ran with brake fluid, and each of the tires in the rear have their own disc brake and caliper.
Yeah, they are. So you got brakes on both sides, and they were constantly chasing those as far as the adjustments go. But one of the things that is particularly difficult on this car is they have adjustable pedals. So when the drivers are hopping in, like right now, the pedals can move back and forth. Well, the sacrifice for that in the design was that the brake piston actually had to be placed in the front here. It actually gives a pretty limited throw to the brake pedal. So it doesn't have a traditional feel like a car does where you can like ease into the brakes and ease off of it. With the power of the rear brakes and the short throw on this, in a lot of cases, it makes the brakes like off and on, and that's
like
pretty much all you got. We've been working on trying to adjust those and try to make modifications to them. They're just not quite there yet.
Anything else that these drivers are dealing with whenever they're getting in and out? You mentioned that they have to touch all 4 points of contact. Can we touch on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So seatbelt's a 4-port harness, and so when they come in, they're going to be buckling this, and they have to, usually it helps if they tighten the waist strap first and then pull the shoulder straps, but pretty straightforward design. The key thing is we just want to make sure that they're touching this red handle on all 4 points before they start moving the cart. Now the cart will have speed as soon as they turn it on, so they're going to sit down, they're going to turn the button, and the cart will have pit lane speed. It's a safe operating mode, it doesn't have like a high acceleration parameter to it, and then as soon as they go across that timing line on the pit exit, that's when they get the full race speed.
And we talked about the timing line earlier in the show, the entrance timing line, the exit timing line. It is automatically programmed into the facility itself. These carts know when they cross that particular line to go into the limited speed setting.
Yeah, there's a sensor back here on the right side of the car. It's sitting right by the rear wheel, and then when it goes across that line, it doesn't trigger lap times, it actually triggers the computer sensor to up the speed, and so we have slow speed down on the pit entry and then speed back up on the exit. So it really takes the human element out of this. We don't want like pit operators having to slow down the cars, and we don't really have speed guns to enforce like pit lane speed limiters. So
I've seen that there are a couple of buttons on the steering wheel. Do these drivers have to worry about any of those buttons in today's race?
Well, they wish they did, because this one right here is the boost button. So drivers sometimes press this just in case it's activated, but we do only currently activate that one for the endurance races. We give them like 4 shots of boost during the race, and they get that 15 times. I'm second guessing myself. I think it's 15 times during the race. But the other one is just a reverse, and then the other 2, they were a feature that were part of the combat karting system. Unfortunately, that system has gone by the wayside, so those are pretty non-functional at this point.
Okay. I did see one other thing I wanted to mention. It was Giovanni Blackerby carrying his booster off the track. So that is something else that these younger and shorter statured drivers have to add into their pitting procedure, putting that booster in so they can reach the pedals.
Yeah, it makes them sit a little bit higher in the cart, which I don't think is particularly comfortable, but it enables them to get a little bit closer to the pedals, because even when the pedals are fully retracted here, the shorter drivers just can't reach the pedals well. Now, I think Giovanni's been working on eliminating the booster seat as he's growing a little bit taller, but those drivers are right on that threshold of needing that booster seat, so that's something they got to throw in here before they start.
Very, very interesting and very good information to have. Any other differential or differenting things that are about this cart versus the gas counterparts, other than the safety plastic part around the outside that you would race competitively on a national circuit?
Not too much. I mean, if you go to any rental karting facility, this is going to be a pretty standard setup. But I would say, in addition to the batteries that we talked about, on this side, we do have a very small computer chip that sits on the outside, and that is what reads the battery telemetry. It reads that every 1 second from the battery. So it collects that data, transmits it wirelessly to the access points that are in the building, and as the cars rotate throughout the facility, it broadcasts that to multiple different access points, and all that data gets collected by Grafana and gives us the reports that we need.
Internet has gone a very long way.
Yeah, we worked a long time on getting the wireless signal reliable enough so that cars in motion were able to pick up signal, and that was a feat that was able to be accomplished after several different revisions of the software and the hardware.
Spectacular. Thanks, James, for giving us that up-close and personal look as to all of these different details of those karts. And we are back out there on the race course, getting a great look at, I would think that is the entrance to the S-turns just before the finish line. But checking in with timing and scoring, we did see that Team Downhill Burrito, Giovanni Blackerby, came out of his driver's seat, and that allowed Gavin Patterson to adopt the hot seat. And he is going to pick up running just ahead of Rachel Hart. Oh! Rachel Hart making some aggressive passes on Dalton Kirby here for Team Ohio Drone Repair. Great replay as we've got Rachel Hart not happy with Dalton Kirby, and there she's going to go up the inside. Oh, Rachel's going to slam into that inside barricade. Is Dalton going to let her by? Pinching her off on the inside. Wow, that's very relentless, and Rachel Hart finally stealing or making the pass stick. Dalton Kirby almost need to get blue flags out in some of these situations, as we've got faster drivers making their way through, and you don't want to inhibit a race due to a lapped driver. Seen that a lot in different professional sporting or professional racing disciplines. They wave a blue flag with a yellow cross on it to the lapped or slower traffic to signify that faster riders and drivers may be making their way through. And there we see Gavin Patterson all over Rachel Hart. That would put Team Supersonic an additional lap behind, where they'd have to work their way by again. But I do believe Team High Voltage is going to be working their way into the pits in the next 10 to 15 laps. I want to try to catch the number of the Orange Hood at some point in time, but I'm liking this battle I'm watching between Rachel Hart and Gavin Patterson. Kart number 15 for Team High Voltage. Thank you very much. Great camera work we have for the camera crew here for the 12 Hours of Canton. 23% state of charge for Team High Voltage, so that will be definitely opening the door up for Downhill Burrito and Team Superfly to walk right into the number 1 and 2 positions, and we may even see Team Supersonic take over a podium position for a temporary time. But we have 2 hours of, maybe 2 hours and 10 minutes of open pit road remaining. Yeah, we're already talking exiting pit strategy with about 2.5 hours remaining. We're going to have to be timing out the last pit stop because pit stalls close 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's 10 minutes.
Okay. It was 5 minutes for the halfway point. It's going to be 10 minutes pending for the pits for the final interchange of karts. So we'll see if these teams are able to get that figured out. There we see Team Redline Racing getting spun out in the carousel, and Dalton Kirby coming in for Team Ohio Drone Repair. He was getting disciplined out there from Rachel Hart and Team Superfly. Superfly, I believe, has Pons out there.
So I kind of missed this. I looked up on the scoreboard and I realized that High Voltage Racing was back in the lead. So was that due to the pit stops?
It's only temporary, James.
Only temporary, okay.
Look here at my computer screen, 19% state of charge. They're going to be coming in here in just a minute.
Gotcha.
I mentioned that the Team High Voltage may be falling outside of a podium position just for a temporary time because Team Supersonic, they're only a lap off the mark right now. High Voltage is going to have to be coming in for their pit stop very soon, and that's going to allow those teams in 2, 3, and 4 to bump up.
Gotcha. And that's going to even out the pit stops between High Voltage and DHB then. Okay, so that's going to make them even.
Exiting pit strategy already becoming a thing.
I don't know if I can do all that math. So you got 2.5 hours divided by 40-minute stints.
It's an hour and a half for 245-minute stints.
Yeah, almost 90 minutes.
So 4, less than 4.
It looks like teams have pretty much settled into their pace from about the middle of the road.
So they're going to need 4 pit stops.
Yeah.
For some teams. Some teams are going to need 4. Some teams are going to need 3. It all depends on which carts they draw and which ones they are currently on in their current state. And we do not want to see Team High Voltage push the envelope like they did earlier in the race. We've seen Team High Voltage sticking to that 100-lap stint strategy. It's been working for them pretty good. They did have a couple of disastrous moments, though, where their carts altogether died in the pit lane. But there's no better place for your cart to die.
No. I mean, if that's going to be the spot.
But we're just waiting to see if they will be coming in. No cells so far have dipped below 3 volts. It's pretty even cell voltage distribution, only a differential of 0.2 across the highest to the lowest.
Which is great.
That's great.
That's what we like, yep. It means the whole pack is working in parallel together.
That's spectacular.
Yeah.
There's one other YouTube channel I do follow, and he does a lot of electric vehicle transformations and restorations, aging wheels. It's very interesting, and he does a lot of talk about cells, and he actually makes his own cells for a lot of his vehicles that he drives. So it's pretty interesting.
All right.
Great here as we see Team High Voltage in the number 1 position. They're starting to press the envelope now. Now we're seeing cell number 4 dipping below 3 volts. So they are going to have to be coming in for a pit. It looks like we see Redline Racing pointing to our track marshal. Not sure if that was signifying that he understood something or if he was trying to communicate with one of the drivers behind him.
I just know I'm starting to see a lot of tired body language, not only on track, but also out in the pit. I mean, the day is drawn long now. We're in that stint where everything kind of dogs and drags on, and now it's almost like people are just waiting for the last 2 hours to go by.
I seen a member of Team Downhill Burrito. I seen Anthony Naroski down there in the paddock, and he looked rough. he looked like he has been working all day in the heat and in the fields. But we have one of the members of Team High Voltage down there with us. We'll see if things are starting to work out for him.
Oh, we got Lauren. Okay, so what's going on, Lauren?
Not much. What's going on with you two?
Not much. If you could just put that mic a little closer for us, that'll help a lot. So hang on one second. Let me fix my headset.
Does that work better? I think that from years past, the last 2 years where we were on a learning curve, I think that this year, the strategy that our team is holding, I think in the long run, this will help us get to where we want to in the finish.
Nope. Yep. I think we're going cart to cart. We're going to try and push them as much as we absolutely can without losing those mistakes.
And I'm just looking here at your trophy case. You've got a third. You've got a second. How much would it mean for you guys to finish up there on top of the leaderboard? Is my mic not communicating with her?
I want to say third time's a charm, but I don't want to talk about that till the end. How about you talk to me when we're on that podium? Yep, I'm ready. All right, I think the boys, they've been ready for this all week. We've been preparing, we're caffeinated, we're hydrated. They are ready to rock and roll. They've been kept in really good spirits. I pray to gosh. All right, bye.
I could hear her just fine. I could.
Tried to move it over for it, but
Oh,
it's
it's
too
all
late.
right.
So
I was taking for granted that I could hear her, so she could communicate with me.
Right, yeah.
Downhill Burrito has adopted the race lead since we did see Team High Voltage come in for their pit stop. Pretty much running that thing till it was dead. Only 9% state of charge remaining in that cart number 15 that they were piloting before that pit. Riding on board with Savannah Weber with Team Redline Racing, sitting back there in the number 5 spot. They are not out of this. We have seen them claw back towards the front very, very frequently. They have Zach Harmon, who's aggressive, and Mitch Shannon, who is also very aggressive out there on the race course. And Jared McFadden putting in consistent laps with Savannah Weber. So that is a very good team. We see ASR slowing down a little bit just ahead of Team Redline Racing. I'm not sure what that was all about, if he was trying to get some information back to his teammates there trackside, or what was going on.
Yeah, motioning now. Some sort of a wave. Is that a wave off for a pit stop, maybe? Waving, it's at the pits, so getting somebody else ready. I think that's probably what that means. So
yeah, looking there at, I believe, cart 31. Yeah, so it's not looking like it is too terrible.
No, battery looks in great shape, so whatever problem he was having is...
It could be numerous things at this
yeah,
point. As we mentioned, these drivers are really starting to feel it here late in the day. And these guys are dads. A lot of these drivers for Team ASR are dads, so they're used to going to bed and at least an hour ago, and they're used to getting up in 6 hours, maybe 2 hours to do a bottle feeding. You never know. So these guys are feeling it.
Yep.
I feel Team ASR.
Comparing the pit stop strategy, High Voltage and DHB, we've been doing this for a while, but it's worth revisiting since they're all neck and neck, they obviously have the same number of pit stops, but High Voltage has extended it just a little bit longer. So their very first stints, when they were hitting 101s on their pit stops, that allowed them to stay out a little bit longer, a little bit longer, a little bit longer. Now, I don't think it's not going to eliminate a pit stop from them, but it'll be interesting to see how the timing of that plays out with DHB.
The differential between Supersonic and Downhill Burrito putting Supersonic an additional lap down is very minimal at this point in time. So Supersonic, they will be having to come in for a pit before Downhill Burrito, I believe. We'll have to catch back in with which cart Rachel is currently operating. Great battle between ASR and Team Porsche Beechwood. Team Porsche Beechwood's got a pretty big team. Grand total of 7 comprising the
so
team.
If there's anybody who shouldn't be tired, it's them, right?
They've got enough in rotation.
I'm sure they're not feeling it at all.
I mean, they're fueled by all sorts of great
adrenaline
drivers.
Power. Yeah, they are. A lot of road racers.
They've got experience.
Tyler Stevenson on track now behind Roger in Team Ohio Drone Repairs. It looks like High Voltage has gotten in that mix back there in the carousel.
I seen representative for Team Downhill Burrito shaking his fist. Gavin Patterson shaking his fist. I'm not sure if he was pumped about doing something good or what was going on.
We've pretty much learned that that's a negative connotation, but I get a little nervous when Jacob Andrews was trying to dive down to the inside of Tyler Stevenson when they were going to go 3 wide into 3. He quickly adjusted from that.
And Jacob Andrews right here would be putting Superfly a lap behind him, not a lap down necessarily, because Downhill Burrito's got to make his way all the way past Superfly to put him 2 laps behind. Things are starting to wind down here. 2 hours and 15 minutes of racing remain here at K1 Speed for the 3rd annual Competition Karting's 12 Hours of Canton. Team High Voltage applying the pressure to Tyler Stevenson of Superfly coming into the carousel in reverse. And into the back straightaway they go. We're going to see if the kink is going to play a factor into the hairpins, as we've seen a lot of drivers dive down the inside into the hairpins, but we don't see Jacob Andrew being too aggressive into the reverse of 3.
The only thing he wants to make sure is that this doesn't cause a bigger gap to be created to Downhill Burrito. Because if it does, we know that Supersonic will be hot on their tails, even though they're almost a full lap down.
Yeah, just 3.7 seconds separate first and second place on the previous lap. I'm going to be paying very close attention to that. 2 teams on the lead lap, 2 teams 1 lap down. Redline Racing about 4 laps off the mark. Porsche Beechwood Racing showing 27 laps off the mark in the number 6 position. 1,203 laps completed for Ohio Drone Repair and 1,203 laps as well for ASR. Here we got ASR coming in the pits. That's going to allow Team Ohio Drone Repair to pull ahead ever so slightly. Curious to see who is piloting Ohio Drone Repair.
When I was down there, I stopped and saw Downhill Burrito and talked to them for just a second, and I looked up at the board and I said, yeah, they're really that fast in reverse, aren't they? And they said, yeah, we're liking this. So the only problem right now, potentially, is that Gavin is not quite on the pace of Jensen and Anthony from previous. He's running 25.8s, 25.7s right now. We'll see if that improves or changes, but potentially not as strong as some of his other teammates in this particular direction, even though those guys were in the low 25s for a long time.
About 0.3 off the average, I want to say, or 0.3 on average off the mark.
Tyler's going to now point him by to let him go.
He was getting the pressure from Jacob Andrew. And like I was mentioning, they're trying to complete the trophy cabinet. They're trying to get that number 1 trophy, but they're not counting their chickens before they hatch.
You can see all the rubber here in the carousel and the way drastically different lines that have been taken. Some of them way far out. Obviously, that appears to be maybe going too wide, but a lot bigger variety. Entering that, lot bigger variety entering that corner back there.
Doors open tomorrow morning at what time for Arrive and Drive Racing?
10 a.m.
I shouldn't remind you, should I?
We have a great staff that is willing and able to do that. Don't know that I'll be here at that time, but they will be.
And how far away is home for you personally?
Oh, not very far. Probably 5 minutes or so.
Very, very convenient to come to work then.
Yeah, it's a nice home track.
This is your dream. You're always wanted to go-kart racing on your birthday and living out your birthday each and every day.
Yeah.
It's a different headache.
Even if I'm watching people drive, it's just as fun.
And how often do you get to throw a helmet on and get out here and have fun?
Probably as often as I like, but sometimes it's just a matter of getting the desire to do it because of other demands for maintaining the location. So Yeah, it's just one of those things. I actually try to avoid it a little bit so that I don't get burnt out from it. And that was one of my fears, is that if I drive too much, I get burnt out. But I still like to race with these guys. A lot of these guys and girls on track I've enjoyed racing with on numerous occasions for ride and drive races.
I'm kind of in a similar situation and in the motocross and dirt bike racing world. I find myself behind the microphone very, very frequently, but I do also like to compete, but I don't want to burn myself out and my kids out too much as well.
Yep.
This is something I want to enjoy with them and for them.
Yeah.
So don't want to burn it out too much. I get it. I feel it.
All things in moderation.
Shrimp cocktail. Everything in moderation.
Everything. Yep.
So we've got Team Downhill Burrito.
He gives him a thumbs up as he pushes him aside.
That is Team Ohio Drone Repair that we were just watching.
Yeah, I believe that was Roger that got pushed sideways. Still have a hard time picking up the colors on the side of ASR Racing's. Now, it is going to help ASR Racing potentially get back to the lead lap. I mean, that pass was track position right now, but could potentially, if a yellow comes out. By the way, I love the commentary. I've learned so much each time I watch. Thanks, Amanda. We appreciate that. We hope it's, because it's such a niche thing about indoor electric, we hope that a little bit of explanation goes a long way as far as the interest of this sport.
I hope that I can add as much as I possibly can. Just like I mentioned, I'm a little bit out of my element up here in the box, but I try to add as much as I can.
But the important thing is you bring that announcer's voice and that announcer's stance that we need to bring this event to life. So we very much appreciate it.
I do have a knowledge in the racing world, so I can throw my 2 cents in there when it comes to making my way around the track a little bit. So
yeah, it's great.
I'm knowledgeable.
I've certainly enjoyed working with you the last 3 years. I think the stream has come a long way, and we hope that it continues to draw a little bit of interest here and there. We know that there's not going to be some widespread coverage of this stuff, but we hope it's interesting to a few people. Devin says, do you have a way to talk about the carts here versus the OTL Electro Kart models at various other K1 speed locations? For example, my local facility has steering wheels similar to the pace kart. Yeah, actually, our carts had that wheel originally. So we got a system called the Combat Karting System, and part of that system included those buttons. And in order to do that, we replaced the steering wheels. So the OTL stock steering wheel is the yoke, and a lot of drivers are really enjoying this one because it's got a little bit of padding to it. So especially in an endurance race like this, every little padding goes a long way. And for guys like Armand, it just makes it a little bit more difficult to steer because he's just so tall. And if you do have other generations of OTL carts, you may have the Storm. The Storm and the Superleggero do share a lot of components. A lot of driveline stuff that's similar. Setup of the front wheels and so forth. But there's a few design changes, mainly the pedals that move, the adjustable steering wheel. Oh, that was close as Rachel's going to dive into the pits. I don't know if she had her hand up for that one, but the Superleggero also has, Derek picked up an old wheel if you want to cut back to here, so this is the original one.
I found something.
But you might be surprised to just see how many components they do share.
So this I am holding currently is what is mentioned as an OTL Superleggero yoke. Is this what other locations will be typically using?
So Alan, if you want to cut back to here, we got a shot of this here. So if you want to cut back to here, we got a steering wheel we're talking about. Yeah.
So we had a member in the chat mentioning something about their local K1 locations yoke.
This was our original wheel that we had on the steering wheel. So you just were boost and reverse, and that was it. So they actually, you would think that this, it looks like it's a bigger diameter than the wheels we have now, but they're actually the exact same measurements. It's just that you have the rest of the material to round out the steering wheel.
And just sitting here up in the booth, this is it's very harsh on the hands.
It is. It's nice from one perspective. It forces people to the 9 and 3 position, which is great for racing. but it is pretty abrasive. The plastic and the rubber and stuff don't have a lot of padding.
Now, what would be the typical driving position? Would you have your thumbs in the upright position, or would you have your thumbs through the yoke itself?
I think that's driver preference. You guys can tell us in the chat if there's like some proper technique or something, but I don't know that it matters too much. Whatever gives you the most control, you only need to turn the yokes about a half a turn in order to get full steering lock in either direction.
But it's not easy to turn those steering wheels.
No
power steering assist.
Absolutely not.
On watching High Voltage and Downhill Burrito, this would be to put High Voltage back.
Oh, Gavin's really kicking sideways. Yeah, this is High Voltage trying to get back on the same lap as Downhill Burritos. He looks to the inside of 3. Is Gavin got an advantage? No, he's going to shut the door on him. This is going to bring them back to the front start line.
That puts High Voltage ahead.
Yeah.
So he has caught back up. So we have seen
we were talking
Gavin
about
Patterson not so successful in the
we were
reverse
talking
direction.
about Gavin's pace being a little bit off from the other drivers, and that has allowed High Voltage to regain the lead here on lap number 1237. 57.
1257.
7. Yeah.
Something like that. Something like that.
Yep, close.
Crossing the finish
give or
line.
take 100 laps.
There we have Ohio Drone Repair and Team Porsche Beechwood. Who we got for Porsche Beechwood out there right now? Is that Jed? Jed Summers, I believe.
It looks like it. Yep, that's Jed, number 3.
11 races here at K1. His first 3 races at K1 were in 2022. So he is coming here.
Well, I noticed that
every once in a while.
Well, he ran 3 races in 2022, and then he's had this long gap, and then he came back for the 12 hours practice. So I made that note on his driver's profile. I just thought it was interesting. He was here after we first opened, so it's good to have him back.
Yeah.
Probably a lot has changed since the last time he was here.
Except for lacking the seat time, and especially probably in this reverse direction. But, Porsche Beechwood still hanging in there. They have pulled away in the lap count from Ohio Drone Repair and Team ASR, who they were, right there mixing it up for the tail end. But now they've pulled away and pretty well cemented themselves in that number 6 position.
Porsche Beechwood being a lot like Ohio Drone Repair, where they put together a team of drivers who had driving experience but had not driven these cars or this circuit before, and just been really interesting to watch them come through their first practice sessions at the Arrive and Drive series to just get warmed up to the circuit. So a lot of them start 27, 28 seconds sometimes, and then they find some big chunk of time they can knock it down to the 26s. But boy, I tell you what, once they get into the 25s, you're trying to hit 25.9s, 25.8s, 25.7, it becomes really hard because everything about the driving and the karts has to be very nuanced. So you're changing your lift points, you're changing the way you brake, it's changing your steering inputs or maybe your driving line by just tenths or inches here and there.
Clean pass for Stevenson on Salerno. That is the battle for third. It is just a battle for track position currently, but Supersonic does not want to give up very much to Superfly. 1 lap separates these 2 teams.
Yeah, we have gone a long time without a yellow, so yellow comes back out, we stack up the field, could potentially get lucky dogs. That kind of position change makes a big difference in those situations.
And we have correlated it with the track marshal or race official that lucky dogs are only assessed to teams that are a lap down.
Mm-hmm.
It is not assessed to second and third place or fourth place or whatever other places may be on the lead lap. It is only assessed to lapped teams.
Except when they make that mistake like they did earlier.
We did earlier. We got that figured out.
You caught that one. I had no idea. That's why I'm not on the pit box.
Team High Voltage still making it happen with just over 2 hours remaining of competition with Team Downhill Burrito in that number 2 spot. There we see Team High Voltage, kart number 4. Looking Don't know. It's offline. Can't follow along.
If you click onto it, sometimes it'll give you the data. The gap, we were waiting to see what that was. Probably about the length of the front straightaway now between first and second, between high voltage and downhill.
Yeah, we see Team High Voltage coming into the back straightaway. They're making their way down the back straightaway, and Team Downhill Burrito just now entering that back straightaway. So it's about the distance of one of the long straightaways separates first and second. And High Voltage pulling away from Gavin Patterson for Team Downhill Burrito. Do you think that they may pull Gavin in early for a swap to put one of their hotter drivers out there?
I don't think so, because an additional pit stop would be detrimental, I think, too, at this point. So even losing a few tenths, a couple seconds, doesn't compare to the minute and 20 seconds it probably takes to do a pit stop. I mean, as far as the full lap goes. Pit stops in the standard direction were right around the minute 7 seconds, so reverse just takes that much longer.
There we've seen Gavin Patterson rolling his shoulders a little bit. Not sure if that was if he was trying to signal something to Redline Racing, or if he was just trying to relax his shoulders a little bit.
I bet that's fatigue. That's just been a lot of laps.
Especially for these young drivers. This is a very difficult machine to navigate.
For sure.
For hours.
And to stay spot on with your lines and get the car in the track where you need it every single time becomes really difficult, mentally fatiguing, just exhausting. That's why 12 hours is such a big deal. So, hey. Gavin's been racing here a lot with his dad, so they've been making this a father-son investment, which is really cool to see. Father-son running the last endurance series, both of them finishing the top 1, 2 for the rookie series. We consider rookies people who haven't run endurance before, so you get a chance to compete against other rookies instead of putting yourself up against all the pros all the time. So his dad is actually not running in this race, even though he did a lot of practice sessions with them. He chose to opt out for the time being, but he is happy to help sponsor them. I believe that was the DK Fence Company. And I'm sure they appreciate that support.
Will Nonamaker?
You want to talk to him?
Is that Will?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Here, let me trade you.
Hey, we got Will Nonamaker up here in the box, joining us, watching the 12 Hours of Canton this year, not competing. What's up?
Not much. It really looks like it's been a good race. I was here at about 2 to 4:30, 5 o'clock. So it was fun then. You're going the other direction. So now you reversed. I think that's a nice addition to the 12 hours.
And why aren't you out here this year?
We were running a couple more road races this year. So
okay.
You have to kind of pick and choose what you're going to do, away from home. So we're running, I think, 9 races this year. So it kind of keeps you busy. And we're racing in 2 weeks at Daytona.
Awesome. Is that going to be another endurance style race, or what style race will that be?
Yeah, so that's a 14-hour race. It's Champ Car. Starts at 9 a.m., goes till 11 o'clock at night.
Okay.
125 cars.
Okay.
So you find yourself passing maybe 20 cars a lap. It's kind of crazy. And the way they do it in that series, again, they try to give you maximum racing time and not mess around with practice and qualifying. So they just do a random pit stall draw for the start. Last year, we had the random pit stall draw of 125.
You're at the end.
Yeah, we were at the very end, and we lost the race. And I'd say lost because it was an amazing race, but we lost by 10 feet. 10 feet after 14 hours, and there's no full course cautions. They do what they call code 35s. So you never actually go to a full course caution. You never roll a pace car. So for that whole 14 hours, they never rolled a pace car.
They're just sectional cautions.
Right. I didn't think we do that in those 1 hour. I don't think we do it quite as much here. But in the 1 hour enduros, we kind of do that sometimes where we just put the cars on a controlled speed. And that's what they do there. You can't go over 35 mile an hour. So.
All right.
Yeah.
So is that primarily what you do outside of karting is the Champ Cars?
Yeah, we do Champ Car. We run another series called NASA. They have endurance racing. We've run World Racing League and Lucky Dog. So they're all the same dynamic. They're 7 and 8 and 10 and 14-hour races.
Do you use the same car in all of these disciplines?
They're all Porsches, and that's why we're out here today, just kind of help supporting our buddies here at Porsche Beechwood. But they're either Porsche Caymans or Porsche Boxsters.
Okay, very, very cool. Glad you came out here to watch some great racing action, making the trip down here. Do you live up in the Cleveland area?
We're right here. So our shop is right around the other side of the airport by the Maps Museum. And then we live over in Jackson Township. So we're really close here.
Spectacular. And I had my first ever Salins hot dog because of these guys and Team Salins 2 years ago. I very frequently travel to the dirt bike tracks by myself in the camper, and a six-pack of Salins will last me all weekend. So
there's nothing better. I mean, once you have one, and in that it's a natural casing, so when it gets on the grill and gets all nice and burnt, it's just perfect. In fact, Mr. Salin will eat them without bread and without any ketchup or mustard on. He just likes to eat, and they're like candy almost.
That's the way my wife likes a hot dog. She likes it just pick it up and eat it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Thank you guys thank you for coming out here and supporting Team Porsche Beechwood. Do you have any words of encouragement for them as they are deep in this one and potentially looking at coming back next year to improve on their result?
And they've got 2 experienced drivers with Katie and her dad out here, so that's been good. But some of them have never been to this track, and there are some nuances to driving these karts, And I'm not saying I'm the fastest driver in these karts, but we all have learned those, and I was trying to help explaining to them. Like, sometimes you're better off lifting off the gas than you are tapping the brake. Because, if you hit that brake and you're not used to it, you'll actually take more speed off. So that's one thing I was talking to him about.
Maintaining momentum.
Right. And the other thing is the double turn in. You see the experienced people doing that, where it's a turn into the apex, then you turn out and back in to kind of reset the grip. And so I was kind of helping talk to him about that, because I said if you do that, the car will turn in. Otherwise, you turn and it just feels like it's pushing.
Yep.
So, and they did do that, and they said, boy, it was so much more fun.
You're just weighting the different ends of the cart. You have to put pressure on the front end for it to hook up.
Right. And that double turn-in's nice because, especially in these karts without any camera on the track, if you do the double turn-in, about halfway through the turn when you do the second turn, the rear comes around, and now it's rotating, and now you're just facing down the track and not plowing
Straight
out to
line.
the side. Right.
Yep.
And it's funny because, there's other karts, like you go over to Pittsburgh, track with the gas karts, right? Those karts, you'd think they almost handle the same, but they are completely different. You have to wrap your mind around a whole different way of driving when we go over and do those races, right? I mean, you guys have done those. You did the one up at Autobahn, and you have to wrap your mind. It's a whole different. And those tires they put on those and at that series, they have a very, very narrow grip of adhesion. And if you get any slip angle more than 2 degrees, the whole car and then you lose all your speed. So it's a different mentality no matter what you're in, and you have to kind of get used to it. And, you have to respect the people that come out here and race all the time because they know the nuances.
Well, I'm glad you can definitely give these drivers of all different skill levels words of encouragement and things to chew on whenever they're in the pits. So thanks for coming out here, Will, and hope to see you back in the future, man.
Thanks, sir. All right.
Yeah, thanks.
And they are still clicking off great consistent laps. And I believe we still have Team Downhill Burrito trying to chase down Team High Voltage as Team High Voltage took over that number 1 spot with Gavin Patterson behind the wheel in Downhill Burrito, just not quite having the pace of his teammates, and High Voltage pulling away. Superfly on the same lap, but Supersonic slipping up a little bit. They have fallen back to what is listed as 3 laps off the mark right now. So they're going to have to find some pace, find some quick pit stops, and find some lucky dogs to find themselves back into this one, to find them in anything but 3rd at this point, because they've got some work to do. But trying to touch back in with Team High Voltage and their cart. There is cart number 4. 39% state of charge for Jacob Andrew.
Did they switch with Anthony yet, or is Downhill still out on track?
Anthony. Gavin is still out on track.
Okay, so it looks like Anthony's the man on deck.
Yeah, Gavin is still currently on track, and they is losing touch to Team High Voltage.
He's dropped his times a little bit. His last time by was a 25.4, so that's been an improvement. Before that, he had a couple 25.3s. So, it goes to show that a little bit of time and a little bit of adjustment, you can still bring the car's times down as he enters the pits and slows down.
Yep, there we see Gavin Patterson with Team Downhill Burrito Racing coming into the pits. He did have the lead on high voltage. High voltage caught, passed, and pulled away about a half a lap on Downhill Burrito.
I was watching him. He's leaning over the front of the car to make sure that he doesn't pass the stop box line. That would be a huge penalty for them at this point in the race. And fatigue makes that easy to do with the potential for messing up.
Anthony Narovsky now coming out for Team Downhill Burrito Racing. We'll see if he is able to put his head down and mount a charge towards the front. As we are watching Team Downhill Burrito work his way by Team ASR. And I want to thank you guys for joining us once again for Competition Karting's third ever 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Balls Guarana, and Track First Racing.
At Spark,
And we are back here for the third annual 12 Hours of Canton from Competition Karting, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, Balls, Guarana, and Track First, as we are on board with Ohio Drone Repair's Carter Cook.
Finally got an onboard shot that's working pretty well. It's good to see the number 21 and his racing line and see what he's doing out there.
I like his racing shoes. Square toe cowboy boots.
So the one thing we were watching for is during the commercial break, we saw High Voltage dip into the pits because we knew their cart was about to come to expiration as far as the charge goes. But with them being back out on the track, it does look like they've maintained the lead. We were kind of anticipating that Downhill Burrito would be able to bring back the lead because of the gap that had been brought between the two. Now we're just confirming that those positions are what we see on the track.
And indeed, there we see, I believe that was cart 13 for Team High Voltage. That's a pretty fresh machine, if that is indeed the number that I seen. And that's Steve Madden, I believe, piloting for Team High Voltage. Trying to confirm cart 10.
Yeah, let us know where Downhill Burrito is on track here, guys, because we obviously have High Voltage in the shot. There's Anthony in the 25. So it does look like that during that last stint, they weren't able to keep that pace. Now that High Voltage and Downhill Burrito are back on the same pit stop strategy with the number of pit stops, we have High Voltage back in the lead.
Yes, and they are pretty well cementing themselves with a lap buffer over DHB. Nearly 2 laps separating High Voltage from Team Downhill Burrito, as I believe we'll see Team High Voltage slip across the lower portion of our screen any moment, and indeed there they go. So a lap and a half separates High Voltage from DHB, and High Voltage with a very fresh machine. They are on pace and on pit strategy to maybe do one more pit and run it out.
Yeah, we were comparing the number of pit stops to High Voltage and DHB because they are even. DHB seems to come in first, and then anywhere between 20 to 40 laps is the gap between High Voltage and their pit stop. So there's a little bit of lag there. So the last pit stop looked like it was about a 30-lap delta between the two teams.
And Team Downhill Burrito will have to come in before Team High Voltage, just based on the carts that they are currently piloting. So we'll see if High Voltage is able to maintain their position and come back and get what they have been chasing for 3 years. Team Superfly, they're not out of it as well. Only 2 laps off the mark, trying to see the difference between the red and the pink hoods on track. There we see David Pons piloting for Team Superfly. He is making his way down the start straightaway right now. And Team Downhill Burrito.
High Voltage kind of stuck behind the Porsche team there. And I'm sure Nate's going to try to make a move whenever possible. He's kind of getting impatient with that traffic. The number 2 kind of making some evasive moves coming into turn 3 as Nate tries to go on the outside of him. They're going to move the barrier, but is Nate going to take the inside of turn 1? Not sure. So,
is that Patrick Dittmar?
Yeah, crew chief for Superfly. He's looking for the car number that they're on. There we go. That's the telemetry he's watching.
That's the one I'm watching up here in the booth as well. Team Superflies.
So, question would be, High Voltage get around? Yeah, they did. Okay.
ASR coming in through a drive-through penalty. I don't know what was the issue. I believe it was Team ASR coming in for a drive-through. Don't know what the cause of that penalty was. But I am trying to see the differential between Superfly and DHB. The red hood there making their way into the start straightaway right now. And the pink hoods at the entrance of the S turns before the finish line. So about exactly a half a lap separates Downhill Burrito from Superfly.
Oh. That might be the cause of the drive-through penalty.
That would have been for Team Porsche, or Team Ohio Drone Repair, assessing that drive-through penalty.
Yep. Gonna make that awkward reverse move.
Heading back out there on the start straightaway. So running them down pit row lane 1, making it difficult to make that entrance back onto the race course.
I believe that's Aaron going to wave Anthony by in the top of your shot. Anthony on board with DHB Racing, sitting at 65% battery charge. Just the top of their stint here.
Corey Salerno with Team Supersonic coming in for a driver swap. Supersonic is there in the number 4 spot. They are just off the mark of Team Superfly, as we see Superfly and DHB neck and neck in the number 2 and 3 position. So Supersonic is going to have to put some work in to close the gap on Superfly or DHB. Maybe a yellow flag will get thrown and we'll get a lucky dog for a few of these teams. Now we're seeing Team ASR Racing getting the notification to come in for a pit.
Supersonic is pretty much adding, well, let's see, they are now going to be 3 pit stops ahead of High Voltage and DHB. So if there was any question as to why they're 4 laps down right now, they've only been running stints in the mid-80s to low 90 laps.
So they could definitely stretch it out 10 laps or so.
They might be just going on a super conservative basis because they never want to kill a car, but that is adding 3 additional pit stops to their team strategy.
And we've heard from Rachel that they have been unhappy with the draw that they have gotten on a lot of the karts.